won the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.
Welcome back to another exciting month of the Brawl Stars Championship. This time, we're starting off the summer split. I can't wait for all the action that's to come in these next 3 months. But before that, let's do a quick recap of what happened during the Brawl Cup in May. Right off day 1, SK Gaming and Humble showed EMEA dominance by putting on 3-0s against Revin and X-Spark and Toxic Lotus respectively.
No matter what for Humble, and that is going to be it. Humble will secure it. They get the match.
However, it wasn't quite the case for the NA region, as Elevate lost 1-3 to Zeta Division, and in a shocking turn of events, Tribe Gaming losing to Loud 2-3.
Dies on him, he's able to find the one, he pushes through. Through's a little bit low, but Loud get the job done.
It was a fight for survival at this point for the losing teams, especially Toxic Lotus, who had yet to prove their region's prowess in Brawl Stars. However, with their backs against the wall, Toxic Lotus came back with the most unexpected victory of the tournament, a 3-1 scoreline against NA powerhouse Tribe Gaming.
Last call goes on the ground, and it's down to their final life. Shockwaves sent across North America.
This meant that Tribe Gaming and Revin and X-Spark were the first to be eliminated from the Brawl Cup. Moving on to day 2, the match between SK Gaming and Zeta Division was the highlight of the day, giving us a 3-2 scoreline with SK Gaming taking the dub.
SK Gaming 99 and SK Gaming get it done!
Zeta Division was then pitted against NA's last hope of the event, but even Elevate couldn't hold their own against the mechanical geniuses of East Asia.
No means of escape and flying into the wind! Zeta Division once again rise high!
It was business as usual for the Humble squad, taking a clean 3-0 against Loud.
This stage, and one more chance for today, but Humble silence their opposition.
And adding insult to injury, Loud also fumbled against the dark horses from the Chinese mainland, Toxic Lotus.
First, it was a set win, then a match taken
All that leads us to Day 3, with SK Gaming, ZETA Division, Humble, and Toxic Lotus in our top 4. Toxic Lotus gave us an incredible showing in Day 3, putting up a good fight, but still fell to SK Gaming 2-3.
Joker's bluffed it! And for SK Gaming, this is just another bump in the road!
Humble further asserted EMEA's dominance by winning 3-1 to ZETA Division.
Names of this Brawl League damage, and these three humble guys still have a job to do in Dallas.
With an LCQ spot on the line, ZETA Division played their best against Toxic Lotus, winning 3-1.
Toxic Lotus pushing in, but Suzuku is good! The mechanical monsters are now master tacticians, bringing home an LCQ slot for East Asia.
And that leads us to the grand finals of the Brawl Cup. Two-time monthly finals winner SK Gaming versus 2024 World Finals champions Humble. The energy was electrifying, and the crowd was wild, as the highest level of gameplay was played on stage. But alas, there can only be one, and that was Humble.
Joker trying to be the hero that SK Gaming need. 510 HP, curveball gadget, not enough. The fog closing in, Semantic running it down, and the rebellion ends here.
Humble secured an extra slot in the World Finals for the EMEA region. SK Gaming, as well as ZETA Division, also secured their regional slots for the LCQ later this year. All that action, all that excitement, and we're only halfway through the season. I can't wait for what's in store for us this summer split.
We had a wild start to the year. First was the spring split that pushed every team to the limit, racing towards the Brawl Cup. Here, some regions surprised the world, while others fell short. But nothing's decided. Not yet. The next chapter begins now with the summer split. Starting now, the points are doubled. It's all or nothing. Every region, every match, every second counts.
Someone do it! His gadget won't be enough to get the kill! But
Who will qualify for the World Finals? Who will get a second chance in the last chance qualifiers? Here in the summer split is where you get those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl!
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fam. After the action of the Brawl Cup, we're diving straight into the next high-stakes chapter. It's time for the double point split and the June monthly finals. We're starting with East Asia, where ZETA Division clinched an additional LCQ slot for their region with a strong third-place finish in Dallas. And of course, I'm not alone for the ride today. Joining me are our sharp-minded casters ready to dissect every clutch play we have in store for you. Let's bring them in. It's Spoo, Trev, and Ark waiting in the wings. And Spoo, what an honor to have you here today. ZETA made waves at the Brawl Cup, as I just mentioned. Do you think their momentum gives them an edge heading into today's matches?
Absolutely. Coming back from such a high like Brawl Cup, competing against the best of the best teams in the world, they managed to clinch a gift to East Asia, that additional LCQ spot. That's going to allow teams like Rival and Frenzy to now compete for that fifth potential spot at LCQ. It's really going to shake up the stakes of this tournament and make every point count even more.
Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of sadly a little bit below par, a bit below what they wanted. I'm sure they would have wanted to get a bit further forward, get towards those kind of clinching the world final spot for their region rather than that LCQ spot. But I'm sure they're going to be happy nonetheless, and Rival Esports are going to be pretty happy at the moment. And as you mentioned, those teams a little bit further down are going to be competing for that extra spot now as well. But ZETA Division do still sit up top along with rejecting those world final spots as we stand. But with double points being reintroduced, there's so much kind of area and time for teams not even on this leaderboard to get to the LCQ and get to the world final spots.
The story certainly isn't over yet. With every single monthly final, we still have the pressure built for those coveted world final tickets. And as we just looked at, we had some pretty strong top 8 teams in the East Asian region, but now we have a few newcomers coming in. We had to say goodbye to Niwa, Genji, and Effort Result, and Feasible Gaming and Ace King are in, Spoo.
Out of the old, in with the new is the title of the story here. Feasible Gaming and Ace King knocked out, sent these teams to the Shadow Realm, the trash can, so to speak, metaphorically. Really goes to show that in East Asia, the 5th to 8th place is really not a stable place. Any newcomer can just really show up, show that they can play good Brawl Stars, and just take over. It's only the top 4 in East Asia that remain relatively stable.
Yeah, well, Feasible Gaming might have got into the monthly finals, but they're definitely being thrown in at the deep end. Going to be starting things off against ZETA Division in quarterfinal number 1. So not the easiest matchup for them to kind of get their entry into the monthly finals. Rival Esports versus Ace King will be up shortly after that in quarterfinal number 2. Reject versus Frenzy Gaming in 3. And then we round out the quarterfinals with an absolute banger and so influential in the grand scheme as well. As we mentioned, with double points coming in, Crazy Raccoon is going to be make or break for a couple of those teams, as one of them is going to get a big boost ahead of the other.
As you just mentioned, Trev, especially that quarterfinal number 4 had me rolling in bed at night. I just didn't know what to predict. And of course, the 4 of us had to hand in our predictions once again, and we seem to be pretty on the same page here, apart from that quarterfinal number 4. At least Spoo, you and me seem to think the same way.
Yeah, no biases about that. Love you, Sunny. Not voting just because of that. My love today just goes out to Navi. I love them more than Crazy Raccoon. It's a really tough choice for me, but I just have a good feeling about them today. I really think they could banish Crazy Raccoon out in the quarterfinals. But Trav, you seem to have a different opinion.
Yeah, I kind of just went with the opposite, and I was like, kind of questioning it a little bit because I feel like it's 50-50, and for the most part we usually do agree on the first 4 games in the monthly finals, but we're split 50-50, which I think shows perfectly how this shapes up. I went Crazy Raccoon, but I do think it could genuinely go either way.
Before we head into the action of today, you at home still have some time to get your predictions in as well. Make sure to head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can earn Pro Pass XP simply by answering some trivia questions, voting for the MVP, and of course, voting for the team that you think will make it out of the quarterfinals. And now it's time, and we're starting with no one other than ZETA Division versus Feasible Gaming. Also, we have a newcomer against the team that went to Brawl Cup for the region. They got 3rd. They earned that extra LCQ slot for East Asia.
Ay. Feasible Gaming. They're just coming in trial by fire. Their very first time here in the monthly finals for all 3 of these players. And they have to go up against ZETA Division. Levi just looking so casual, scrolling through probably social media, looking through all the tweets about what people are saying about him. Yeah, he's just looking way too chill for us. And I think that goes to show how confident ZETA Division are in this match.
We heard their voices at the Brawl Cup. Now we want to hear Levi once again. They want to maintain their dominance this summer.
後半からはポイントが2倍なので、もう全部ちゃんと勝って優勝して世界大会につなげたいと思います。ブロールカップは、ゼータの3人の初の、世界大会の舞台ということで、いろいろ緊張とかもあったんですけど、一応3位という結果を残せてよかったなと思ってます。東アジアのチームは、世界大会でも LCQ でも全然通用できると思います。5つ目の枠、3つ目の LCQ の枠の人たちは、どのチームが来るかわかんないんですけど、全然その周りと戦えると思ってます、自分は。
ZETA Division themselves are certainly still in the race for that monthly final slot in their region. They got 3rd place at a Brawl Cup that was certainly below their expectations, but it's still a strong finish.
Indeed, they only fell to the mighty SK and Humble, kings of the world at the moment, the strongest region. They managed to beat out Elevate twice and Toxic Lotus to clinch that 3rd place finish, and as you mentioned, that additional LCQ spot for the region.
And then on the other side, we have a very strong opponent. They are showing up for the very first time in the monthly finals, but Trev, they still have a lot to show for.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think anybody's really too familiar with this roster or the players on it, whether that's us or the public as well. Yukimi, Fairly, and Isana are going to be this Feasible Gaming roster. As he said, you know, they're going to be pretty strong. They've made it through the qualifiers, and they can be very cutthroat no matter what region you're in. But yeah, they are against ZETA Division, so I'm not sure how much I like the chances. But you know, if they show up in this first month of double points, get some real numbers on that board, and defeat ZETA Division, it'd be an absolute dream story for them.
They're looking fairly relaxed. I think Asana's looking a little bit nervous here coming into this matchup, just looking at the player cams. And I think that's kind of what you have to expect, right? If you're going against a team like ZETA Division, you have to have basically no expectations. You have to put yourself in the absolute best mental state going in and just assume that you take things one step at a time and try to win every game that you can.
Some new faces in the region, definitely a team worth to watch, and watch out for potential upsets as well. They did knock out Gen G in the qualifiers, for example, so they did beat some monthly finalists already in this monthly qualifier, but now they're going up against a team that went 9-0 in the April monthly final. So not an easy target here, Trev. You feel like any of those maps are a bit more newcomer friendly, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I feel like both teams should be, you know, pretty familiar with the maps and the drafts by now. If you're making it to monthly finals, you're going to have been playing enough ranked, enough scrims to be able to be very familiar with what to draft. So I don't necessarily think the maps are going to give an advantage to either team. I just think it's going to come down to draft massively to start with. But even then, we know ZETA Division can pick up the slack that lies in their draft.
What we didn't really talk about so far, we did some Kenji could finally show up today.
Yeah, possible, completely possible. Those two brawlers received, I think, pretty substantial nerfs. Lumi losing that 1 second extra on the slow is going to make her a little bit easier to deal with. She's not going to run you down on the outset and just immediately just dominate the lane. East Asia, though, as a region, if I'm going to be real with you, I don't expect too many fancy sort of draft traps whereby they try to bait out these brawlers. They're nonetheless prepared for sure, and I think most likely the eyes are going to be on that new Kaze pick instead. I know Tenside tweeted out straight up saying that he feels this brawler is 100 times more fun than Max. And, you know, in the hands of these mechanically skilled teams, I think Kaze is a perfect fit for East Asia.
I mean, Spoota did show up with some signature brawlers that we called them later on in the month with that shade pick. Maybe Kaze is going to be that new brawler now. Lumi and Kenji both had the highest ban rates in the Brawl Cup still. That nerf definitely warranted, Trev. Let's see if we finally see Lumi. We saw her once last month. She had a 99% ban rate. Brawl Cup still a 50% ban rate. Now I want to see some Lumi today. And we see the predictions here, the votes from the public.
It's disgraceful. 95-5 is just absolutely huge. I don't think it's the most one-sided thing we've seen all year long, but definitely towards that way. But as the draft does start, bans should be coming in shortly as we get underway on Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab, a map that both teams are going to be massively familiar with. They've played it time and time and time again because it's just been in the map pool so long.
The stage is set now for our first match of the day. The June monthly finals here in East Asia. It's ZETA Division versus Feasible Gaming. And the stakes are pretty high. We're now in the double point split. So every single monthly final is giving you a bit more points. And we have the bans now. Kaze is going to be immediately banned by both of those teams. So Spoo, sadly, your wish won't be granted.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. But as you'd mentioned though, Kenji did make it through. It looks like Lumi is still being highly respected by both teams. In this case, ZETA Division did ban it out. But that leaves Kenji in the pool, and wow, Feasible Gaming 0. They're not even going to lead with it. I think they recognize that it might be a trap to go for Kenji this weakened version too early. They opt for the Gus pickup instead. Let's see if ZETA Division opt to develop a strategy around this nerfed Kenji or pivot in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they can leave it a little bit later on in the draft as well. They are going to have this last pick, and I don't know if it's something that Feasible Gaming will want to be picking up along the way, but with a Gus shield on an aggressive brawler, it can definitely work quite well. But I'm surprised to see this Kaze banned out as well, double banned especially. It hasn't been seeming massively strong, not awful by any means, but surprising to see it double banned. Fink's going to come in then for ZETA Division, something they might have picked up from Humble over at the Brawl Cup, considering that's one of their kind of go-to picks, and it has seeming to be working. And then Gene will follow up from that as well for the second pick of ZETA.
Yeah, I guess when you get humbled by Humble and get destroyed by EMEA, you just bring it back to East Asia, you know, wrap it up in a nice package and just use the poison, the tricks that you learned abroad back at home. A difficult prospect, I think, to go up against. Interesting choice on the Gene, though, I think. You know, as a mid here in Hard Rock Mine up against the Gus, at this point, it's pretty common knowledge that if you pick up this Gene, you're opting to really just play quite a slow game, develop that pull, and then try and win off that. It's going to be sort of a weakened early game, unless you can somehow dodge up in the mid and play hyper aggressive. Now though, Feasible Gaming, the Kenji is in the house. Banned out for majority of last month. Finally, now it's slipping through. Is this a trap laid by ZETA Division, or have Feasible Gaming capitalized on an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, with ZETA Division having this last pick, there's still some opportunities to kind of pick against it, and I'm very aware that's been incredibly hard to pick anything that's decent against Kenji as of late, but obviously thanks to those nerfs to the hypercharge especially, it has become, you know, just that little bit worse. The pulling power of that hypercharge has been lessened, so not as strong as it once was. Still absolutely capable of making big things happen, but we'll see if ZETA Division do have an answer to that for their last pick.
I just want to shout out the fact that ZETA Division, they've changed sets. They're not playing together as usual on the couch. They're playing on the floor. Just so chill and so relaxed. NAVI now going to have that final selection now of the Ashe pickup. The tank selection is there, and it's a pretty decent lane matchup, I think, into both this Kenji and the Penny. That seems to be the goal here, to just try and win out the side lanes, develop maybe a bit of a stronger presence in the mid to get the Gene, maybe stall it out, and just try and find a rundown opportunity.
Well, it's going to be a big test of Feasible. If or not they're going to be able to kind of hang with the big guns of ZETA Division in this first quarterfinal. They're desperately in need of a win here to try and get some points on the board, being a newcomer to the monthly finals and the Brawl Stars Championship in general. But as we start things off, some good peppering shots from Levi, and Shitampo just beelining towards the Kenji.
Already diving into the air, but Yukimi getting the first pick there on Shitampo. A little bit overzealous there. The gadget not really saving him. Nonetheless, 3 gems in the pockets of NAVI. Now in the backline, Shizuku falls to Aisana, which is going to feed up that crucial Penny turret.
Yeah, huge moves being made early on by Feasible Gaming. A good start from Yukimi, especially being able to take down Suzuku, and a Kuki Popper used by Gus to keep Suzuku nice and low and back in the spawn. Shitampo not having a good time on this right-hand side either. Good pull coming in, but really not getting a lot from it at the moment. Suzuku will pick that up, but should be trained by Yuki. I believe he maybe missed a shot in there. Suzuku used the chill pill as well, and another pull comes out, but is missed this time. Regardless, though, the teammates clean up the scraps, and that's going to be 9 gems now for ZETA, and a big turnaround.
A complete turn of events here. NAVI just landing that max range pull with absolute confidence. Now 10 gems in the pocket. Shizuku just needs to take down this Kenji. Shitampo firmly in position at that front line, completely boxing in the Feasible Gaming roster. We can't even see NAVI on the map. He's just flagging out that ZETA flag, chilling in the back, knowing his team have secured game 1 in the bag.
Really nice showing there from ZETA Division. You know, regardless of the start that they had wasn't great. They had an early mortar against them. Kenji with some good positioning. They're just calm, composed, know they can bring things back. They kind of, you know, very aware that they are the superior team in this matchup, so kind of didn't let that make their mentalities waver at all. But as we get into the second game, Feasible Gaming got some work to do, because the second half of that game was very ZETA Division sided.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try it with a little tactical move here, double up on the left side, but kind of the wrong target. I think they were trying to bait out Shitampo there, running into Shizuku now. That gamble not really paying off. Looking at that left flank, Shizuku already with the rats, now diving in onto Fairly. NAVI's gonna be coming in, gets the pinch, a kill, falling. Feasible Gaming 0 now boxed inside the base, nowhere to go, and 4 gems in favor of ZETA Division.
Yeah, real nice stuff from ZETA Division here. It's pretty much Suzuku 1v2ing his lane, and that's kind of good enough for them to get this 7th gem going. And here, a very aggressive turret used by Asana. Suzuku can clean that up nicely, but nice aggression there from Yukimi coming through. Hypercharge being used. Does pick up the routes, but not in time to get it along with the hypercharge. Almost taking down Asana, but Yukimi still sat in this back spawn, causing issues.
Yeah, they're trying to go for this flanking maneuver. NAVI now a little bit in a vulnerable spot. Yukimi tried for it, but no. NAVI with the gadget, pushing him back. And Shitampo in the mid, secondary gem carrier in the house. Now picking up the last 3 gems that they need, and a pull to add insult to injury. ZETA Division continue to capitalize. Feasible Gaming 0. They've only got 7 seconds left on the clock. They have to try to make this one count. Yukimi seems so far from the super. No offense being taken here. ZETA Division, they close out an extremely clean set number 1, and City's already on the phone.
ZETA Vision definitely sweating a bit there towards the end. We're pinned in the spawn with about 10 seconds left, but it wasn't capitalized on by Feasible Gaming at all. So a nice first set there from ZETA Vision. There were moments where Feasible seemed to be in it. Start of the first game, kind of towards the end of the last one where they got a bit of control. But overall, just not really on the same level of ZETA Vision in that first set. Still, obviously a couple more to go. A bit of time to gather their thoughts and possibly, well, I'm not saying the draft was bad, but they do need to heavily outdraft ZETA Vision if they're going to stand a chance.
The draft was an interesting one here. Both Gus and Finks were the most picked brawler in the Brawl Cup, and now it seems like East Asia wants to follow that trend to stick to the true and tried. You feel like, Spoot, that's going to be a trend that we see all day today?
Yeah, I mean, it is the opening match, and this perhaps is just a ZETA Division flair. They did bring home that present, and Siddhartha now piloting that things with absolute precision. I think taking, as you said, a book out of Humble's page. Wow, that was an interesting phrase. Book out of Humble's page there from the Brawl Cup, and it seems to be working fairly well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely seems to be going extremely well for ZETA so far. But as I said, there were a few hiccups. You know, I'm not writing off Feasible Gaming just yet, but ZETA Vision, you know, they know they're the better team. They seemed in control for the most part of it, and didn't really have any hiccups where they're dropping massive amounts of gems and really risking too much. So as we kind of move on, we expect them to continue this dominance, continue with these 2-0s. But, you know, you got to feel for Feasible at this point. They're not out of it just yet, but yeah, a lot of work to be done if they're going to stand a chance.
It is possible that this could end a 3-0, but we want to see a bit more of Feasible Gaming. We want to see those newcomers shine. We all have a heart for the underdog, so hopefully that next map is gonna do a bit better for them. And Spoo, we talked about it before a little bit. I feel like some of those maps do favor the newcomers a bit more if they're a bit more mechanical sided, like Safe Zone, for example, is. At least less on strategy, just like pure mechanics, and I'm sure Feasible Gaming has that down.
Yeah, I mean, they are going up against the literal best mechanical players in the world. I think another possible angle that they could go for is to just try and outdraft ZETA Division as much as possible. If they've been paying attention to the Brawl Cup, they'll know that ZETA Division, they only fell short in the draft there at the Brawl Cup, and that's really sort of the Achilles heel for them, the only real weakness that they have. So now in the draft, I think that's what Feasible Gaming are going to go for. Try and find some kind of a cheese strategy to go into this.
Because it was double banned before, now only on the side of ZETA Division here, together with the Jock and Lumi. We see Feasible Gaming has first pick here, so it makes a lot of sense. ZETA Division banned out the 3 probably best, or at least very strong brawlers on this map. You always want to have something with a bit more range in mid, and then something aggressive down the lane. So what we usually see is a Daryl, for example, could be a tank that could be incoming. Carl, usually your choice there as well, is going to be banned out by Feasible Gaming. So let's see what this is their first pick. It's going to be a mid brawler here, Trev. It's Bell.
Yeah, the Bell comes through. I love Bell. It's one of those kind of very versatile picks. You can't really go wrong with it. Not going to be, the most explosive brawler ever. It's not going to be bad at any points. But I really like to see ZETA Division banning this Chuck out. It's one of the brawlers that can make this map a bit more up in the air and kind of allow, lesser teams for them to have a chance. So I like that ban. Get it out of the way. And I'm also very surprised to see how much they're respecting Kaze as well, which I'm not sure if I'd like to see or don't like to see, because I want to see how it fares in competitive. Kind of like to see it played as well. But surprising to see it banned on Safe Zone. Wouldn't have been the kind of map or mode that I would have expected it to be banned out. But Bonnie's going to come in. Also have that rework where you can kind of get straight back into that long range form after a jump, which made it slightly better and a little bit more versatile, but still a little bit surprising to see it come in.
Yeah, it's a quick pickup here. I think looking at the Colette ban as well, that's one of the sort of main checks that you can pick up against the Bonnie. Now, I know the new Bonnie has decent matchups into that, but when you look up at this Carl and this Charlie ban, it almost feels like ZETA Division, they're using Feasible Gaming's bans against them. Now they're going to develop this Barry pickup, which is just an insane amount of sustain, and I think it's in direct answer to the fact that Bell is not a brawler traditionally is associated with having a lot of damage. So if offense, they're gonna just run over the Feasible Gaming safe.
Yeah, the berry is a very, very solid pick. And obviously, you get a couple of shots and safe. It does some good burn down damage over time. We'll see what Feasible Gaming do bounce back with here. Obviously, they've got the bell to start things off, but 2 more brawlers will follow. They're going to go with the Miko. It's been one that, it's been one that's kind of very, very solid for a while and flown under the radar until pretty recently. But yeah, going to be pretty good. Obviously, going aggressive, straight towards the safe. Star Power is going to be absolutely ripping through it.
Yeah, they're borrowing Toxic Lotus's playbook here. Toxic Lotus piloting this at the Brawl Cup to a fantastic success here. This Miko is going to be a big problem in terms of the damage dealer. He feels like the new version of Chuck almost, because it's an inevitable form of damage that really can't be defended against. And yeah, Feasible Gaming, they're doubling down on that structure. Go for 2 defensive brawlers and just let Miko shred open the safe. Now, there is a glaring weakness to the strategy though. If Zeta Division can mount a 1 push, maybe with the likes of a Melody or Daryl, that could spell doom for Feasible Gaming.
Yeah, well, I do like this Feasible Gaming comp so far, but as you say, it has kind of left itself a bit susceptible to a bit more aggression. Let's see what Zeta Division do come down with. As you mentioned, the Daryl, but they're going with a Lily instead. A bit more of an assassin route. Guess they're kind of just going to play for not kind of like the 1 push levels, but just maybe sliding the Lily here and there, open up a bit of room for the other brawlers to come through and deal some damage.
I love it. I absolutely love it. They're adapting it to their own playstyle. They prefer the Lily. It's something that it was used by NA mainly by Elevate to a great degree in the Brawl Cup as well in these heist maps. And I think I might be wrong on this, but it actually has one of the better matchups against Miko. So let's see if Zeta Division can bring this home a 2-0, or will Feasible Gaming 0 strike back in the set number 2.
Yeah, well, Shtampo sends himself to the realm instantly and leaving Suzuki to defend on his own. Leve trying to stay alive here, and round the back comes the Lily. 2 shots and he'll just retreat straight back to this corner and come back for another peek every now and again.
Yeah, Suzuku now cycling out in the mid. He's already got that super after getting the first kill. Now diving into the safe. This is the strategy. Slowly chip it away. 1 layer of that shield now shredded away. And Zeta Division, the all-in has begun. They're sending in Site Tampo. They're sending in Levy as well to throw in a little bit more damage. This should put the shielding at 50%. Second layer now teared open.
And Suzuku's already back and forwards, jumping and ready to take that on the next one. Chitampo will pick that up as well. 72-24. Feasible don't really seem in this, and Suzuku's still wailing away at this safe. Hypercharge used there from Asana, and Levy will come forwards, chuck a couple more little bits of ice cream on the safe. I don't know if that's going to get it done. It should be very close. 1% and 0. It does just tick it down. And Zeta Division, yet again, so heavily in control.
They're looking so pleased with each other as well. Levy, after throwing out that last shot, you can imagine he just puts the iPad down. He says, I got this, guys. Just send the AFK, just chill for a bit. It's a pretty easy set number 2. Feasible Gaming 0, what do they have to do, Trap, in order to even have a chance in this set?
Chitampo, yeah, coming forwards. I don't know what Feasible can do, to be honest with you. It's going to be very, very difficult. And the Miko really hasn't had the best of times either as the main damage dealer. Only got about 28%, I believe, in the last game. So not really what the Miko should be doing. Should be seeing far more than that. But Chitampo on the defense, defending it well. Doesn't pick it up just yet. The slow comes out, but it just hits the safe. And Levy's doing pretty much equal damage on the other side and actually taking over the lead now for Zeta Division.
It's crazy to think about the fact Feasible Gaming 0, they drafted such a defensive sort of defending lineup here in the back. Aisana now going to be taken down by Site Tampo. This is just really that mechanical diff coming out by Zeta Division. Now in game number 2, playing even better than game number 1. The all-in has begun. All 3 members of Zeta Division just barreling down, pummeling at the safe. Only 1 layer left, and Shizuku with 1 final jump lays his trap and detonates it on the Feasible Gaming safe.
Well, I mean, that's about as convincing as it can get for a game of Safe Zone, really, and especially if you're base racing at the end, and they still only managed to have 30% total, and I think maybe about 60% overall across the 2 games, but Zeta Division just absolutely dominating Feasible here. No, I don't think Feasible's drafts are, like, they're not that bad. They're just getting completely outskilled, completely outmatched, and yeah, definitely a bit of a mismatch in the first round here. Can't say we didn't expect it, considering Feasible came into this one as a relatively unknown team, and they faced off against Zeta Division. It's not really going to go their way ever.
Yeah, my call out kind of didn't age well there. I said mechanical maps could be a map where maybe the newcomers can score, where the strategies, the experience is not as needed as in other maps. But here, obviously, they got outskilled. The draft is phenomenal. They are showing us a Toxic Lotus special with that Miko. The Miko, not usually one to go for kills. We see it also reflected in the stats here. He just wants to go into save. He did a lot of save damage, but he's still just out damaged by that Lily on the other side. Chitampo, an absolute menace on that save spoo.
Yeah, I've got to say, you can copy someone's homework, but if you don't understand the thought process behind it, then it won't really work out for you. The way that Toxic Lotus generally plays the Miko is they don't draft two defensive brawlers with it. They always make sure that there's a hybrid of attack and defense, because that's the only way that you can sort of take pressure off the defense. Just constantly cycle between your attackers. And Feasible Gaming, they kind of interpreted the Miko pick a little bit differently and completely fell flat in that set.
I just love to be back at the desk with you, just to really dive into the analytical stats here with you. It's wonderful. Next map is going to be Triple Dribble. Now, Trev, that's a map that you costed quite a bit in recent times, so I'm sure you can tell us exactly what Feasible Gaming has to do to turn things around here. Still, it could be the last map we're seeing.
Yeah, Dab, you put me on the spot like that. I don't know exactly what they're going to be able to do, to be honest with you. No matter how they draft, no matter how they play, ZETA Division always seems to be the team on top and always the team with the better draft anyway. So, yeah, Feasible Gaming, they've got a lot of work to do here. Triple Dribble, obviously, is going to be their last chance to get something done in this monthly final. You know, they're new, they're fresh to esports in general. So, you know, coming in and having a game against ZETA Division, you know, their mentality is going to be a bit down after that, but you've just got to kind of watch it, learn from these kind of opportunities. And, you know, we can't count them out just yet. They haven't really been in the first two sets, but who knows? Maybe that, you know, they might be a Brawl Ball special team.
So Coach Trev has spoken. He doesn't even know what to do. So good luck, Feasible Gaming. I'm sure they can still show us something. Maybe they have some ace up their sleeves, Miko on Triple Dribble or something like that. Show us a shade against Chitampo. Feed them their own medicine. I don't know what they have to do, Spoo, but I want to see them win at least a set. I really have a heart for the underdogs here.
Yeah, I feel for them. I really, really do. They are going perhaps against the best team in the entire region, potentially one of the best teams in the entire world as their debut match. And now on a map of Triple Dribble, just want to point out, this was the famous fabled map that ZETA Division drafted triple tank 2 times in a row against EMEA and made it work. That to me is completely wild and just goes to show that ZETA Division, they really understand the limits of what their mechanics can pull on this map. So Feasible Gaming, I don't know what kind of magic they have to pull in this game, but they need to find it now. Bans coming in. We're seeing Kaze banned out again by ZETA Division. They just seem to not want to deal with this brawler.
Trev, Kenji technically left open. We just mentioned how they love to play triple tank. It's not going to be triple. B is going to be their first pick, but oh, Kenji's actually banned out by Feasible Gaming. Never mind. Hank as well. So a lot of those tanky options out of the way here.
Yeah, I mean, start off with a B as well. It kind of shows that ZETA Division are very aware that's what Feasible Gaming probably wanted to do. And, you know, you kind of expect that considering, you know, Triple Tank is one of the things that can just overrun quite a lot of comps and doesn't require massive amounts of mechanical skill. So probably would have been what they were going to be reaching for if ZETA Division left that opportunity open for them. But they kind of shut that off nice and early with the ban phase, with this early B pick. And Feasible kind of have to maybe pivot and go for this Juju.
I like it. I think it's a decent idea. You pick up one of the most poisonous throwers into a control type brawler. That does leave the other throwers like Barley and Willow relatively open. They've followed up with an Ashe, one of the most aggressive tanks, now that you can see this Hank has kind of been banned out. So it's kind of the next premium tank. So Feasible Gaming, a pretty logical draft so far. I don't see many big weaknesses here. ZETA Division though, they're going to be trying to develop threats of their own. Let's see if they opt to go for a wall break strategy or just double down on the tanks like, you know, typical ZETA Division style. Okay.
Well, it's in the shade, and honestly, yeah, I don't know if I like Feasible's chances as much now. Not that I like them too much regardless, but Shade is an absolute ZETA Division special on this map and many others. They make it work time and time again, and kind of allowing them to have that brawler is not going to bode too well for Feasible Gaming, I'd say, and especially when they've got this next pick still to come as well. Having a B, having a Shade, you know, it's great for them.
Wow.
Jackie's going to come in as well, and they're going to double down on that aggression, so I really like this from ZETA Division.
Really smart drafting as well from ZETA Division. The only real counter pick to shade the hate pick, so to speak, at that level is the Jackie. They pick it up themselves, and now they've trapped Feasible Gaming in a position where there may be no clean counter to the shade. They may have to find weaknesses in other places. But Feasible Gaming, man, as a last pick, I can't even predict what they might go. Are they gonna maybe opt for something like a Draco and double down on tanks themselves? Or maybe just go for another control pick, maybe like a Griff, maybe play for that unorthodox early game? Nah, they are gonna go for that Draco, try and compete in the tank front.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shout from them, about as good as it could get against what ZETA Division have got, what they've brought to the table. So, you know, I like this. The Draco, good shout as the last one, can survive a good amount of onslaught from the Jackie and the Shade, being those aggressive two brawlers from the ZETA Division side. But as we said, this is Feasible's last chance. Probably going to be a sweep for ZETA Division, but I really hope we see something from Feasible, get a couple of sets back, put up a fight against this absolute titan of ZETA Division.
Well, it all comes down to this, and right now, Levi already running it down. They managed to stop this offense, but ZETA is already deep inside the way. He gets taken down, though. Feasible Gaming, they stay alive.
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence there from ZETA Division. Went very aggressive off the start, and I think Levi had a bit too much kind of faith and hope in that Jackie to be able to walk that one in, but Suzuki going to be over this left-hand side, using the gadget now, trying to find Yukimi. Can't get anything too potent just yet onto him. Super going to be thrown down, but he is taken out. A bit of a waste there as Levi will just slide over to the left-hand side and clean that up for Suzuki. Slow comes in as well, and Shade going forward. So Sana, not sure what he can do about this. Pass comes forward. Shitampo doesn't drop the ball by going over those walls. And real nice stuff from ZETA Division. Calm, composed, and got from a defensive position to an offensive one very fast.
Hypercharge now from Suzuki and Site flanking on that right side. A two-sided offense here, pinching it through the walls, through every single person. Levi now with a super of his own. They're almost able to break through Feasible Gaming. But Aisana, nice in the form of the Dragon, managing to stabilize the game for now. Buy time for Feasible Gaming to return.
Oh, Hypercharge from the Ash here. Shitampo going forwards, should be able to clean up this Juju, and does. Yukimi trying to make a move down the right-hand side, but Levi cuts that off nicely for now. Gadget gonna come out of this B again. Levi pulling back in. Should go down and does. Leaves him a bit susceptible on defense here. Shitampo's a bit out of position, having to swing back. Asana gets hit hard though, and will super up Gadget as well. Yukimi coming in and will slide the ball in. A great answer from Feasible.
Great coordination there, great heads-up play to pass the ball backwards. Aisana leading the charge, but resetting the tempo now. ZETA Division, ZETA at large, once again in the backline, just clearing the way for Levi. But no, not being able to pop the super in time and pass the ball in. ZETA Division, they remain undeterred though. Site tries to go for the ball, but sniped down by Yukimi.
Yeah, again, going for this kind of overconfident play, I feel, from ZETA Division, like they can make these miraculous things happen. Really leaning into it, but they do have B if this goes to overtime, which is going to be pretty good. Pulled straight in. Asana can't even get a gadget off. Not sure if he had one available at that point either, though. Hypercharge comes in. Yukimi trying to make a move before overtime kicks in, because they're not going to have the best time in it. Levi will clean quite a lot of that up, but does go down as well. And now they're getting pinned a bit further back, which is going to be uncomfortable as these walls drop.
A great position here for Feasible Gaming. They need to capitalize this on though. Nonetheless, Suzuku opens up with a hypercharge. ZETA on the left side already diving in to fairly. Aisana now having to play on 1 HP, not getting the Dragon form off in time. Suzuku now very, very near the ball. The shots continue to pummel into the Feasible Gaming lineup. Here in this overtime, they're at a massive disadvantage.
You know, this Grigri providing some real issues as well. Survived for a long period of time. Now those rats come in. Should be able to be cleaned up pretty quickly. Not by the B, though. Shitampo trying to get some work done. Fairly gets brought back in by Levi and will be cleaned up. Slows there as well, but Asana coming in the Dragon form, trying to make the moves. Levi defending alone. Suzuki grabs it off the line, but two of them fall. And Feasible finally get a game on the board.
Incredible coordination, incredible overtime play there by Feasible Gaming. They had the ball control towards the end, and they knew that they just needed to dodge a little bit more shots from this 1B, and they had it in the bag. They kept it composed, defended the entire game, and I think they may have found themselves a way to beat the chink in the armor from ZETA Division.
Yeah, you keep making a move already. Might be able to slot this one in here. Opened at the back in ZETA Division. Caught sleeping in defense. And Feasible Gaming will take straight advantage of that. A super availed from Shitampo, and ZETA seems to be the one needing to do work now.
An uncharacteristic make from ZETA Division, but nonetheless capitalized. ZETA trying to go for a Hail Mary all by himself. Finding that critical weakness in the Feasible Gaming defense.
Shots from Suzuki are there. Shitampo will find a connection as well and get the super. Might want to go for a nice aggressive play. Oh, almost snuck it just past him. But a good defense from Yukimi again. And Shitampo sliding into the walls, trying to avoid, but getting hit pretty hard here. Goes behind them, trying to find some shots, but will fall down. Levi very low as well. And he will also be sent back to spawn. Now all these robotic rats coming in from the hypercharge. He will get connected on one of them. Hypercharge is there. Slows all round. 3 of them slow down. And Shitampo will be on cleanup duty here. Levy going as well. Hypercharge ready. Pass comes forward. But he's surely able to slot this one in anyway. Turns back. Thinks better of it as he doesn't believe he can get this goal in.
Respect given to the Feasible Gaming defense there. Zeta Division, they look so confident in their plays. But now, a small weakness in their plans. Shitampo, no super. That is the critical weakness that they have at the moment. Now he got it. Going straight for Fairly. He's going to execute one. Now left with the 2 tank. Levy, he needs to stop this ball from going through. Excellent play by him. 2 pulls. Back to back to back. But Yukimi remains at large. Corners the ball. Nowhere to go. Gonna fall now to that hypercharged shot from Suzuki. Ball control remains with Zeta Division.
Yeah, real close stuff here. Feasible Gaming seem a lot better in Brawl Ball than they are in other game modes. Asada trying to survive. Dragon Form used now. Suzuki have it going forwards. Might be able to walk this one on his own. Levy will use the hypercharge as well. Secure this goal and secure the match point for Zeta Division.
Through all that chaos, Zeta Division, they just go to show that they're the ones that bring the chaos. They're the ones that control the chaos, and they take advantage of it so well. A slight misposition there from Feasible Gaming is pretty much just what cost them the game. Nonetheless, 1 more to go. Will Zeta Division bring this home, or will Feasible Gaming start a comeback? It's not looking good, though, from the start.
Yeah, no gadget used there as well. And Shitampo just goes forward, should be able to slot this one in, and does. Surprising to see the Draco not use a gadget there to survive on a bit longer, and was punished for that as well. Dragon Form available at Shitampo. Back in this aggressive position once more, searching for the super.
Yeah, he's on the right side, just controlling it so well. Now slow onto Aisana. Shitampo dives in, but a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake, wasting that first shot to pick up the ball. Now, 1 member down. Feasible Gaming, they have the ball control in their pocket. They're gonna claim another kill in the form of Levy, and now spawn trapping Zeta Division in the base.
Shitampo in a bit of a tough position now as this Grigri comes forward. Good shots. And a good land there from Suzuki's gadget. Levi will pull fairly back. Not going to get the kill just yet, though, and still not. Shitampo going forward. Super wasted by Asana. Really unfortunate for him. Shitampo pops out of that wall there, but still does get the kill. Grigri coming forwards again. Shitampo leans in for the kill and doesn't get it. But Grigri will be cleaned up, and this should be a Zeta starting to move from the defense to the middle of the map.
Yeah, the tempo shifts back into Zeta Division's favor. Levy has a hypercharge at the ready, so does Suzuki. Anytime that they pop that purple button could be it for Feasible Gaming. Look out for Shitampo. Now the hypercharge from Suzuki. It's good, lands onto Fairly, creates a target for Levy, but he's just going to walk it in. Zeta Division exude confidence, and 3-0 Feasible Gaming off the face of the earth.
I mean, brilliant stuff there from Zeta Division. A little bit sketchy. I'm so glad we actually saw Feasible Gaming's kind of potential in that set. We saw them win a game. They had potential of winning a second there as well. Could have got a set for themselves. And I'm so glad that didn't end in 3-2-0s, because I'd have been a little bit upset that Feasible Gaming didn't get to show what they have to offer.
They managed to do something nobody managed to do in the April monthly finals. Zeta Division ran through with a clean 9-0, winning every single one of their matches without dropping a single set. So Feasible Gaming, a great showing, even though it's only a single game. And honestly, that Ash, the stats speak for themselves, Boo.
Yukimi, the standout for us all. 11 kills to his name. Fantastically, 3 goals as well. He's the one who is the playmaker, spotting out all these weaknesses and going for pretty sneaky plays, I would say. That one game that they won was really carried on his back.
They certainly did well picking up a tank themselves. Maybe don't let Zeta Division have their shades. Still, in 3 months' time, it seems like nothing has changed, and Zeta Division still likes to pick that brawler and does so well with it, Trev.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that teams aren't kind of clocking onto it and banning it out in maps like Triple Dribble, to be honest with you. It was more the same in Hard Rock Mine, so they could have used it there as well. So 2 real great shade maps that were available for Zeta Division. So I'm definitely surprised teams aren't starting to ban it out, because it just seems a brawler that they're inevitably going to be able to win with.
They did ban out some tanks, had to ban out the Kaze, for example, once again. Hank was banned, so leaving the shade open, it almost worked out for Feasible Gaming. So they had a great showing. Let's have a look at who else is coming up next, because Feasible Gaming is only one of the newcomers. Ace King is going to be up next against rival Esports. Spoon.
Yeah, 1 match down, 3 more remain in the quarterfinals. Rival Esports against Ace King. This is an interesting one because we haven't really seen the likes of Ace King just yet. 3 players that I think just kind of was assembled together and just, you know, they're making casual runs in the qualifiers and they casually qualify here. So, gonna be an interesting match to watch.
Kenji comes back after a year of playing. That's certainly going to be a match I'm looking forward to as well, to see his comeback. And now, first up there, we have the public voting one more time. On event.brawlstars.com, you can gain Pro Pass XP by voting, amongst other things, on your MVP. And of course, Trav, how often have we seen Stetampo now as the MVP? I think every single time.
Yeah, I think he's got a 100% MVP rate, to be honest with you. Not that he doesn't deserve it. He played well, great player, unreal, but definitely has that fan following behind him as well, making sure he's the MVP for most of the games.
He definitely is the MVP. For most people, he also got the most drawings, I think, in our Brawl Art fan contest. So, yeah, let's see if he will be MVP once again in the semi-finals. If ZETA Division can get into the finals in the end. First up, the rival versus Ace King, a match I'm looking forward to, and you get your predictions in the meantime. We're heading into a very quick break. Welcome back. We are in the East Asia June monthly finals. We are in the double point season, and Ark, I'm sure you have some big opinions about that. The double point season is the point where teams can turn things around. For Feasible Gaming, they almost turned things around. At least that game number 1 in Brawl Ball looked kind of good.
The game's a game, you know, that's what I say. But yes, certainly double points for the season. I mean, scary stuff, right? You've got a massive opportunity ahead of yourselves to really catapult your way forwards, or, you know, drop the ball and you're going to get left behind quite literally. And that's a scary prospect for teams in other regions, like, you know, EMEA, for example. I think reply total this month can go from like 8th to potentially 2nd place, which is crazy when you think about that in the whole grand scheme of things. So very much teams are going to be on the ball this month.
And especially for teams that are sitting in 5th spot, for example. Rival Esports is going to be up next, sitting in 5th right now. Double points are going to come in handy if they manage to win against the newcomers, Trev, Ace King.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to look at it from this point of view as well. For rival esports, the teams who are just below them, you know, they're not really in this multi-final. So this is a huge opportunity to make sure they're guaranteeing themselves, you know, this, not only this 5th place, but moving up as well, higher towards those 4ths, those 3rds. So yeah, rival esports have got a lot lying on this game. Ace King, not so much, but definitely going to be a banger.
And the man that we just see here in the camera, we talked to him for a little bit about their expectations for this summer split.
チームの状態が最初の2月からだんだん良くなっていっているんで、今順位が確か5位なんですけど、もっと上の順位を目指せるように頑張りたいと思います。上位5チームの中では今ポイント一番低いんですけど、やっぱダブルポイントでってなっ
中でなってくると、まあ優勝2回とかできたらチャンスはあるんじゃないかなって思ってるんで、まあ期待はしてます。
Keep in mind that thanks to ZETA's success at the Brawl Cup, we now have an additional LCQ slot in this region. Means Rival Esports can still make it to that tournament arc.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, I feel like certainly at this stage of the season, any team that can really rise to the plate can get to LCQ and beyond. I mean, it's really quite a realistic prospect. It just comes down to adaptation. That's the thing for me. How quickly can you kind of keep up with the meta and bring something out of the back pocket which you've been keeping to yourselves?
Mameshi did say they've been looking better with every single month they played. In this monthly qualifier, they upset NAVI to even make it into the monthly finals 3-2 in the end. And NAVI is looking mighty strong. So Rival, definitely a team to look out for. Not an easy opponent for Ace King. 3 new players on the scene. Trev, one of them is fairly familiar though.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of Kenji is a huge name in Brawl Stars, hasn't really been around much recently, and the same with Wahochi as well, another big name. Sanikama is kind of a new name to me, and honestly, he does look quite young, so I'm not sure if he's kind of just turned 16 or something, but yeah, this is 2 very recognizable names and a bit of a newcomer, at least to my eyes. So Ace King, they've definitely got potential. Rival Esports at the moment just seem to be the team to look out for in this matchup.
We don't only know Kenji coming back after a year of not playing ARC, we also know Wahochi. He played in Effort Result. They did qualify for 2 monthly finals, so he brings some experience with himself as well, in addition to that team that will certainly help them prevail even against Rival Esports.
Yeah, tough appearances, losing to Navi and Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinal stages with Effort Result, but nonetheless, I mean, qualifying in itself is something which you've got to give a hand to teams to be able to do in this region. It's so competitive, so tough to break through, and for a team like Ace King, of course, they haven't qualified for a monthly final yet, so this is the first appearance for this team, for this squad. Obviously, Wahochi has qualified himself, but as a team, as a unit, this is their first monthly final. Kenji, of course, from a relatively modest roster back in 2022 of ZETA Division 1. Don't know whether you've already heard of them at all.
No, not really, but what were those predictions? Yes, we know Kenji, but still, it was 57% for the side of Ace King here. The people at home have decided, they've spoken, and Trev, they seem to think that those newcomers can actually beat Rival Esports in the quarterfinals.
I mean, that's really surprising to me, you know. People who have been watching the competitions all year long know Rival Esports are an incredibly capable roster, and they won't have seen this Ace King name or logo before. So kind of maybe just throwing a bit of a shot in the dark in terms of taking a bit of a risk on Ace King, which honestly I don't blame them for. They've got some extremely capable players, as we've already touched on, but yeah, I think your money's kind of got to be on Rival in my opinion. The Chuck, the Eve, and the Bell going to be banned out for Rival. Ace King get rid of the Bow, the Amber, and the Melody as well. They do have the first selection though. And Sadakama just chilling here with his Nita Bear and having a good time.
I'm looking for brawlers like Bonnie here. Yeah, first pick. Yeah. It is very much the first pick brawler of this region now. It's kind of interesting to see how that kind of shift has taken place. Good bans for me all round so far. I mean, Bell is definitely not the biggest of bans for me, and that's why Lumi's going to escape through. Quite a scary prospect. Charlie as well, as we've seen valued so highly in this region. Much for more defensive purposes though. So combining it with the Bonnie makes a lot of sense to take that away from Ace King. Draft flying through now as well. Colt coming through. Scary stuff. Leaving that brawler on the safe. You can't do that. And of course, Lily as well, a brawler which can just use the round to scoot forwards and if left untouched, can literally just shred through the safe, and most importantly, those safe stages now as well.
I mean, this was one of the fastest drafts I've ever seen up to this point, but I mean, yeah, I like both sides so far. Obviously, Lumi took a little bit of a nerf in terms of that star power, which was, you know, one of the main reasons she was really good. And not to say she's not good now, she's still very capable, but the star power definitely helped her out quite a lot. Didn't really get to catch that last brawler there, but Ace King overall have a pretty good composition here. You see it going to be the, well, obviously we still can't even see what the other brawler is, but Kenji off to a wild start. It's going to be the Miko up top, and honestly, I think we could have expected that.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a mistake to leave Lumi open. I think Lumi's still very strong. I mean, the star power you're referring to is half-time. It's just down from 2 seconds of slow down to 1 second of slow. That's still enough to get the job done. And of course, for a map like this as well, Lumi's got great deniability on the area as well. So having that Look at this defense though from Terry. Nice stuff from him. 22% on both sides. The safe is even. Lumi's still a threat. You've got to ban it still, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Terry just pivoting to the mid, ready to defend against the Lily once more. Can't really super in on Terry here, as he would be able to drop... Oh, that was a little bit of a super waste there. I'm not sure if he auto-aimed it towards the safe or kind of maybe thought he was going to be able to teleport onto it. But Wahochi not having the best of times defending IC here, and now Rival Esports gaining up quite a substantial lead, and especially with Kenji coming back to defend and hitting nothing.
Now Rival Esports in a fantastic spot to get this final shred done. Terry then bringing out the spiders as well. Meshi from the right hand side has got the piercing ability, and that's, we'll see, the safe handled nicely there by Rival Esports, because it was looking pretty close. Again, a team like, Ace King, despite having not qualified for a monthly final, you gotta take them seriously. They've got a lot of credible players on their roster, but a bit of a close call for that first game nonetheless. Rival Esports do come forward and they do claim that first game. Sets, of course, still up for grabs. Helps a lot with that Charlie on the defense for sure, but it's the one reservation that I have for this region. It's very much an East Asia pick.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was kind of just they were on a lockdown offense, and then the Lily wasted super, and that kind of just lost them all control. So maybe they're going to be able to play things a little bit differently. Jump comes in from Wahochi here, gets a good bit of damage, actually. Doesn't last long, but still managed to secure like 17%. Regardless of that, though, Ace King are still behind. Rival Esports defending well, and Terry, obviously, against this Lily on Sanakama, just does so well on the defense. Meshi not having the same look though, but it still doesn't get him any days anyway. Incredible there from Sanakama, but we now see the Miko just running straight back up. Good damage from the Colt and the Bonnie, but pretty much evened out just a few jumps on safe.
Really, really impressive Lily plays. I've got to be honest now, hypercharged well to Terry. Sanakama's going crazy on his bottom left, and now on the safe as well. Now that second stage will fall. The 49% mark, so a little bit of delay now until the damage can continue to rain down, but Kenji is in place, and again, it's been such a long time that I've forgotten just how good and how dangerous Kenji is on that Colt. But it is actually Rival Esports that have just managed to gain a little bit of a lead down the top right-hand side in the meanwhile, so neck and neck now, just about 6% differential, but it is the aggressiveness here of Ace King going forwards, and that is the last safe stage. Kenji on the safe as well, tapping away. Will he go down to this defense with Meshi? He's still there. Finally, it's cleared up, but 1% on the other side of things. It's defended by Ace King. Can Rival Esports get the final shred of damage before this body chop comes in? Oh no! Oh, 1% was the differential, and Ace King tie it up.
Yeah, really nice from Ace King there. A great defense overall, and just you saw the Miko almost having that ammo back to finish it off, but couldn't quite get it done as all members of Ace King were respawning. And then the body jump's obviously going to be able to get to the safe faster than a Lumi running. So nice stuff from Ace King, and as you said, they're one to watch out for. Huge names on this roster like Kenji and Sanakama playing phenomenally as a player I haven't really heard of. His Lily plays have been unreal.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, by the way. For plays like he's been able to demonstrate so far, I would have expected to hear a bit more about him from the scene, but it's just beautiful work, and I can see now that they've got that Charlie for the defensiveness as a necessity, really, but is it enough? That's the question. A good start, offensive-wise, for Rival Esports, but the damage is raining on the other side of things from Ace King as well now. 76% now, but Kenji comes in. That's the thing with the safe now, is that immunity is going to take away a great amount of the aggressiveness of what she was bringing there. So good, nice, clean defense by Rival Esports.
Yeah, hypercharge ready to go for Terry as well here. Meshi just going to drop that ice. Nice positioning on that actually as well. Kind of just dropped on himself with the gadget. Terry's going to go in. Well, I mean, Terry's going to be taken down, by Sanakama, and the shield will pop just in time and delay quite a lot actually for them to get this defense. Terry's running straight out at Kenji. Nice stop there as well from Lumi, and Sanakama should be cleaned up. Really nice defense, and now 3 of them going to be on the offense for the remaining 19%.
Oh, look at Meshi now, able to get to the safe as well. Terry here as well, straight into the cocoon as well. Good damage into where she's still staying alive on such low HP. Allows Meshi to get it done. The Rival Esports, they'll take the set, but something tells me this one is far from done. Ace King had a really, really good showing in that set, to be completely honest.
Got to be a bit scared if you're Rival here, I feel, because they have won it, but so close. And coming into this, you can't. I'm sure Rival will have expected to come into this, not walk it, but feel a bit more confident in how close that game was. Ace King, huge one to watch out for. 2 big names and a player who's surprising me massively.
I'm loving the closeness of these matches, especially that set number 2 or game number 2. Ace King actually takes it, but he could not get any closer in Heist. We see a lot of kills here going down on both sides. Kenji at the call, just completely focused on the save. Wahashi as well. Bunny coming back big time, Ark. It's the second time we see her picked up here on a Heist map.
Yeah, it's just a brawler which is catapulted into the forefront of the first pick brawlers. It's not really on the bans, but it's up there in the most picked. I mean, statistically, I'm looking at here on my side of things about 143 appearances in scrims across the teams that are competing this month over the past 2 weeks. Up there as the top pick of 50%. So it's just one of those brawlers which is not really in the banning phase, it seems, but is a first pick brawler to have. And again, with Charlie being so much of a brawler which is picked up here in this region as well, then they're not banning for that reason, because if they pick Bonnie, they're just going to pick Charlie on the other side of the field. So it just seems to be that kind of way.
Talking about scrims here, the scrim rates for Ace King weren't the best, but this first set looked very promising from them. I do want to see them pick up a bit more games, maybe even more sets. It could be very close here on the next one. Trev, you feel like they have a chance to maybe make it a set, not only a game?
Yeah, they absolutely have a chance. I think Shooting Star's probably not the ideal map for them to come out to have coming up next. It's one of the maps where a more polished team is probably going to come out on top most of the time. Last one was definitely more of a scrappy map, and even at that, it was scrappy draft as well in terms of having those brawlers who were just running aggressive time and time again. The Miko, the Lily, very different vibe to how this one's going to be played, and I do feel like this maybe plays into Rival's hands a little bit more.
Rival is playing for the LCQ slot still. Double point season incoming, and now every single monthly final counts double as much. They want those points towards those tickets. Fans coming in now. Ark, we have RT, Jean, and Bell on the side of Ace King. First pick is on the side of Rival Esports, yet still they do ban out Jae Young, a brawler that we haven't seen today so far. One of the new brawlers that could be coming in handy if he's ever not banned out.
Lumi's open too. Yeah, it's gonna say the obvious right now off the get-go. I mean, it's a brawler which I don't think is necessarily the best on this particular map, but it's certainly a dangerous one. Grey as well, definitely gonna be open here. Kaze, just gonna put it out there. Could see something crazy. She's a ninja after all and can go into that form. But Nani, Piper, those kind of brawlers still open in this kind of situation. Byron as well, so that could be spelling something of a supporting role. Be able to push someone forwards like an Ollie. So I like the approach from Ace King, but it also against the range, and yeah, the Nani could be paired with Piper here as well for absolute danger.
Yeah, I think that Nani was kind of expected. It's competent at the short range, big burst damage when the Ollie comes forward onto him, and the same at long range as well to be able to deal with them when they're not so pushed up. Piper, it wouldn't be a bad shout. I do just think it'll obviously suffer at that short range when Ollie comes forwards. It gives him a target that he's actually going to be capable against. Whether if they go something else, then maybe wouldn't be able to come forwards. But yeah, I do still think Piper pretty valid. Obviously, the homemade recipe is a dangerous thing to have on your side. We'll see what they do select in just a second. Not coming through, but yeah, you kind of expect it to be long range or just an all-out tank counter to get rid of. Oh, it's going to be the Lumi. And you did mention the Lumi being a very good brawler. It's just not necessarily a shooting star brawler, so we'll see how that fares.
Ironic, really, considering that she has morning stars, isn't it? But this just doesn't feel like a great map for her, in my opinion. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the very map where we saw her come in and then actually lost in the BSC, but I could be wrong. It was definitely down in South America, but it's just not really catered to her. She can lock down a little bit of the lane side with the freeze, but not really too much in that. Final pick was a Piper, and I was going to say they can't really pick a Piper into a Nani. So a really bit of an interesting decision there by Ace King. They have got the advantage of having the Byron for the heals, so that there is that option available to them. But yeah, a bit of a surprising brawler pick. I mean, Nani is a terrible matchup for a Piper to play into.
Yeah, well, the Peep coming forwards now. We'll see if that makes a connection. Looping around, going for Kenji here. Doesn't find him. A little unfortunate there, and I thought that would have been kind of a tied-on hit, but not the case, clearly. Wahochi just getting his super now. Morningstar still laying on the floor, covering that pathway. Now recalled, and IC will go down. Hypnotized and brought to his knees by Sanikama.
Oh, the break wasn't quite there for Kenji. Just very rare that you ever see that left-hand side broken half there. But did connect nicely onto Icy before. That Hobe recipe was not the greatest, though. And now, The aggressiveness of Rival Esports is paying off. A nice flying hook in by Icy on the left-hand side. We're actually going to throw the splash down as well. And that protective pirouette should see that Icy does not diminish down. So nice place from him. Brings Rival Esports, however, back into the mid. With Hypercharge, Kenji might be choosing to knock Mameshi out of this. Oh, it gets him taken down and jumps away in just the nick of time. Lovely stuff from Kenji.
Yeah, well, no return to sender was a little bit surprising for me. And just that one kill's going to bring it back. And they don't deserve this win at all if they get it, because Ace King have been the better team in this matchup. But, you know, they get the kill, 3 stars and the blue off of Ace King. And now they are in the lead with 20 seconds left. And this is a composition that they can be very aggressive with. You know, this Byron Ollie composition is, this is the position they want to be in, going towards the opposition.
10 seconds on the clock, in a dangerous position with an Ollie coming in with Hypercharge and Super as well. Now there's the Hypnosis there, brings down the Nanny, the jump away, Icy still staying alive here, 6 stars to Ace King. They managed to seal it and steal it. Great stuff, the game goes their way. This set, though, again, still continues to battle on. Probably the 50-50 match of this quarterfinals, in my opinion, now we're seeing unfold, and that was not my opinion coming in. Certainly, I was not underestimating Wochi and Kenji because of their experience, but I wasn't expecting quite this much of a back and forth, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good position for Ace King to be in. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they prefer to be in the lead more, but with this composition, you know, you want to be going into the opposition in those aggressive positions, and you know, thankfully for them, they had that capability of turning it around. Blue Star goes this way again, and another kill does as well, as Icy will bring down Wahochi. Good shots from Mameshi as well, getting Piper low and forcing Byron to heal him in the backlines.
I see, dangerous. Claims a star and should be able to escape away, but great taps from where she's got to be said. And Icy might fall here, and he does. Lovely stuff from that Byron, because that is not an easy brawler to really kind of target against the Carl. So bringing some much needed stars over to his team, but as quickly as that, yeah, return the other way as Mameshi finds Kenji and that Nanny pick, and now he's the one with 4 stars above his head.
Yeah, such an anticlimactic kill though, isn't it, really, when you see Pete just one-shot Piper? That's more like it. Kenji will get that kill on the right-hand side. Sanakama forced to be healed up by Byron here. Kenji jumping away. Sanakama wanting to stay aggressive, but not being allowed now. Peep comes in. Will have to loop it around if he wants to be able to bring down Kenji. Choosing to pivot and go for Byron. Gets the hit, but not the kill, as he's a little bit more healthy than Piper.
Well, Mameshi does need to heal up as the highest stars. Oh, look at that freeze from Terry. Beautiful stuff, forcing back, and the stun as well. Does find the pick up there of Wochi. There's Hypnosis though. An immediate response from Sanakama. Hypercharge now going to come down, but it will not find Kenji. And actually, Wochi is going to fall to that peep just above him. Icy trades 16 now for Rival Esports, the 9 of Ace King. They have the blue and time for a final push, but it's going to be tight.
Yeah, this is much more like it from Rival Esports, but still can be turned around. Oh, maybe not now, as he gets that double connection and cleaned up by IC. Terry and IC with a beautiful combination on the right-hand side there. Really nice stuff from Rival Esports, and a phenomenal shooting star set we've got on our hands here.
Really solid. Really solid. I mean, such an exciting showing. I would like to see a little bit more of a back and forth in terms of the set, so I wouldn't go against a bit of a bias here. Go on, Ace King, gets one on the board, bring it to a 5th and final, no less. This kind of deserves it for me so far. Again, in the draft, I wasn't too convinced with some of the matchups, but I'm definitely convinced of the scoreline so far. It deserves to be as even as it is.
Yeah, Wahochi caught wandering here, and surely will be taken down. Icy in a bit of a susceptible position now, though can't get back as Kenji was cutting off that avenue. Almost clipped by Mameshi there as well. Sanakama in a very aggressive position, and once again, a homemade recipe will come out, but trading shots with Mameshi as he's quite low. Byron will heal him up, and a good aggressive position for Ace King now.
Again, another good freeze. Kenji really out of position and relying on these Byron heals. There's a nice connection there from the people as well. Sanakama in a dangerous spot, but juking wondrously well. But there is the stun. No escape. 5 stars in the blue now for Rival Esports, and a solid showing on this defense. Realistically here, the Byron is the only thing keeping Kenji able to go on the aggressive. A nice their return to send a pop from Mameshi is going to deter the shots of Kenji, and another freeze cycling forwards, but the Ollie is dangerous, and again, the Hypnosis cannot be overstated now. He'll be seeking forwards as well, trying to find a target. It's going to be Icy, but Icy's got the speed to get away. Huge blunders from Ace King, and it will be punished by Rival Esports.
I mean, that is huge from Icy again. He's been the real star man in the shooting star set. Peep coming out. Mike Gov Kenji gets the kill as well. 13-0. And from the first game to the last two, it's night and day for Rival Esports. Completely ironed out the issues in this composition that they had in the first. Sanakama will go down as well, and that's just got to be defeat for Ace King. There's still time. There's still enough stars on the map for them to be able to bring it back. But yeah, it's getting further and further away from them as the seconds go by.
I feel like I may have jinxed this one, not gonna lie.
I think so too.
Because, yeah, until this point in time, okay, they got 5 stars, but I mean, it was still just dominance, sheer dominance of a showing there from Rival Esports, and that's a really tough way to enter a third set, isn't it? When you had a back and forth, neck and neck all the way, and then you get absolutely stomped to be 2 sets down. That feels bad, isn't it?
It really does, and both times they at least take a game, but it still isn't enough to take the set in the end. Trev, you mentioned it. It was night and day between that first set and the third. In the first 2 sets, Carl gets the blue star. IC does a phenomenal job at that, but then both times he goes down immediately. The blue star switches sides, and there was an opening for Ace King to get at least the first game. The second game, they still had everything under control. IC Memeshi on 8 and 7 kills here arc. Beautiful.
Yeah, just, I mean, the synergy that you were seeing there between the Lumi and the Carl, and everything was just so together, wasn't it, in that final game by Rival Esports? And they just capitalized on so many moments where, you know, Ace King were just out of position, separated, segregated. You kind of need to do that with the Byron on the field, and you see there, I see just beautiful Carl play there with the hypercharge as well. He was unstoppable and had the support most importantly. So really deservingly so for Rival Esports. Can they seal it now? Can we see some back and forth again? Ace King has certainly got the roster, they've certainly got the tech, but have they got the composure? Because these are 2-1 scorelines every step of the way so far.
Draft-wise, I saw the vision on the side of Ace King with the Ollie and the Byron. In the end, it didn't really work out. Ollie didn't really close the gap between himself and his opponents. On the other side, we had that Lumi as last pick. She was left open, and yes, she did get nerfed, but it was only her 1 star power that received a little tiny nerf. Her star power half-time is now reduced from 2 to 1 second of a slow duration, so it didn't hurt her too much, and they still chose to play the star power. So she's definitely still good, even with that SP. So yeah, I don't know why she was picked up a bit earlier. Let's see if she's going to be open here as well. Bot zone, open business, certainly a map that I would expect her as well, Trev.
Yeah, I hope she is banned out here, to be honest with you. I think this is one of the maps where she would be extremely good. And, you know, kind of, we were questioning a little bit whether or not she was going to be capable in the last one, but obviously, when you're playing up against an Ollie, you're going to be completely fine at getting your super when he's coming aggressive and doing a good job against it. Bans are here, and she remains in play. Lou is going to be the first pick there for Ace King. And the Grey, Barley, and B going to be banned out from Rival Esports. Kaze's coming in. We get to see her for the first time now, along with a Lou. Oh, me, that is disgraceful. These 2 brawls that they've managed to pick up, incredible. Obviously with the Griff, the Finks, and Hank band on the other side, and it was a loose selection, but Rival, really good composition so far.
Draco, Barry, I mean, they're still around. Frank, big hefty tank with the Hanks band. Frank, in my opinion. Let's see how Ace King are feeling, but already, I mean, Lumi, Kaze, I mean, disgusting brawlers. I'm still a bit unsold on Kaze, gotta be honest. I find it quite underwhelming, to be frank. Let's see. Draco's a great start for Ace King. I would not mind the heals, and Berry is the best brawler to be able to combine with it, in my opinion, but let's see how they're feeling. Finks as well, being banned out, so smart choice. Jae Young, I don't mind it. Good speed, good heals. Work hard, play hard, love it. Good to see him come through.
Yeah, I feel like Jae Young hasn't really been sold to us that much. I haven't seen him enough in competitive to be like, oh, okay, you know, he's absolutely incredible. Off the start, when he first came out, it was played a fair amount, but now it's kind of just like, shows up here and there. Cordelia is going to be the last one for Rival Esports, and, you know, I have to agree with you. I haven't seen enough from Kaze. Having played her a little bit, I'm not massively convinced, but obviously that's in my hands, and I have more faith in Rival Esports making it work than me, sadly.
Well, this will be the debut of Kaze, the first ultra legendary brawler in the game. So I'd love to see it just demonstrated wondrously well. It's, you know, again, it's a very challenging brawler to get your thumbs around. You've got the geisha mode, the ninja mode, which you can then also tap 1 green button to go between as well, depending on what you're running, and immediately there is what we're seeing with IC now. So ninja mode with the ability to go invisible as well, so those shots as well be able to be shot at a longer range, of course. And I see going straight onto Kenji, on the middle now as well. And that force field means that you're going to take damage if you leave it as well. So
Sanakama will be picked up here, and it was pretty even until that point. Terry quite low, but I see in a great position. Hypercharge used there as well, and now going forward, just dashing in, getting some damage. Terry will just slide straight onto here because Wahouchi really isn't finding any shots, so he's not in too much pressure in that situation. Wahouchi just going to stay alive. Meshi gets the super onto him, but he did survive regardless. Sanakama stood right in front of Mesh as he comes out of this zone and just cycling this. I don't know if there's ever, since he got the first one, not been a Kaze super on the map.
yeah, it's brutal, isn't it? It really is. And I'm loving this Cordelius, by the way. I mean, Draco was notorious for being able to stay on the mid, and with the last stand as well, Gadget being able to just survive on, and they're just immediately eradicating it from the mix with Terry. I think it's really smart drafting here from Rival Esports.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, the Cordelius is crazy. Lockdown there as well, and Mameshi and Icy will pick that one up. More ice on the map, and Sanakama coming back in, but I don't know how long he's going to be living for. Relmed, but did get the gadget off just in time. Wahouchi's going to fall low, and Kenji just coming up the map, and yeah, kind of losing hope in Ace King a little bit here. Icy just going to dash straight in, get some damage. Kaze hypercharge again, dashing forwards, getting 2 more kills, and cycling out the hypercharge too. This is... yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think maybe it was me that was the issue with Kaze and not kind of the brawler.
Yeah, possibly. But having spoken to a lot of the pros, they are saying that it is a bit underwhelming. I kind of take that kind of side of things, but it makes sense to be played on this mode. It really does. When you've got the Phantom as well, you can remove ammo as well. 34% of the ammo from brawlers initially caught in it, and that is really quite devastating when you're trying to play the objective and you can't defend yourselves whilst you're doing it. A really tough position to find themselves in. So here, I think it was a bit of a ban that Ace King maybe underestimated, actually.
Sanakama will fall as well, used the gadget, but really didn't get too much back from it as Terry kind of just held off and then finished him off when he came out of it. I see. Does have a super again. Oh, double lockdown again. That should be cleaned up. Sanakama doesn't have a gadget at the moment either, as he used it just before dying last time. And we'll see Icy swoop in and get that kill. Mameshi might be able to get Wahouchi here in the backlines, but they're just ignoring him like he's doing nothing. They are just leaving him.
Meshi dangerous here. Gonna get the stun though, and then gets the flank around as Kenji can't really tell him. And Sanakama all alone, 3 versus 1. It's only gonna go one way at 70% now on the objective to only 6 by Ace King. You're gonna feel like it's now or never for a push because Ace King have not been in this game, not by a long shot.
Yeah, Kenji on the zone finally. Gadget popped as well. Gonna find a shot onto IC. Nothing more. Terry realming Sanakama and having that one-on-one fight. He couldn't use gadget whilst in there, but Terry still didn't get the kill. We're up to 80% now, and Sanakama finally getting some work done. Good damage. Gadget being used, not really to any benefit, as he didn't get down to that 1 HP anyway.
Oh, I see there as well. Another fan storm onto the mid, and again aggressing. Wahouchi forced out there as well. The left-hand side throws down freeze of his own. Quickly taken care of. There is a bit more fuel left in the tank for Ace King, but it is dwindling, and now straight into the round for Sanakama. And again, that Draco just can't do anything at all. Can't bring in the objective, can't put out any damage. That Dragon mode is just completely wasted in that regard there as well. Hypercharge from Wahouchi does clip the top left-hand side. A bit of hope still remains for Ace King, as there's about 1 minute left on the clock, but I feel like if Rival Esports can just get one final push, and this could be it, they should be able to seal this and remove force to the semis.
Cycle that as well, and a 2v1 whilst on 1 HP is not going to go your way. Almost frozen out, but that percentage is going to take all the way up to 100, and an anticlimactic ending to a very close series overall. No sets go Ace King's way, and Rival Esports will sweep it 3-0.
A match that I think deserves to go to the 4th or maybe even the 5th and final set, in my opinion, but nonetheless, Rival Esports gain that back into their hands and fully deserving the semi-finals, in my opinion.
I don't want to be like that, but I kind of called it. You need to ban Lumi or pick her up yourself. Otherwise, you're going to lose this set. She's kind of the better Lu in that sense. She has the green button that she just gets those freezing zones for free. A lot of area control, and Hot Zone is all about area control. 13 kills on that Cordelius. I read in chat that people were really not a fan of this brawler. I hope your mind is changed now.
Yeah, I mean, Terry with 13 kills is really, really solid. I mean, he's pretty much just controlling Sanakama all the way through, which is very unfortunate for him, but really nice stuff from Terry Mameshi as well, most DPS. All members of Rival doing their part, doing exactly what they need to do. So many Kaze supers were coming out, and, you know, even if the brawl's underwhelming, some players will be able to make it work inevitably anyway.
Ace King had more votes from the public, 57% it was in the end, but they didn't take a single set. Came close a couple of times, but it just wasn't meant to be. And then also, remember, Rival is still fighting for that LCQ slot. It's not going to be an easy run for them today. Up next is ZETA Division Arc.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly looking like a pretty stacked bracket, isn't it? I mean, you don't really want to go against ZETA Division, but Rival Esports, I mean, this is a great showing from them this month so far. Up next, we've got Reject versus Frenzy Gaming as well. Crazy Raccoon versus NAVI is set to be an absolute banger. That's probably my favorite match of the day. But, I mean, it could have easily been the last one that we just saw because it was so close, it could have gone all the way.
We had 2 3-0s so far. Let's see if the next one is going to be a little closer. It's going to be Reject versus Frenzy Gaming. Both of them had already have some monthly final showing, so it should be a little closer. First up, though, is the MVP vote once again. And Trev, who's it going to be? What do you think? Quick!
I'm just going to wait until it says it so I don't get it wrong. Mameshi is going to be the MVP. Knew it all the way through. Was 100% sure it was going to be him. Real nice stuff then from Mameshi and all the guys on Rival Esports as well. I feel like that could have gone to anybody, but it's really hard to predict on that one. All 3 members of Rival Esports, as I said, in that last set, doing their part. And a well-earned semi-finals for them.
He's the team captain after all. He did also do the interview, so it makes a lot of sense that he's the MVP arc.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, he's just got aura, hasn't he? I mean, this region's got a lot of that going around, and you know, he was, again, a really solid start for his team today. In the semi-finals, really good stuff from Rival here today.
We give you a little bit of time to lock your predictions in for quarterfinal number 3 and 4, and also go grab a snack. We're going to be back in a second. We're back with the East Asia Monthly Finals. We're in June already. Brawl Cup is gone and done. And yeah, we have one more LCQ slot in this region. And there's still a couple of teams that can claim it. One of them is Frenzy Gaming. They have a strong opponent though. It's Reject. And Spoo, we get you back. We get Trev out of the way finally. What do you have to tell us about those two teams?
Well, I've got something to say, and it's that Frenzy Gaming made some bold statements when we asked them some questions. Dan Shari looking mighty confident coming into this. Not sure if he's trolling here, but he did say that he would destroy Reject, which is once again just looking so confident. We're seeing Shu and Melty just chilling there. Melty rocking a new hairstyle every single month.
How fitting that we have a beautiful graphic just made for Melty as well. We have the wrong hair color, I think, but that's not that important. They came second twice. They definitely underperformed in the spring split arc, but they still sit in that second slot. They have the world final slot as of now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to explain it, just in case. Always the bridesmaid is a phrase, right? We saw it actually in the grand finals of the the Wildfires in 2022. Ubers Fraser, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It's a second place reference there. But, I mean, he looks fantastic. He looks great in a dress. I would know. I've worn many in my time. But, yeah, I mean, this team is dangerous. Let's just, get down to brass tacks here. Reject have had 2 grand final appearances this year in monthly finals. Yes, they did lose both. Once to ZETA, once to Crazy Raccoon. But certainly, to be able to make them consistently is what is going to be said there.
I have a little request now. Either I want to see an ARC picture with a dress, or I
just
want
me
to see production.
Wearing one, eh?
Or that. Or I want to see
some of your wardrobe. I'm down.
such a beautiful graphic also done by production about ARC. I would like to see you in a bridesmaid's dress, please. One team, Reject, a very strong team, is sitting in that second spot at the moment in the leaderboard in East Asia. On the other team, we have a fierce opponent. It's Frenzy Gaming sitting in 5th right now, and Spoo, they still have a chance, still fighting for that LCQ slot.
Yeah, pretty much. They are just 2 points behind rival Esports, and they've already made it through that qualifier. They're still in the race, though, currently now at 115 points. The 2 main candidates to claim that coveted additional 1 LCQ spot. So let's see if Frenzy Gaming can survive the quarterfinals against this monstrous opponent.
First up, we spoke to Betterman. We wanted to hear what he has to say about his opponents. We also talked to Danjari, asking him the same question.
フレンジングゲームはいいチームだと思うんですけど、僕たちがしっかり母校します。
僕が思うリジェクトの強みはやっぱ個人技。各々の PS が高いところにあると思っていて、また、弱点もそこにあると思ってて、各々の PS が高いがゆえにスクリームで編成不利が気づけてないのではないかと、全部編成有利で片付けてしまっているのではないかと思うんで、ピックが下手くそなのかなと思ってます、リジェクトは。
Frenzy Gaming and Rival are both still fighting for the LCQ slot. Sorry. Frenzy Gaming is hoping that Rival doesn't make it too far. They already won their quarterfinal, so there's that. And they're also hoping that they can win their quarterfinal match right now to gain some points. Now, Ark, we all said Reject is gonna win this one. Why is that?
Because they've always made at least the semis, and that can't be said for Frenzy. That's the thing for me here. You know, if they are to do unthinkable in this quarterfinals, it'll be Reject's worst performance to date. That's a big thing to bet on, I would say, when it comes to predictions. I personally don't think that it's going to happen. It could happen, and if it does, it's double points. You know, again, we're talking a lot about kind of teams and their road to the LCQ spot, but let's not forget that any of these teams can really kind of battle past and even make it to Wales as a result of this second half of the season. So this is the time for upsets. If Frenzy are down to do it, I'm down to see it. I just don't think it's likely.
This is the time for upsets, and Spoo, I think we also have a lot to talk about that tomorrow. Before we head into the next region, though, still in East Asia, we're looking at the predictions, and this time around, the team that we put in as favorites is also favorited by the public.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more one-sided, but then again, you know, all of us here at the panel all 100% chose Reject as well. That is true. They've made every single semi-final. They are the second-seeded team in the region. According to Frenzy, they have pretty trash picks, but let's see if that actually happens here in the draft.
We have the bans in already. The 2 most picked brawlers in the Brawl Cup are banned out by Frenzy Gaming. It's Gus and Finks. They're going to be picking up Nanny as their first pick. We are in hideout, so range is certainly something you want to have on your team, Arc.
Yeah, I mean, the range game is, you know, where a lot of brawlers play, especially on maps like hideout as well. So stuff for me so far seeing that. And bans wise, again, Lumi is escaping through a bit too much for me at the moment. I'm not feeling that is a positive sign. It's, again, about the maps and modes, whether it's the best ones for them, but I still feel like it's just going to be heavily considered here. Yeah, I don't think that the nerf was as substantial, like, as maybe some were thinking it was. I've sort of heard mixed reviews from the pro scene as to kind of like how that nerf has been kind of felt. I think it's still strong. I think you've still got to consider it, but Andrew coming through now as well. which is a really good pick here as well as the RT2. So good brawlers being shown for so far. But what are your thoughts on that Lumi not being banned, Spear, and kind of how are you feeling around the current nerf situation? Is she still as dangerous as she seems to be here today, right?
Yeah, I think 100%. You're absolutely on the dot for that. The damage output is really the main reason that I think Lumi is being picked up. That gadget still remains untouched. They did sort of nerf the cooldown right before Brawl Cup, but as we saw at Brawl Cup, didn't really make a difference, didn't it? It still was one of the most menacing picks, and now it could be a selection for Frenzy Gaming. Reject have laid the trap, though. I think they're kind of wanting to bait out this Lumi. They recognize that one of the key weaknesses of that brawler is that at range, it is pretty vulnerable. Reject double downing on that double range comp. It's a big comfort pick for them. Frenzy, though, they're opting to develop this Grey. I'm just wondering what they might pair it up with in that last selection.
Let's see. I mean, the Grey is definitely a big deterrent of throwers for Reject, so going to be no Juju potentially on the map. Looking to break open the map as well, play the real long-ranged approach.
Wow.
Leon will come through. Definitely bold. Not my favorite brawler, to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes some sense. They can't really go Kenji into the RT. That's the kind of thing here for me. So they can't really kind of tank it down and try and go on the super aggressive. So, but Leon's not really a very meta brawler. I mean, it's not even kind of in my sort of top 20 most big brawlers on this map. So I'm not kind of feeling too confident about it.
You can't resist my charm.
Yeah, Charlie coming through again. Another brother I'm not a big fan of. I mean, outside of Heist, I don't think she's really got much of a place at all. I mean, it's the deterrent of the Leon. It's sheer pick into pick here. That's the only reason that you'd ever see Charlie in hideout here. So it's very much a response to what Frenzy have drafted. I'm not that much of a fan of either. I mean, you know, it's all well and good that Leon's creeping forward within bits, right? And you're there and you're not out of, you know, the mix. But if you're spawning back in, then the very point of drafting that brawler is useless.
All right, Ark. That is quite a lot of bold statements, but nonetheless, it is a comfort pick there from the side of Reject. Mira already going to be flunking the first walking cane of the game. He would have really liked to get that wall break there, maybe try to get an early pick. But if I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I don't know if shredding open the map is in Reject's favor or Frenzy Gaming's favor, because Reject still nonetheless have the ranged advantage here.
Yeah, exactly that. One star on just the blue. No takedowns yet. Marked up is Shara on the right-hand side. The missed walking cane there by Mira in the mid. Spider's not going to be anything too troublesome to deal with, but Batman's going to find the Leon here on this top side. Toridesu's very low here. Now everyone on Frenzy pinches the right-hand side. Now the damage rains in for Reject. A nice finding there of Danshari. Mira survives there somehow, some way. I'm surprised, to be honest, that there's just the one takedown there. Could have been a lot more.
Yeah, they were cornered in that meat grinder of sorts. Finally now, Frenzy Gaming, they're starting to go on the offensive off the backs of this keep head. Shu is trying to tank it out. Nice gadget usage, they're just breaking it. But Toridesu goes on the hunt. Now in the backline, trying to go for Shu, but anticipated by him. Now completely boxed in. He's going to be an easy pick for Reject, who just need to fall back now and capitalize on this 5-0 lead.
Well, there's still time for a push, but we need to see a bit more so far from Frenzy. Good taps there from Melty in the mid. There is the peep available from Dan Jarius on the left-hand side as well, but oh, that's not great as Melty does find Mira, forcing the hand then of Frenzy back into the small side. And now so much to be done here. They've got to buy Melty and Batman. Just the two is feasible here. Batman popping the hypercharge, more maneuverability and the HP buff as well. Then as well, Melty staying firm, 9 stars. Yeah, it's just looking so easy breezy for the first game. And Reject will take it quite smoothly. Yeah, good stuff.
Banuman just flexing it out there. I think he knows it's like, yeah, that's a great warm-up. We didn't play like it was anything special. This is just the Reject style. Just cool, calm, and collected. Execute methodically and just absolute precision. Land every single shot. Snatching up that blue star now. Batuman almost falling there to Mira. A very, very dangerous position as Frenzy Gaming now take a slight tempo lead in the mid.
Again, finding Toridesu's not been too much of an issue seemingly so far. Lovely tap from Batman. Can Shu close the gap though? And Share's hoping that he pushes into it. The Spiders was just not available at the time that he was hoping. And that right-hand side there, double team there by Mira and Toridace, just found a very important pickup. The first time that Frenzy Gaming have really had any leads so far in this first set. So the question now is, can they hold on to it?
1-star lead ahead in the game. Frenzy Gaming, they now have the dimensional doors online as well if they want to punish any kind of aggression, but it's Toridesu that's going to be going on the hunt. Going in on Melty though now, with that walking cane miss, it's going to be an opportunity for Reject to punish. Mira can use dimensional doors at any time to get out, but too late! Somehow teleport not going through, the shots connected just way too quickly, and Reject walked away with 2 kills, maybe 1 more to follow. Mira just feeding himself to the wolves here. Reject walk away with 7 stars.
Good connection from the Peep, but it's a substantial lead. Hypercharge available for Shu as well, and they found the lead on the right hand side. A beautiful tap from Batman does then show up. Toridace walking cane as well. Batman's in a bit of a perilous position here on the left hand side, dueling and dancing there. Shu comes out on top, does not connect with the Cocoon, but the Spiders will show up the Leon anyway, and it's 12 stars to 2. It's looking bleak in this first set for Frenzy Gaming.
Only 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have to break through. Battleman's hypercharge. He's just playing so hyper aggressive. Manages to hit the walking kid. Danshari so close. Can't land the shot. Finally does. Still 7 stars behind. Toridesu has to make a play. 1 more kill. As long as they can't get Shu, this game is done and dusted. Reject stick set number 1.
And a very convincing one at that, honestly. Really solid drafts. They didn't seem to break a sweat. I mean, the only sign of weakness was dropping that lead in that second game. But other than that, I mean, Reject look like this is already a dominant showing.
Very dominant indeed. The Nani was the first pick from the side of Frenzy Gaming. Didn't really help them too much, though. It is a great counter to long-range brawlers such as the Angelo and also the RT, but it still wasn't enough. Those 2 kills on the side of Frenzy Gaming for Danshari's boot.
It just looks like such a big mechanical gap between these 2 teams. I also think it cannot be understated that Reject, their team play at this point, it's just absolutely flawless. Shu and Melty, with their long career of being together on Rival Esports last year, now adding in Batoman into the mix, it's just every single move that they make is so logical. And Frenzy Gaming, they just seem to be falling apart at the seams.
There's just no synergy, there was no togetherness, was there? It was just all a little bit all over the place with Frenzy Gaming, and just, yeah, the stats kind of say very much the same story there. Just very miserable. The Leon pick, again, I wasn't a fan of it coming in, wasn't a fan of it coming out. It comes down to draft for me so far, and I wasn't a fan of what they were bringing in that regard.
It's a draft, it's the mechanics, like Spoo said, it's a lot of things. And we were talking about this might be one of the closer matches, but yes, Reject is looking very strong. They're definitely in the race for the grand finals for today, and maybe they're about to win their very first monthly finals. Always second, or even worse, last month they didn't even make it into the grand finals thanks to NAVI sweeping them in a 3-2 in the end. That hurt. Yeah, now they're coming back and want to come back even stronger. They are sitting on that world final slot right now, but they're only, for example, 11 points ahead of Crazy Raccoon, so they need to keep heading into the grand finals arc, otherwise it's gonna be another team claiming that spot.
And to Ring of Fire as well. Yeah, it's competition is heating up. What can we say? That's the whole point of this part of the season now. So bans coming in shortly in for Ring of Fire, but certainly I think for me here, Finks, I want to see as a ban. I mean, you got to have the Lumi. I think Kenji here is a very worthy ban here, pretty much as well. I think it's a safe bet to ban out Kaze, as we have seen, especially in Hot Zone, her kind of thrive in this region, but better to be safe than sorry when it comes to newer brawlers into the mix. Definitely the big tanky brawlers like the Hanks and the Franks as well. Yeah, so we're seeing the Lumi on the right hand side there, Finks first pick. Yeah, if it's not banned, it's gonna get picked first on this map of mode. So Kaze, Draco as well, good to see. Amber's an interesting ban here. Griff as well is a very interesting ban, as well as the Lumi and the Kenji.
Finally, all of those brawlers that we mentioned so often today are banned out. The Kenji, the Lumi, and Kaze as well. Finks is going to be picked up first. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Gus now on the other side, or some tankiness again. We still have Hank open, Draco. We've seen a fair bit of those brawlers come into this region already. Bo is going to be their first pick. It certainly is a brawler that can do well on Hot Zone, Spoo, but as first pick, I'm not sure if that was the pick here.
I'm not sure. Frenzy Gaming 2-3 Bo now looking probably to develop some kind of a side laner. Ashe is still definitely in contention, but it's very early to develop that kind of a tank. It creates more weaknesses. Yeah, they're gonna go for the Hank instead. A little bit more of a common selection here. I'm really surprised by this Bo with Gus and Byron still in the mix. 2 East Asia favorites. They opt to go for sort of a pick from another region, so to speak here. That Bo selection, it really puzzles me. I think it's actually leaving a lot of vulnerability for Reject to capitalize on.
Yeah, Bo's kind of wild. I mean, especially when you got the Lou open. Like, Lou's like, Bo's a poor man's Lou.
Yeah,
in my opinion, it's a poor man's Lou. B going to be coming in, so the tank deterrent from Reject is on their minds for sure. But, I mean, certainly, Jaeyoung available here, Lou available here. Certainly, Brawlers which could be sort of considered chested if they wanted to have somewhat of a response if Reject do go tank here. Frenzy have got that one to hand also. But yeah, I think, Berry combination with Hank, it's a scary prospect to be had. So got to tread cautiously into the wind here. But the Bo is the weirdest thing. Yeah, Frank first pick, Frank coming in rather for Reject, and the response could be there as well with the potential for Chester now. But or a Berry to combine with his Hank. But what is this Bo doing as a first pick? What is up? Hopefully the sleeve of Frenzy Gaming here, because I do hope there is a reason for it and a strategy and a plan, and not just a misclick, because I'm looking at that and I'm thinking misclick, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, there are worse misclicks, and yeah, great call there on the Berry. The Berry coming in. They're doubling down on just trying to keep this Hank sustained inside the mid. It is not the easiest Berry game though, I have to say. Finks and B, so much damage output that can come out, and they've even got Frank to assist with the side lane, so that Hank basically doesn't have any of that sneaky plays that he can make. Nonetheless though, it's time to put the words to the test. Is Reject really picking all trash, or did they just borrow Brawl Cup's pick and they're gonna run over Frenzy Gaming with it?
I'm searching for brawlers by name. I'm searching by rarity. I cannot see a brawler around Bo, which may have been a misclick that would make sense for this map. Just saying. It's a first pick brawler. Never, in my opinion. Never. Maybe on Heist if you really want to have the mines and, place them on the safe. But, I'm very kind of taken back by it. Hey, let's give them these shots. They got the lead. There's nothing on the zone so far. No objective so far for Reject. The Berry, of course, is going to be instrumental. Probably my favorite pick, combining with that Hank as well. But they've got to kind of work together. It's not really kind of like the kind of Draco Berry where you're sticking together so much. The Hank is very much left alone on that lane side, so they want to come together at some point. I think that's the way to play this.
Yeah, great job there coming out from Reject to retake the zone. But Frenzy Gaming, they did get 30% Shu. Nice pull coming out. Mira already for a fully charged hypercharge in the mid. That's going to stall out quite a lot of time. But Bottom1 responds with a time zone of his own. And Shu is just going complete ham on that left side, hammering down 2 members of Frenzy Gaming. Just carrying Reject on his back, really.
Well, nice little back to the Finchster gadget there as well from Batman, just to evade the hypercharged mines, because they will pack a punch for sure. Now there's the nice gadget as well onto Tornado, who's getting absolutely hammered down by this Frank. Big stone to Danshari as well, so the slow his advance onto the zone, and now Reject is starting to cook. Again, I don't mind the Bo, maybe as much as I've kind of been giving it some flack, but it is not where a first pick brawler should land on this map, in my opinion. 75% now, and a huge gadget. Not going to find the Hank though, and that's the big thorn in the side, in my opinion, there of this comp from Frenzy Gaming, is now they're starting to really even out the gap somewhat, but it's almost an 80% lead for Reject.
They're just cycling out their position so well. Every super used by Reject just buying time for the other. Now counting out to 94%. Frenzy Gaming, they've managed to push them back for now, dropping the hypercharge mines in the mid. It's going to be the comeback of the century if they're going to be able to pull this back here. They have a bit of a spawn trap. This is going to be excellent for them as long as they can keep Reject boxed in the base.
It's going to be an almighty hold, isn't it, really? Tornado's got his work cut out for him as well, and his bow mine's better. Cut the mustard lovely back to the Finchster gadget yet again from Batman, and now some huge stats from Melty, and Shu comes through, 99%, and Reject get it done. They just managed to evade that 7% needed by their opposition to get the game. That should not have been nearly as close as it was. It really should. Not with Bo first pick. Come on.
We're beating up this Bo first pick, but let's be real here. He was carrying. He's carrying pretty hard. I mean, okay, to be fair, it's Mira plus Danshari. The heals are going in, which is why Melty hasn't really had much of a great time. But we are seeing the lane swaps come out now. Toridesu has no choice but to retreat. He wants to go for Shu, but that lane swap has just completely doomed their position. They've surrendered mid control completely to Melty, and now both side lanes smashed open for the side of Frenzy Gaming.
Yeah, much better start now as well. The bush now going to be opened up to at a much earlier stage. So this is how I kind of expected the first game to go, really, for me. Beaumire's not going to have any issues being triggered at all here. There's 2 left remaining, though, so let's not speak too soon. Hypercharge for Shu, and he might find one on the way in, but he should have the additional speed, but he stops the hammer blow, and it's susceptible to damage and almost goes down. My word, bit of a blunder there from Reject for me, as now Frenzy Gaming capitalize on it.
It's a good timing for them, but the time zone response coming from bottom and blown up, though, by that Toridesu bubble. Just completely one-shot here. That's going to have Melty against the world together with Shu. Pole flies out. Doesn't connect, though. Reject. They retake the mid quite handily and defuse that last pesky mine.
Approaching 60%. Shu got to choose to heal. Doesn't know that Toridesu is there until now, so can choose to break. And yeah, now it's a much tougher thing. I mean, you got Hank on the left side lane, but that bubble's showing through the bush. I'm not really kind of sure whether they're not just hunkering down beneath the berry, in my opinion, that mid side of things to really brute force it. 77%, but now looking for the control, most importantly. There's the get from Shu. Clears up aisle 5 on the left-hand side, and now going straight for the mid. Those Beaumires as well, just delaying the onset, but there's one more left. Mira might be able to get one now with the help of that turret, but not very much time left to be able to do so. They're almost at 90% now for Reject. This one's crawling away from Frenzy.
Yeah, big push coming out from Frenzy Gaming, completely rebuffed though by the damage of Melty and Battleman. Now hypercharge out from Danshari, but counting up, Reject throw out the SSG pins, a pull from Shu to cap it off. And that's a 2-0 in sets. Reject dominate Frenzy Gaming.
It really was a stomp. It was, I mean, the first game, sure, very close, 7% between them, but I mean, in the end, it's the same story as the first set. Reject just kind of upped the gear. It's like they're playing with their food, Sonny, to be quite honest.
I really liked their combination of the B and the Finks as well. As soon as Batman was able to just cycle his Finks ult, the B and himself profited greatly from it. It was an easy run after that, really. Both worked out better than expected, honestly. Like, still like the Finks a lot better. And yeah, Melty on that B, of course, is tapping away. He hit his hypercharge and his ults a lot more often because of that Finks ult. So the combination of those two brawlers, definitely something to look out for, Spoo.
Yeah, 10 kills to Melty's name, 54% of the zone. He was the stalwart defender there from Reject, just dominating in the mid. And mind you, he was laning against 2 people for the majority of the game. Danshari was keeping Mira topped up the entire time in health. And despite that, he still managed to find so many hypercharges, so many supers. It's just a remarkable performance there from Melty, in my opinion.
I will die on this hill. Like, Bo there with the lowest stats. Okay, some good objective power, but it's a poor man's Lu. Lu was not banned. Like, that's the better brawler here for me. Like, I mean, it's not a first pick brawler. Pick Bo all you want. I don't mind what you do in your spare time. Ladder, go for it. Get your masteries in, but first pick, there's better stuff. There really is.
I do really think he's a good brawler, especially in hot zone, but in the pro level, people can just dodge those bow mines, can just, yeah, get rid of them whenever there's a moment of peace and quiet. And especially if you have some mobile brawlers on your side, Bo usually is not really what you want to go up against mechanically gifted brawlers. Next up is going to be Lost Stop. We're on Gem Grab, and it could already be a lost map that we see here, except if Frenzy Gaming has an ace up their sleeve, Spoo.
This map, though, seems more like a Reject haven. If I recall, if my memory beckons me, I'm telling you, I don't remember a game where Reject ever lost on this map. Last Stop truly is their specialty. They're a team that, unlike the other East Asian teams that have sort of doubled down by picking up 2 hyper-aggressive tank players, they're still one of the few teams left in East Asia that really believe in control comps all the way. We've already seen Battleman on his Angelo performing well with the RT from the Shu. These kinds of long-range hard hitters are what Reject really, really like. In the words of Frenzy Gaming, to them, it's trash. But hey, Reject, they play at such a high level, they make trash look like gold.
For me as well, good ban so far. Kenji is still open though, so a little bit of a concerning thing there. Jae Young, the first pick up for the Reject. Is there a Gus ban? No, so Gus is going to be a very viable mid here. Janet as well for the lane side is definitely going to be on the minds, surely, of Frenzy Gaming here as well. I mean, other brawlers as well. I mean, certainly for me, I think the Sphinx ban is very much needed one here, but it's kind of going to be open potentially for some other kind of like unusual suspects, to be completely honest. Sometimes Lily in this region is not the worst of ideas. Pearl makes some appearances as well. Jean, not the worst of mids to have either. Just kind of a safe pick in that regard. Jean is going to be the pickup. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer the Gus personally, but it is still decent. Draco going to come through. Yeah, there's some unusual suspects as well, so that's going to change the way the Frenzy are going to draft in the third and final pick, really, because they're going to choose between the heals from the Jean. Is that going to suffice nearly enough, or is the Draco going to be just going on the lane on its own without the Byron? You know, is that kind of question mark now for me on the side of Frenzy, and back over to now for Reject to follow up with these second and third picks.
Both teams still having a very versatile sort of open selection. They're not showing all their cuts just yet. Reject capitalizing on this Jaeyoung selection, kind of being left open here. Now that, you know, all these bans like Kaze are in the mix and the double ban from Ember slightly wasted there, so to speak, that's allowing Jaeyoung to shine here. Now, picking up this Tara selection here, this is going to be their main answer for this Draco. They've seen weakness in this tank. They want to charge off those gravity supers. They want to play it off Batoman's heals and Batoman's speed, try and get easy picks. To make it even better for them, Help from Beyond, just one of the best tools in the game against that Gene Pool as well. So I really like the way Reject are drafting this so far.
Yeah, Trav is giving the thumbs up. I know. I can't see him, but I know he's in this. The Kenji that I was discussing as well. Yeah, it's a Kenji map, you know. And I really don't think the Hypercharge has been nerfed nearly enough for me. And some various pros as well saying very much the same thing. I know that Zulan had some opinions on that as well, and I kind of agree. I think that the zone radius is more of the problem for me. It's you know, it was the kind of like the attraction that's been nerfed in that regard for the Hypercharge for Kenji, but it's still so devastating. And in a map where you can kind of go in and out of the bush, that's going to be on the minds of Frenzy Gaming now. Having that Amber ban, you know, it could prove punishing for them. It was on both sides regardless, but Janet, yeah, that's often a very first pick kind of brawler for me here as well, but good to see it coming through in this draft as one that was definitely high up on my thoughts as an early draft pick. So I really quite like it. The drop of the base can just show up the opposition within the bush very quickly, and the shades are coming off. So you know the things are about to get real here for Frenzy Gaming.
About time, because if they're on training wage, they need to take it off right now. They're 2 sets down. The drafts haven't been as solid as, you know, what you expect from them. They claim that they're trash picks out from Reject. So far, no real outdrafts that we're seeing from them in this game, though. Is this finally the time that they'll be able to sort of take a game back? We're just gonna have to wait and see. Vengeful Spirits are going to be flying out, but mid control, as you can see, Frenzy Gaming already pushed all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, it's tough start for sure. Shu is going to be getting a lot of utility off this. Goes straight to the mid, finds as well. Mira lovely juggling his plates there as well. Not going to come back down very smoothly as Toyota will find the pickup. Oh, Bannerman comes through as well. Oh, just disgusting start for Reject. It really is. And Frenzy are just all over their spawn. Can't be coming back into the map faster at this present moment in time because the aggression of Reject is just so fierce.
Mira now picking up the pole, though. That's going to be a big game changer for them if they can land it. The target is going to be on Batoman, but he's got so much speed in the wake. It's going to be so difficult. Patience from Reject, though. They know that Melty has a pull. They just need to find a good lane swapping opportunity. They're waiting for Batoman to get that speed so they can really dive in. Shu making the offensive play now onto Danshari on that right side, but that's going to allow for a beautiful pull from Mira, pulling onto Batoman, but it's not enough. The damage, Toridesu wasn't in the right position. That's going to allow Batoman to maybe potentially get out. Shu having to hypercharge just to escape. One way to use Kenji is precisely that. Now 10 gems in the wake. Melty with the hypercharge, holding back, holding strong. The defense from them, only 10 seconds left. Can they hold?
Entire community is complaining about the hypercharge of Kenji, but when are you ever seen a Kenji using it for mobility? That's ridiculous, as is that pull, and now the gems scattered on the ground as Frenzy might have just done a tremendous heist here as the gems 15 in the pocket, running back into the spawn. Rejects are floundering all over this, and it's with the Draco, the highest of the HPs on their side. She's going to do one last final ditch attempt to try to get it, but surely a gadget in the hand regardless could be used and popped. It's not even needed. Frenzy, daylight robbery, they get it back.
In the last seconds, the twilight hours, Mira came in clutch. That first pull made her fumbled a little bit. No follow-up there from Toridesu. But the second time, they had their eyes on the prize. And Reject, on the other hand, Melty, he had the hypercharge super. Completely whiffed it there. Not in a position to really defend his team. That game was complete, as you said, daylight robbery for Reject.
Question is, though, can they do it twice? Because you only tend to get one shot against a team like Reject to do that. And if they've had their ego sort of battered in that regard, then it could be a set. But I feel like a team like Reject will recover quickly from it. This White Gene is a great mid to have. It can really just turn the balance. And one little moment there, being out of position, proved very costly. I thought that Kenji Hypercharge may have been enough, and a very smart move, one that I wouldn't have necessarily foreseen coming, but nonetheless, much closer to fair. And there's another gene pull. 7 gems over to Frenzy as quickly as that. And already a dangerous position now for the Reject of losing this set.
Mira with a 100% pull rate so far in this set, literally carrying the might of Frenzy Gaming. Vengeful Spirit is going to be cleaning up that side lane as well. All the lanes collapsing on the side of Reject. 9 gems to 10. The countdown has begun. Can Frenzy Gaming hold this lead though? That is going to be the question.
10 seconds for a push. Some utility from the Jae-Young, but not much more than that. There's a Tara pull on the left-hand side, but Melty's too far away. Now sucking in from the Kenji. Can they get the reset? They get the reset! The gems are down! There's still time, but Melty's got no utility. He's forced into the pocket on his own left-hand side, staying alive, but not for long. Batman coming in on his own is not going to be able to do it. They're not pushing together, and Reject will lose this set. Frenzy put one on the board.
Insane coordination coming out there from Frenzy. Defensive plays all around. And Reject, on the other hand, they had the tools to maybe create maybe 1 or 2 more resets. In game number 1, they definitely had the tools to defend, but they just fall short. It looked a bit shaky for them. It seemed like they had such a dominant early game. And as you said, with Mira's pull, just completely broke their mental in a sense. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Reject just looked vulnerable. Dan Shari, you're looking so much in favor. Yeah, kind of praying there a little bit that kind of a game happens a second time.
I'm super happy. For once, we finally get no 3-0. We get a 2-1 so far. And also, I'm praying for never facing Mira's Gene on a ranked or ladder match. Oh my god, this guy hit every single Gene pull. He was the reason for the blatant theft in set number 1 arc.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But the draft as well, it was just better. The Gene and the Janet, they really were shining stars. The Jae-Young wasn't really doing much for me on the side of Reject. The Kenji was my favorite pick, for sure. But I think the Gene was just better than the Jae-Young. I think it just really was. Those Gene pulls were so instrumental. And, you know, I've got to be honest, I didn't expect Friends to be able to do it twice. That was the thing. Against a team like Reject, who, by the way, have only dropped ever 2 sets this year in quarterfinal stages. That was back in February to Niwa. I mean, they've just dropped 1 at a stage where we've got double points. Here was the reset there from Shu, but there's just no escape really there to come back from. And yeah, a deserved set, absolutely so, and much better drafting in that set.
This one was all in the Kenji and the Gene, honestly, for me at least. The Shu stealing the gems in the round number 1 as well. Frenzy Gaming in both rounds had the gem count to almost start a countdown. Shu came in and had to use his hypercharge to get out of the way there, Sprue. That's not something we see very often either. Now we're heading onto our, again, potentially last map. It's going to be Kaboom Canyon. Reject has still the opportunity to close things out here, but Frenzy Gaming has momentum now. Will we see a set number 5? What do you think?
I'd love to see it. I always feel the underdogs in this region need a little bit more love. And after an interview like that with Dan Shari, this man, just give him some points, guys. I think him bringing Reject down here in the quarterfinals, as unlikely as it is a big statement in the region that any of these, you know, 5th to 8th place teams can make the gods bleed. The top 4 in the region are not unbeatable.
Heading into draft now, we're on Heist once again, and so far we have seen a lot of Bonnie. Surprisingly, she did get a little buff. She can now switch into her cannon form right away after jumping once again, but I still don't feel like she's one of the best brawlers in the game. East Asia seems to think so, and so far she also has done decently. Let's see if she's going to be picked up again. We do have a lot of the usual suspects open here. Arc Finks technically open here. Colette Cold, the usual heist brawlers as well. So let's see what we will see in this set.
Chuck and Miko. They're the dangerous ones. I mean, body first pick for sure could be an option. Berry, not a bad shout. It's kind of like a bit neutral. And the thing is, if you pick Bonnie first pick, you're going to see on the other side the Charlie. Charlie's also good into the Chuck too. So it's like there is this kind of similarity that we're seeing in this particular region specifically with the Charlie and with the Bonnie kind of ideas. So the Berry, it looks a bit odd. It's a bit weird, but it doesn't seem so much so when you consider that back and forth there as well. Melody's open here as well. That's a really dangerous brawler for me. That I mean, there's a lot of dangerous things. Lily as well. These are all things that no one really wants to show the first card, but now is going to be the Chuck. So immediately they've got to have take away some defensiveness from Reject here, because that's going to be the first thing on their minds when it comes to dealing with that particular brawler.
Yeah, two pathways to beat the Chuck here on this map. You either go for a hyper-aggressive early game, trying to end the game before Chuck gets full value, or you have to pick up a pretty hateful pick. Yeah, something like a Charlie that you mentioned. They can actually shut down, minimize the impact of every single time this train conductor makes a dive. Now, will Frenzy Gaming double down? That's the question. As you said, Miko, Bonnie, so many good picks still left in the pool. They could offer it, but no. They're going to go for a defensive option here. The Griff, tearing down that mid wall, opening up and giving them a little bit more of a tempo controller.
Yeah, straight away with the Charlie. It's getting, and the Melody as well. It's East Asia. Melody, I'm surprised, was not actually picked up by Frenzy, just to kind of really assert even more authority on the offensive. But that's how Reject are best going to play against the Chuck, is to go on the aggressive. Have the Charlie there for safe measure. You see, I still don't really like Charlie. We've yet to see it kind of trickle down to other regions as well. To be honest, I do tend to quite like using Mandy, not on this map, however, against the Chuck. It's really quite good. Tara, bit of a wild card. That's a wild card for me, not even on my top 20. So not quite sure how Frenzy are feeling there in that regard, because there's better defensive brawlers against the Melody than the Tara, but they've got full faith in it. Certainly, the Griff, I mean, to break the mid, I get it, but is it necessary to have the Chuck have that direct lane through? I'm not convinced. So again, I've got big questions on the Frenzy Gaming draft side of things. The Chuck first pick is definitely a really good one, but it shows to me as well that Reject were ready for it, because they picked Berry first pick. If they were worried about Chuck, they would have shown more cards on the table. So they knew that if they were going to do that or pick the Body, then they had the Charlie ready as the countermeasure. So Frenzy were unlikely to combine the two. So I still prefer what Reject are running with.
Yeah, Reject's comp just seems a little bit more logical. Frenzy Gaming, they seem to be playing 3 different strategies in one. But I don't think it's time to doubt them just yet. We need to let the results speak for themselves. First damage coming in from both teams. Frenzy have already set up the train station. Now the first pull of the game. Gonna shut down Melty's first offense. The shielding first layer from both teams not broken just yet. But now, Reject, they draw first blood. The first shield has broken through. Frenzy Gaming answer with one of their own. They send the Chuck in 80% to 70 now on the board.
Melty is the danger. And now going forwards again onto the Griff. He's going to go down. And that's the thing. When you're playing a Griff into a Melody, you've normally got the upper hand against it. But it's Melty on it. He's got the hypercharge now as well. He's going to be earning off the back of the pets from the Tara too. So there's that consideration to be had. And the Berry on the safe, that's going to be shredding damage over time and tricking through these stages most importantly as well. That's crucial for Reject.
Mira missing one pull there. He's got it back now with the hypercharge. It's going to be a very excellent defensive resource here. Most likely poised to use against Melty. That's the answer. Melty though, brilliant, absolutely brilliant dodges there from Melty, baiting out Mira. That's gonna open the floodgates for Reject to go in and tear this safe to bits. Now left at 22%. The defenders are just respawning, but it's not enough. Melty, you are a god.
Give my guy an autograph, Melty. you got a fan on the desk, mate. But it's just night and day, isn't it? Really, yeah, when you look at these two teams, the drafting is just better, and the mechanics are just better. Frenzy so far, okay, they've got a set on the board, but for me, Reject have never really been out of the question. I'd like to see it go to a 5th. I'd like to see Frenzy make me eat my words. Most importantly, let's see. As a crucial stage, a match point. and a chance for a semi-finals appearance here for Reject to maintain themselves in this competition. Frenzy on the defense already. Melty's already got 3 notes around his head, and now getting that close. Tara Super not going to be used here for Mira. No need, gets it taken care of, but already some good damage dealt early on. And this Charlie pick, it's working really nicely into this Chuck. I can't deny it. I'm not the biggest fan of Charlie, but here you can see it working wonders.
Pull there from Mira, just to deal with Shu here. Torides who's going to be dropping down the piggy bank, kind of breaking up his own bushes there. That's how afraid he is of Melty. And look at Frenzy Gaming. They're just dedicating 2 people on the defense just to deal with Melty. But that is the plan. Danshari is going to continue to chip away at the safe. But with him falling here, Batoman now has the advantage here. Hypercharge on Mira is online though. That's going to be another big resource that we have to keep our eyes on.
Chuck escaped through as well there. She did not have anything to deal with it. So that's going to be more damage. Close in terms of the scoreline there. The stage taken care of. A crucial stage now as well. But the Chuck is just ahead of the game for Frenzy Gaming. And this could go their way. He's got through the final stage too as well. And Reject have not done that. So it's going to be even more time to the side of Frenzy to get this final bit of damage done here. It's neck and neck. But the Chuck is still continuously landing on the safe. Now's the defense. Can Shu get the super? Because they need that to defend this for Reject. If they get that, they can do this.
Hypercharge comes out from Shu. He does get the super in time, but is it enough? Toridesu and Mira, the cavalry is here to close things out and bring Frenzy Gaming back to equilibrium in this set. Reject, they had the tools to defend there, but it's a little bit too late. 1 tempo behind.
Just lacking a little bit of that aggression we saw from the Melody in the first game, and I want it to come back to Reject now. You don't want to be going into a 5th and final set in the quarterfinal stages, not surely in the first month of double points, no less. So for Reject, they've got to keep their composure here and just wrap this one up. And certainly this is a winning comp, no doubt about it in my mind. Nothing wrong at all with this draft. Let's see the advance forwards. Shu spending less time on this Chuck, and that might mean a bit of a dive here coming in for Reject in the early moments. Tarapet's going to be feeding into Melty's utility, and now's a chance to strike whilst the Chuck needs to set up, and all 3 members now from on the safe. First stage down as quickly as that, and plenty more damage where that came from.
Mira has to choose a selection for the pull. He chooses Melty. He chooses poorly. The worst member to go for no mobility was just way too good. And Reject, they're gonna shred this Frenzy Gaming safe just like cheese on a meat grinder. Mira pulls once again, barely connects onto Batoman. But Danshari though, on the other side, he's managed to put the damage in. It's gonna be really, really close. Shu has to do enough here. Danshari on the other save. But it's not enough. 1% on the board. And Reject bring it home. Eliminate Frenzy Gaming from the monthly final.
1%. 1%. That is disgusting. Daylight robbery. And it's done. Oh my word. It doesn't get closer than that. It really doesn't. The work that Charlie had to do to get it was so clutch. What have we just witnessed?
At least it wasn't a 3-0, you know. Frenzy Gaming did take a set and to make this one close as well. They did take game number 2 in this one. Game number 3, 1%. It's not possible to be any closer in Heist. Yes, we did see 1 draw, I think, all year. It's very, very rare. So yeah, almost. They had them almost taken to set 5. So we saw it in Vetterman's face, I think. He wasn't too happy about that result, Spook.
Yeah, if I were Frenzy Gaming though, honestly, I take the win here. You took 1 set against seed number 2 in the region. It's a great result nonetheless. They're still very much poised in position, and with double points to still secure the LCQ potentially world spot. So I'd leave this competition with your heads held high. Nonetheless though, Reject, they're going to be moving forward, and looking at the stats from them, damage across the board from all 3 members of Reject.
I mean, look at the Chuck's damage to the save. That's just absolutely disgusting. But it's you know, it's why you draft it. But the response was so good from Reject. I mean, you know, it's the Charlie makes a lot of sense for it, but they had to mix up their strategy and go more on the aggressive in that last game. But Mira with 7 takedowns with the Tara pick as well. That's a pretty commendable stat for that kind of brawler.
The Chuck almost worked out. He did a lot of work on to save, but in the end, it's also about protecting your own. With the Terra and the Griff, it almost worked out, but it wasn't quite enough. Yet still, we did get the MVP votes in from you as well. You can vote on event.brawlstars.com. We're going to get to that in a second. It's not surprising who this is, by the way. We'll see. Reject is already in the semifinals and they're waiting for their opponents now, Spoo. It's either going to be Crazy Raccoon or NAVI.
Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy one to watch nonetheless. I'm still itching to see who the MVP of this match is. I wonder if it's gonna be a particular bridesmaid, you know, given how well he played and how flashy he did in that final set. Let's see. Is it gonna
be right there?
There we go. There is my boy. Melty in the mix. The Melody God himself. Absolutely deserved.
Where did the dress go, though? I would love to see him in that dress again. The hair color, we need to work on those graphics, guys.
Imagine coming into the monthly finals, coming straight back after the mid part of the season, and then getting slapped to the label of bridesmaid.
Imagine having no time to update the graphics because in East Asia, their hair colors change every single month. But yeah, looking at the replay out from this match, just look at just Melty in action. Just so many times. If just one of those pushes didn't go well, it would have gone in Frenzy Gaming's direction.
Still, shout out to the players of Frenzy Gaming as well, though. Mira's Jean is going to follow me into my dreams, so there you go. You still had a phenomenal performance. I think they're still in the race for LCQ, maybe even World Final slots as well. Remember, we are in the double point season, so everything can still change. We still have a couple more monthly finals to go. So yes, let's see what will happen next. We have 3 quarterfinals out of the way. We had 2 3-0s, 1 3-1, and now the next one surely is going to be a 3-2 arc.
Hopefully so. You'd expect with these two teams, that's to be sure said. And I don't envy Reject for being in that semis because either of these two teams is going to be a real challenger there.
This lower part of the bracket certainly has some big names in it. The next quarterfinal is going to be NAVI versus Crazy Raccoon. And you only have to be patient for a couple more minutes. Maybe get a snack, get something to drink, and get your votes in on event.brawlstars.com.
まず1位ですね。最終的に1位になるのは私たちナビなんじゃないかなっていう予想で、やっぱり最近ねちょっと調子も良くなってきて、最終的には1位取れるんじゃないかなって気がしますね。はい。で、2位ですね。はい。2位のチームはゼータになるんじゃないかなって予想で、ゼータはやっぱねブロールカップで世界3位とかね取ったりしてて、もうかなり強いチームなんで、ナビの次ぐらいに来るんじゃないかなっていう予想ですね。はい。で、次3位の LCQ ですね。3位、4位、5位は、3位が、個人的にはリジェクトになるんじゃないかなっていう予想で、リジェクトやっぱ毎回結構ね、いい成績を取ってて、かなりベスト4常連のチームなんで、3位ぐらいに来るかなっていう予想で、で、4位が CR ですかね。CR はやっぱ当たり運とかがかなり悪くて、初戦でゼータとか引いたり、今回は自分らナビとね、当たったりするので、4位ぐらいになるかなってことで、5位が、ライバルですね。はい。ライバルもかなり強いチームで、その4チームを除けば、もう一番強いんじゃないかなってことで、ライバルが5位ですかね。はい。
今月はものすごい大事な月になってくるので、しっかりここは勝って、優勝できたらいいなっていうふうに思ってます。前半のスプリットはあんまりいい結果を残せていなくて、現状優勝1回っていう感じだったんですけど、3月4月ってゼータに負けちゃったんで、ここからの後半戦は優勝をしっかりしてゼータにもリベンジしたいなっていうふうに思っています。
Welcome back. We are still in the East Asia June monthly finals. I'm still here with Spoo, but we get Trev back. We don't have to deal with Arc, at least not for one round. I'm sure, Trev, you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was incredible. I'm so glad to be rid of Arc, and also the game was really, really solid as well. Felt like it should have gone to the 5th and final, but, you know, I believe Reject did deserve to win.
Definitely so. I think Reject takes this one heading into the semifinals now, and they're not looking forward to whoever they have to face off next. It's going to be either Crazy Raccoon or NAVI. It's our quarterfinal number 4, and it's the one quarterfinal where our predictions weren't quite on the same page.
Clash of the Titans though here, Crazy Raccoon versus NAVI. We've got 2 NAVI fanboys here on the panel at the moment. Ark and Trav are on the support of Crazy Raccoon here, but nonetheless, I think we all agree that this is going to be probably the closest quarterfinal yet and a complete banger of a match to witness.
I mean, that's why we're 50-50, right? Like, me and Ark went Crazy Raccoon, you and Sunny went NAVI. It's perfectly showing, considering how aligned we were on the previous ones as well, how close of a matchup this is. It says, you know, Crazy Raccoon stocks, are they down? The first place in February, then they went top 8, and then top 4. So they're back on the rise again after their kind of disappointing March performance, only getting top 8 April. It's kind of, you know, decent but not good enough for where Crazy Raccoon are. But this is a big question now. Are we going to go back down, or are we going to, you know, go back up?
Coming into the year, we definitely expected Crazy Raccoon to be in the race for one of those world slots. Right now, they're not sitting in number 1 or 2, so the world slot is not secured so far. It can still change, but it's a tough draw for them. They have to face up against NAVI first, likely to battle multiple top teams, as they also have to face against Reject next, which they're just trailing behind at the moment. Reject sitting in that 2nd slot in the leaderboard, Crazy Raccoon in 3rd, and then NAVI in 4th.
Very important match for both Crazy Raccoon and NAVI. Whoever takes this win here will have a significant lead starting here in that summer split. I think we keep mentioning this time and time again, but we are entering an era of double points. That's double the stakes. And okay, Achapi, that's some really glorious hair. I think it's on the hair tier list in East Asia. He's got to be up there.
We had the chance to talk to both of those teams once again. We wanted to know what they think about their opponents, NAVI and Crazy Raccoon, 2 of our top teams in East Asia.
CR は、やっぱり、結構ね、世界最強とも言われてるね、天才さんとかいるんで、もう絶対勝ちます。はい。
NAVI には前回も勝っているっていうのもあるので、しっかり今回も勝っていきたいなというふうに思います。もちろん強豪チームなのは分かってるんで、しっかりと対策を練って、勝ちにこだわろうかなというふうに思います。
They started a little bit slower into the season, but they steadily rised with every single monthly final. We saw them making it into the semis in February and March, and then even into the grand finals in April. And now they need to have a strong performance to prove that that April's 2nd place wasn't just a fluke.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fluke by any means imaginable. NAVI pulled off one of the most unthinkable reverse sweeps in that April monthly final. Everyone thought it was going to be a 3-0 and Reject expecting to see Reject ZETA grand final. Well, guess what? NAVI remind the world that East Asia has 4 great kingly teams, and they're one of them.
The reason they face up against Crazy Raccoon now, though, is that they made it through the lower bracket into this month's monthly final. They did lose 3-2 against Rival, which definitely hurt their momentum coming into today's match, Rev.
Yeah, and this is the thing, it can massively help them or hurt them. It's a huge matchup for them. You know, going through this lower bracket and then being placed against Crazy Raccoon, obviously it's not what they desire, but it's a big chance for them if they can get this win on the board to, you know, start a big gap between these 2 teams. And the same goes to Crazy Raccoon. It's, you know, whoever wins this gets, you know, ahead in the leaderboard and takes a lot of points with it thanks to those double points.
I'm super excited to see now what the people at home have voted, what they think, who is going to win this match, because the casters are split down the middle. We're in a 50-50 clinch here in Spoo. Yes, NAVI didn't have the great showing in the qualifiers, but that April performance can't be a fluke, right? Well, people seem to side with Ark and Trav on this one.
Okay, I understand it though. I completely get it. Crazy Raccoon, the fan base that they've had here in the Brawl Stars community is just absolutely massive. Everybody loves Tensai. Everybody loves what Crazy Raccoon have achieved across all these years. Nonetheless though, great shout, I think, to NAVI as well for pulling up, you know, 24% on their own end. It looks like we've got some supporters ourselves, Sunny.
Let's see if, the majority is going to be right and Crazy Raccoon takes this one. At least I hope for a closer match than we had in quarterfinal 1 through 3. It's going to be Ollie that is first picked up here. We saw him once before today, Trev, paired with the Byron. Certainly does well in some more closed maps out in the open. I wouldn't count that as a very close map, as it's favoring some of those long-range bowlers, especially those who can walk over water.
Yeah, I mean, hence why Angelo's kind of taken out the mix. You know, I'm sure Navi might be wanting to go for this kind of Byron Ollie combination, like we have previously seen, get the heals and the range that come along with the Byron. So maybe that's something Crazy Raccoon have to take into account. They're just going to pull out the Lumi. It's been left unbanned, maybe more than I'm sure a lot of teams would have liked so far, and they have been punished when leaving it unbanned and unpicked. So for Navi's sake, they better hope they've got some serious ability to shut this brawler down, or else Crazy Raccoon are going to be in a great position before we even go in.
This has to be preparation made by Navi in advance here, leaving such a big, threat like Lumi in the pool. We talk about the nerfs, it's not really enough. We've already seen how strong this brawler can be, so I have to assume Navi have a trap laying in wait. Nonetheless though, Crazy Raccoon, they fall back on a little bit of their comfort here, going for that loop pickup, which is something that I think was popularized mainly by NA and now brought over to the East Asia region for that second pick. Now, Navi though, strike back very, very quickly. Kit's Bell is the answer to this Lumi. Is it enough though?
Yeah, I mean, the Kit is one of those picks that it shows up every now and again in a knockout. It either does ridiculously well or nothing at all. So for Navi, they've got to really hope that it's going to do a lot of work, and obviously jumping on the Ollie's back, providing heals, being able to be a thrower off the back of it as well is going to be a huge help for the Ollie. So I don't mind what Navi have got. I don't know if I'd have necessarily picked Kit myself, but that might just be because I'm completely stupid. But Hank comes in for Crazy Raccoon, and I like the route that they've got.
Trav, you're not stupid. Never say that. We're both, hey, between you and I, we're probably the most professional, most pro on the panel, with the competitive experience and so on and so forth. So I guess we have some pedigree of experience when it comes to talking about the draft. That said, though, I have to agree with you here. When I look at East Asia drafts, honestly, I don't really get it. It's not as coherent as some of the other regions, and it's really carried by so much of the mechanics. So is it going to be a mechanical war here? It's time to find out.
Hey, in my defense, when I played, there wasn't any draft at all. It was kind of just spam like Max and a Sandy and you'll be doing all right. But we'll see how these teams fare. The jump back from the Ollie, not really going to be wanting to do that too much, as you want to use it as an offensive method more than anything. Sharpie has the jump. The question now is he going to go aggressive and try take someone down, or hop on one of his teammates back and play that support role? Cardboard box used, but wasted as well.
A lot of pressure coming out from Crazy Raccoon, boxing the Navi roster inside the base. Ryohei still pretty far away from his super. He has to take shots, I believe, to charge up that super passively, which is kind of what Moya is doing for him. But Sia, on the other hand, they're just wanting to box them in. They've already dropped the 2 Icicle Morning Stars. Now Chapi slipping outside of the base. He's looking for a target to jump for. I think he's looking for either Milcreo, but popped by Moya. Not even a chance there to jump. Ollie to fall. Ryohei isolated. Kuru killed.
Yeah, Hank allows the Lumi to get the super as well, which is going to be an absolute blessing in these coming rounds when you have people going so aggressive towards you. Being able to just kind of lock them down and keep them in position is a huge thing to have in the hands. And the same with Tensai and his super as well. Moya obviously has the healing along with him as well as the damage. Now the cardboard box comes through for a Chapi, going very aggressive. Tensai might be caught out here, but traded out. And it's not, really that desirable for either team, but, I'm sure they'll take the 2v2.
I think they'll take it now. Calculations sort of change up. The matchups now starting to lean, I think, slightly Navi, as long as they remain to keep their distance and leverage on the fact that Kuru is just such a menace at the range. Now Ryohei trying to go for a play. He wants to hypnotize Moya in, pull him into the hypercharge shots of Kuru. It's good. The execution, flawless so far, but Milcreo still stands at large. Can't seem to find a pick on Ryohei. Nice bounce shot there from Kuru to cap it off for Navi.
Yeah, that was really nice bounce there. Just as things were starting to get a bit more stressful and Milcreo felt like he had a bit of a chance to bring that one back. It was cut short by the nice reverse polarity gadget of Kuru. But it is CR back in the driving seat in terms of control. But it has been the case for the most part, and Navi have dealt with it quite well.
Yeah. Chapi now telegraphed on the out. He has to maybe commit the super. No, thankfully, just barely managing to walk out of there. It's the same position as that round number 1. And I think if you recall how it worked out, it didn't really go in Navi's favor. They have different resources now, though, with both Ryohei and Achapi holding onto these supers. That's an opportunity to start the late game. And it starts now. Ryohei going to be jumping in.
Ooh, misses that though. Achapi jumps onto a stunned Ollie. Moya coming forwards absolutely pops them. Achapi should be closely behind and in a 3v1 situation as a Bell. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do, especially with a hypercharge for Tensai and a super for Milcreo. He's pretty much going to be pinned. Oh, well, I mean, he's missed the hypercharge, but still gets the kill. And Crazy Raccoon going to take game 1.
Yeah, what was the plan from Navi exactly with Achapi's jump? Trying to save a brawler completely pinned down by the Lu super, and Ryohei there, that jump there, very uncharacteristic mistakes coming out here from Navi. Could it be nerves or just not understanding the win condition?
Yeah, I'm not sure really. I feel like the Lu super went down at pretty much the same time as the kit jump, so I don't know if it was just unfortunate timing. But yeah, I mean, if he intends to do that, probably not the smartest of things to do. You know, you're pretty much just guaranteeing 2 deaths instead of accepting 1 and trying to move on. But really nice stuff then from CR. Achapi going to go in, gets Tensai and the jump away. Not going to land on Ryohei, but I'm not sure he'll be too bothered about that. Thanks to the advantage they have now.
That's the kit factor coming in, as you mentioned beautifully. It's a hit or miss, right? Either those kind of plays are telegraphed and read perfectly, or they're not. And in this case, Navi already looking a lot better. They're going to be looking at to probably charge up all their supers before they head into the next round. Achapi already has his. I think he'd like to hold on to it, though, and try not to commit it if possible. Save it for the next round. But if they have to use it, they've got the options.
Ryohei taking some hits and got slowed as well. Forced to use that super. And now they're just going to retreat to try to stay out the way. Oh, might be caught out. It forced to jump as the bubble just flipped around. Milcreo goes for the super and misses it as well. Overcommitting on a round that they're almost guaranteed to lose now. Super comes in. Moya going to be there. Milcreo just bouncing back into the realm. And Moya, hypnotized, actually goes for it again, using the super in what I thought was a guaranteed defeat. They're using so many supers.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Great call out. Moya, not sure what he was really thinking there. Maybe he could have chained 3 supers back to back and tried to get a pick, but it's just wishful thinking. Achapi now, once again, 2-man offense going in on the Tensai, now turning onto Milcreo. Another kill in his name. Moya left isolated, and Achapi, leader of Navi, shows the world that this match is going to be truly the closest one yet.
Yeah, I mean, the kit absolutely going true to the fact that it's a massive hit or miss. First game, kind of let the team down, made a few bad jumps, a few bad plays with the cardboard box. This one, he was the absolute playmaker, did so much work and got the game back for them. So now it's just a question of which kit we're going to see in game 3.
Yeah, is it going to be sort of the monster cat we see in game number 1? Already a bad start.
No.
Okay, yeah, hit or miss, you said. 50-50 brawler. Well, it is absolutely 50-50 for now. 2 games so far that he's carried, 2 games that he's thrown. That's going to put Navi on the back foot for the rest of this round.
Yeah, real tough one now, and this can just be like a bit of a Crazy Raccoon super farm if they can keep him in this position and try not to feed them too. But Kuru getting a good few shots in here. Ryohei brought very low and brought down there. CR, no supers available, but all should be fairly close. And Courage retreating to this right-hand side. Tensai trying to work for his. Milcreo will get one of his own. And now the jump comes in, and that secures Moya 1 as well. So a good position for Crazy Raccoon now. Navi on the back foot.
Very good position there from Crazy Raccoon. Tensai getting those final few shots, charging those supers. That is going to be a crucial resource to try and scout and deter Achapi, who, as you can see, is just kind of hunkered in the back now. I think he's a bit traumatized by that first round, not wanting to make any over-aggressive moves here. Now Ryohei, though, sneaking up. He's not scouted just yet. Tries to make an aggressive play, though. Slowed by Milcreo. Now Achapi's turn. He is undeterred, not spotted. Barely, I think they saw him there. And that's going to signal to Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, they know he's there. And the stun flies out. Tensai to follow. Easy pickings for Achapi.
Yeah, Ryohei get the hypnotized, but will be brought down in a 2v1. It's just Bell always seems to be the one left. And that's the one brawler that can't really make these big plays happen. Crazy Raccoon will take set number 1, but so close overall. Just the make or break brawler seems to be failing for Navi.
It just felt like so much pressure was on Achapi to perform there. And, you know, putting all your eggs in one basket there, if this was a prepared strategy, it's a bit questionable to say the least.
I don't know how you felt, but after I've seen the draft, I already felt like our predictions were kind of cooked, but then NAVI turned things around in that game number 2, made it very close in game number 3 as well. What I really feel is that East Asia seems to underestimate Lumi heavily. The only thing that got nerfed about her was her star power. She now only slows for 1 second instead of 2 with her halftime star power. And I feel like that hasn't hurt her too much, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, you know, in terms of how strong the star power was, it's hurt her, but she was still so good anyway that it hasn't made, you know, a massive difference. Still very viable regardless of that nerf. So yeah, they need to start banning it. Something needs to happen, or they might think they've got a counterplay to it and the counterplays just aren't working, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. And I agree, it has to be banned.
Yeah, not a big fan of it. Leaving Lumi in the pool and using Kid as an answer of all things, bit questionable. I mean, there's already a lot of well-researched counters to Lumi, and Kid is sad to say not really one of them.
The crux of out in the open is always going to be how to get into mid the quickest possible, either by using one of those brawlers that can open up the walls or by using one of those brawlers that can walk over water. A lot of those have been banned out, so it made so much sense for Crazy Raccoon to pick both the Lu and the Lumi to have the area control. As long as Lu didn't have the super available, Lumi had her gadget to close that left-hand side off, and NAVI couldn't ever make it into mid. So definitely a good draft from the side of Crazy Raccoon. I'm excited to see what they will show us now on Double Swoosh, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be a big one for NAVI, because if they drop 2 sets down against an opponent like Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be very difficult. But, you know, like Spoo said, NAVI seem to be a team that can reverse sweep in the toughest of situations, so it might be required if they don't play this set too well. But something's going to have to change, because that first set did not go in their favor, and Crazy Raccoon seem like a very strong team at the moment.
Double Swoosh is all about area control once again, so I want to see that Lumi banned, and there it is. Crazy Raccoon is going to ban her out themselves, since first pick is going to go towards NAVI this time around. I do like to see that Lumi ban. What we still have open here with a lot of area control will be Griff and Ember. We have seen both of them either picked up or banned out quite often today already, Spook.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the Kaze ban on the side of NAVI as a first pick. They are reading Crazy Raccoon so well in here. They know that Crazy Raccoon is, you know, statistically has been practicing this Kaze, and they also probably have experimented enough with the brawler to know that it's not really a viable first pick. So unfortunately, no choice but to ban it out to respect it. NAVI, they open with, I think, the quintessential double swoosh pick now in 2025. It's gonna be that Chester pickup, a very flexible pickup. Can't really go mid, can't go side lanes. It's leaving NAVI's plans sort of not decided at the moment. It's gonna allow a very flexible picks up here from Crazy Raccoon. Gem carriers still aplenty. Yep, as you mentioned, the Amber is gonna come in. I'm just curious to see if Jean will be selected by them as well.
Yeah, 2 very good brawlers for breaking up this map. Obviously, Amber can only get rid of Bush. Chester, with the hyper charge, with, you know, one of his kind of 4 supers, can get the break as well. So that's, you know, very good, very versatile, decent at close range, decent at mid range. Really solid first pick, I'd say. Jay Young comes down then for Crazy Raccoon. It's one of those brawlers who I know's decent, but I haven't been proved like that much that it's good. It's worked, it's done poorly. It's just another one of those brawlers in my opinion. But yeah, it's fine. I don't mind it too much for Crazy Raccoon.
I was thinking you're gonna say hit or miss again, because Jaeyoung, as the performance hasn't been good. I'm gonna be real with you here. Brawl Cup didn't really have an excellent performance, but teams have been banning it. And that just signals to me that it's one of those brawlers that, as a support, really just offers so much and so much versatility that irregardless of that win rate, teams are just still gonna value it a lot. NAVI though, they're gonna, you know, cycle back to a strategy that basically it's very, you know, traditional in the sense. It's going to be developing this gray in double swoosh. The only big changes to this brawler as of, you know, a few months ago is going to be that hypercharge, which I don't think will be a real big deal here. Yeah, it's actually the Jackie that they're going to pair it up with. I thought Tara was coming. They're going to double down, go for the even more aggressive option.
Yeah, a bit of a cheese strat. I imagine they're probably just going to be linking TPs from the spawn to the mid and having that Jackie go in whenever Crazy Raccoon kind of lunge for a gem. So I do like this from Navi. Really good draft in my opinion. And as you said, the Tara would have been pretty decent, more versatile I imagine off the start. But a Draco will come in for Crazy Raccoon to round out their composition. So pretty decent from both sides. I do like what Navi have brought to the table though, and I think in the position they're in, they needed something a bit cheesy to get going.
Not sure if it's going to be enough, though. We have seen the reason why Amber is so banned at the moment. That new Hypercharge just does so much damage. And up against a Grey comp, where basically you're going to be, as you said, cycling TPs over and over again, the Hypercharge lingers long enough to get multiple burns down. So if Crazy Raccoon play for that win condition, you know, just secure so much of the map, it's going to be sort of a difficult one for Navi to aggress into.
Milkro trying to get a super. Pulled through the wall though. Nice little walking cane from Kuru. But not punished as Tensai will get the 3 gems and not die. Milkro gonna get these shots in. Didn't get the burn there with the trailing oil. And Ryohei trying to make the move. Tensai getting some damage in. Pull available for Ryohei, but tapped up heavily.
Kuru already has dimensional doors. That's almost a world record of speed there. Tensai feeding out so many of those crucial shots. Now you can see they're so scared of just standing anywhere close to that because they know Ryohei is lying in wait. Now they're going aggressive though, and this is what they're concerned about. Ryohei gonna be going in. Trades out with Tensai though. So not the worst thing in the world for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Moya had to go towards those gems here because they don't want to risk losing all of them. Milkro is better to have 4 than to have none at all on the team. Charpei's going to go down, but Ryohei comes in. Should be traded out nicely and is. Now the gems remain with Tensai, and that's a bit of a better position. But Hypercharge Super is there, and that makes things even worse for Crazy Raccoon.
Oh man, pulling in Moya as well. Now Ryohei transferring himself to the backline. He's chunked Tensai a fair bit, but thankfully he's going to survive it. Now with Charpei being the secondary threat to go in and just really tear Tensai. He's the key target. It's just absolutely bullying him. Ryohei now, the mission is on to find Tensai once again. Hey, Navi, leave this man alone. What did he do to you?
Oh, and we see the kill as well onto the Draco, and the kill's not there either for Milkreo. Really tough stuff for Crazy Raccoon to make this work. The TP provided so early, and he hasn't even had to use his Hypercharge TP to get this win.
It's just, additional utility, right? I mean, he's got this Hypercharge, and as mentioned, it's not that relevant. I didn't expect him to get it so soon. It's almost a bit uncharacteristic. You know, we talk about Tensai's mechanics and how he's a world-renowned player, and yet he's the one that fed majority of the shots.
Yeah, disappointing then for Crazy Raccoon. Got some work to do if they want to stay in this set. Was they could be dropping it quite fast to Navi, who seemed like the dominant force in that one. Ryohei down the right side catches both of them out. And that's going to be 2 kills with a bit of help from a Charpei. Kuru not finding the shot to the left-hand side, and Milkro going in now. Does feed a shot. Actually 2 there as well, and this is getting increasingly worse for Crazy Raccoon.
Moya's going to be able to take back control of the mid thanks to that dragon form though. And the gamble of putting 2 brawlers on the side is they've yielded the position to Milkreo. Yeah, Milkreo now aggressing on that left side. Moya is going to be able to burn down Ryohei here. That's going to allow Crazy Raccoon to control the mid. A nice burn on that mid as well to sort of scout out any potential plays coming out from Kuru and Ryohei.
Yeah, now need to stop Kuru from setting up this TP, but he's going to go on that left-hand side there. They honestly don't mind that as much. Burns there as well. Hypercharge available from Ryohei, but he's quite low. Moya on 1 HP, and he does go down. 6, and he just gets caught out. Tensai is going to fall. Milkreo will get the trade. A Charpei round the rear, though, trying to get the pinch back into him. 6 gems lay on the floor, and Moya will get that kill. Not the best of TPs, honestly, set up there, but now Kuru will move it to the mid.
Resetting it there to the quintessential Grey positioning. Hypercharge from Ryohei going to be going in. This time it's Milkreo that tanks the gank. Tensai still very much in safety. Moya scoops up 3 gems here. That's going to be really useful. Poison's going to take him down though. Can Navi scoop up some of these gems and maybe take control? No. Milkreo denies it. Together with that Hypercharge, going to be able to burn down Ryohei. Kuru tanks the tail end of that Hypercharge uncharacteristically. He's going to TP out, but he's going to burn down. That's going to create an opening for Moya to pick up some of those gems, reverse the position. It's Ryohei versus the world, and I don't think he's going to be able to stop this Crazy Raccoon roster.
Well, that gives 11 to Tensai now. A Sharpie coming forward, super there. Tensai should fall to that, and he does. But they don't have a chance of coming back just yet. The gems remain in the Crazy Raccoon spawn, but look at this lockdown pressure they've got now, and 15 seconds to make something happen. But a bit antsy there from Kuru. Goes in very early and leaves the rest of his teammates a bit hung out to dry in terms of being able to aggress. Milcreo will get one, and Ryohei not healthy enough to come forwards just yet. And the respawning members of Crazy Raccoon will get him, but not without a reset.
A beautiful reset there from Navi, but as you said, is it really for North? With no dimensional door set up for them, there's no easy pathway. The right side, it's just bubbles, oil, and the whole kitchen sink spilled all over the floor. No way for them to come in, but Ryohei, he finds the one play. A Choppy on the right side, jumping in there, managing to get the kill, but he's boxed in. Crazy Raccoon, they maintain this lead. How long will this go on?
Moya just saying, fine, I'll do it myself. If you can't hold the gems, I will. 18 above his head and a bit more HP this time. Ryohei has the TP sat there, though. Milcreo will hypercharge super that this time. Super available from Ryohei, but he's burning. Moya will get that and pop a gadget, and that will leave him healthy enough to remain alive to get the game in the bag. 1-1 now, and that was a lengthy game, but Crazy Raccoon just one away from being 2 sets up. And the opposing team need 1 to even this out.
The game of resets, indeed. Crazy Raccoon almost sort of fumbled there, dropped the ball. But this time, I like the adaptations that they've made. They've recognized that Amber is truly such a force to be reckoned with when he gets that hypercharge. If they manage to take control of the mid and they bait out one teleport, just clean up afterwards, they're completely capable of that.
Tensai trying not to feed the Grey off the start. Putting in shots in though and evades the walking cane nicely. A Sharpie burned following the kind of trailing oil of Milcreo with that gadget. Moya over the left hand side just trying to keep Ryohei back, but just focusing on not feeding Kuru as much this time, I feel, which is doing very well for them. And a grass break in there too.
Yeah, the whole strategy of Navi really just revolves around the dimensional doors. I do believe Kuru hasn't landed a single shot this game. Excellent discipline. Now one shot, connecting. He's still going to be 3 shots more before that dimensional doors, but look at Milcreo already burning up so much of that mid bush. 2 more shots before dimensional doors come online, but the lane swaps from Navi are there. There we go, dimensional doors finally online, and a 50-50 in terms of the gems, 5-4.
TP set and Ryohei ready to roll out. Baits out this TP for now, doesn't go through it. We'll have to wait another rotation of that recycling. Tensai not going to be able to grab this just yet. Super comes out, and that's a bit of a grass break in there, similar to what the Amber's been doing on the opposing side. Tensai wants to go for it, but here comes Ryohei. Does really well, pulls back, but Moya will be able to grab all of these gems. Not the one they really want them on at the moment, but it is 6-6 and close.
Yeah, this might be the game where Moya has to really gem carry for the team. He's the only one that isn't a big target for Na'Vi. That's going to allow Tensai to go on the aggressive, but Jaeyoung being an offensive brawler, not really the ideal thing here. Ryohei's just chasing him, ring around the Rosie. Tensai, he's caught between a hot rock and a hard place, but actually managed to get the kill. Kuru's forced to pop that hypercharge to not misposition that mid. Nice pull onto Moya as well, following up into the Achapi nuke of destruction. That's gonna allow Gem to cycle back, but it's still a costly kill for Crazy Raccoon to take.
Yeah, well, 9 gems and make that 10 now for Navi. TP available with the hypercharge Ryohei. The Sharpie needs to survive though. He does have 1 lingering here. Now the hypercharge will come in. Ryohei should be able to get both, all 3 maybe. Milcreo's going to fall and Kuru will slide around for all these gems. 2 seconds on the clock and no signs of Crazy Raccoon. That's going to even it out and bring a set back for Navi.
Bang, bang, bang. Ryohei, the man himself, catches a smile there. I think he knew, you know, the last play he did there, absolutely flashy, but formulaic. That is what Navi planned, and they executed flawlessly at the end there. It was Crazy Raccoon that I saw. They were the ones trying to change the plan every single game, and Navi's like, you know what? We're gonna do the same thing 3 times and it'll work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we finally got a game. How close can it be? They said yes, and I'm all for it. First we had Mira Jean today, and now we're seeing Kuru hitting every single pull with that walking cane. Very impressive. And then we had 2 resets in that game number 2. Yes, Ryohei got a lot of kills. Yes, Moya and Ten said it well too. But in the end, it's just super close, and that's what is gonna stay in my memory for a very long time, Trev.
Yeah, really, really close gameplay. And there's nothing wrong with the cheesy comp. It works, don't get me wrong, but this is exactly what Navi needed to get back into this, I feel. Because, at least in my opinion, Crazy Raccoon looked pretty convincing in the first set when there was kind of just like normal gameplay and normal drafts rolling out. They needed something that was a bit, you know, more volatile, Navi at least. And nothing wrong with that. It worked perfectly well for them. And it does put them back into the game, but Crazy Raccoon are going to have to be a bit more wary of this in the future, I feel.
Crazy Raccoon takes set number 1, Navi set number 2. Now we're heading into Sneaky Fields. It's Brawl Ball and Spoo. I'm sure you know the stats about that as well. Which of those two teams is usually winning that mode?
Well, according to my research, neither of these teams are truly the tank masters or like the Brawl Ball master in. That's kind of left with ZETA Division, if I'm gonna be real. And both of these teams, just reminding you, they were dumpstered by ZETA Division 3030. So focusing back on them again. I mean, if you think about it, of them both being 0-3 against ZETA Division, I'd say that they're pretty even.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I mean, Sneaky Fields is a map where tanks are going to run riot for quite a lot of it. Should have the bans in just a second, but it is Brawl Ball, Sneaky Fields. So I think this, honestly, looking at the last draft, it kind of maybe gives Navi a bit of a heads up in terms of being able to play those tanks because it worked so well for them in the last.
Really just a question of which tanks will still be available after the bans, and there's not that many actually banned out. Ash is the only one, a proper tank that is banned out. We still have Hank Open, Buster, Draco, all of those tanks that we've seen before. Frank as well, Kenji, a lot of options still in the race here. Ryohei is gonna come in with B immediately, Spoo, so they decide to go with a tank counter early. Is that the strat?
Not sure, but I love the respect that is given. You've named off basically every single viable tank in the game, and guess what? Almost every single one of them falls to B if it's piloted well. Navi keep their options open. By allowing this B pick to go through, it's basically saying that we can poise ourselves for early game and hunker down till then, and that's completely fine. But we also have sort of mid-priority when it comes to who gets to enter the bush, thanks to that rattled hive. Crazy Raccoon, though, they go for the East Asia special, which I know Ark in the back is probably thinking to himself, what am I seeing again?
I mean, for me, Charlie's just, decent against the B thanks to those spiderlings. Fine against tanks, so you can bring it as an early pick and kind of still be alright later on if they do bring something like that in. Kenji follows up after the Charlie for Crazy Raccoon, and we know how good it is. It's obviously been nerfed a little bit, still pretty viable overall, and banned out for quite a lot of the series so far. So nice to see that returning, seeing how it's going to fare after these nerfs once more.
Have to see if it's a trap though. It's basically intentionally being let through. The ban rate not really reflecting it as much this month. He is slipping through quite a lot, and so far he's been answered. There we go. One of the few sort of skill-based pickups here, I think. Frank is a decent check to the Kenji, but hey, if you remember Crazy Raccoon from 2024 World Finals, they made Kenji look like it countered Frank, when all the pros that I talked to say that it's basically an unwinnable matchup. So if anyone can do it, it's got to be Tensai.
Yeah, I mean, that does seem to be the case. Navi have one more, though, and they do have to be a bit careful considering Crazy Raccoon have this third and final. They can still counteract whatever Navi brings to the table. It's going to be a road that they're going double tank with the B. So Crazy Raccoon going to have to bring in quite a heavy tank counter, I feel, to be able to really have a say in this matchup, or just, double down and go for a tank themselves as well.
There's a lot of hate pick that they could go for here. I mean, I almost feel like if I was watching EMEA and this was SK, Ope would be itching to fire off on the Shelly here. But nonetheless, I don't think Crazy Raccoon have that kind of a sort of pocket pick within them. They may maybe go for something like either Tara or Ash by themselves, but all these matchups don't seem very good. Yeah, they double down. They have to go for another anti-tank of their own. They feel the Charlie is not enough. It's going to be interesting to see who they run mid, whether it's going to be the Charlie against the B or the Lu against the B in the mid.
Yeah, that's the question. We'll find out in just a second as we get into this game. Quite a decisive one. Whoever wins this will go up once again. Will it be Crazy Raccoon for the second time, or Navi eventually manage to grasp this lead away from them and take this third set? Will be close. This double tank should be quite oppressive in terms of just being able to run down the lines and get some good positioning. But as you say, whether or not we see this Kenji being able to put up a fight against the likes of the Franken, so far so good.
Yeah, Moya showing his mechanical brilliance there. And not to Cite Tampo, his former teammate. Now Moya running away with the ball. Achapi still barely going to catch him. Not really. One more hit. This should be the takedown. Achapi just trying to get him down. Finally, the pesky Moya falls. The slow is thrown out onto the side of Tensai, who has nowhere to run. That's going to allow a stun from Ryohei and slightly open up the map for that B later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up for the B, but it also hurts those two players, Achape and Ryohei. Now going to be hung out to dry against the Lu, against the Charlie. And obviously with Kenji being a bit more mobile, they might be all right. Heavily relying on the B on this left-hand side now, though. And Tensai has a hypercharge pretty early on. Doesn't really need to hit that, just kind of disrupt the B a little bit whilst they get some control.
Yeah, supercharge shot. They're going to be land onto Tensai, but the hypercharge from Moya transfers himself over to the left side, managing to get a nice kill to protect that ball. The two tanks, though, are still at large. Milkreo's going to have to commit the hypercharge for this defense, putting Crazy Raccoon back in mid-control.
Moya managed to pick up the Frank as well, and that's, you know, the second or third time he's done that in what's supposed to be a bad matchup. He has a super as well, working towards the second hypercharge. Cocoon goes through, and the B rattling still through with the Rattled Hive. Moya can't get much done as he returns straight into a Frank super and not going to be able to get much from that. The stun comes out and just breaks more of the map for the B, but it'll hurt the other two again.
It's such an interesting play there from Navi, shredding up the mid. They obviously want Kuru to shine here, and that's going to be the target for Moya. No, changes his target onto Ryohei. It's Chappie, the star of the show, running it down onto Tensai, but he's got the Cocoon ready, puts him in there. Mid-control is still with Navi and the ball. As long as Milkreo stays up, there should be an easy defense, but no! Ryohei catches the ball, tears open the map, and 1-0 for Navi.
Yeah, got that anti-stun straight after Moya almost had a breakaway as well. Ciara going to need something special here. Cocoon comes through straight onto the B. Now they can take advantage of these two other tanks. Ball forwards, Ryohei grabs it though, supers it out, leaving the B alive. Moya has to go forward, try and get this kill super up, surely, and a goal. Can't get in. I thought he'd have gambled a shot there, but he's going to go for the hypercharge. But Milkreo's slowed down, trying to get forwards now, but it's not going to be enough. I was sure he maybe would have been able to get a shot off with the super there.
Ryohei, my man, goes to show goalkeepers do exist in Brawl Stars as well. He found the perfect angle, the furthest possible distance to corner it there. And Tensai, Milkreo on the Lu, hesitation. He nearly picked up the ball, got the super cross, but that microsecond of a delaying in the pass, just didn't manage to connect there with Moya. And that's going to put Crazy Raccoon one game down.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Crazy Raccoon now. Moya doing a good job again, though. Super going to be missed and cleaned upon return. This might be a goal here as they're pushing this forwards. Milkreo misses a couple of shots. The anti-stun popped, and unfortunate for Navi as he misses the goal. Achape now overcommitting as well. Will go down and be a bit of a super battery for a few of those remaining Crazy Raccoon players. And Kuru just holding down this mid and doing a good job of it.
Yeah, both teams taking turns to really fumble here. You can sort of feel the palpitation, the pressure that both these teams are on. Now, Crazy Raccoon in a really good position. They just leave Ryohei in the lurch, just cornered there, and they should be able to walk this one. And yes, they do. Crazy Raccoon, they finally get a goal for themselves.
Yeah, Tensai, hypercharge available. Just needs to be able to get it super. Moya shouldn't be too far off either against this Frank, who's just feeding him over and over and over. Gets a super, doesn't use it just yet. Will get some heals off it, gets it off and gets a couple of connections, should get the kill. But Kuru trades that one out. Achape coming forwards now, has to back off and go a different route because he's about to be stunned. And probably will still be stunned here. Should be taken down and feeds the hypercharge too. Super going to be missed by Tensai. And he had a hypercharge there as well. But with being up, they don't really need to overcommit, but the stun isn't there and saved. But it should be followed up by Moya, who just about gets the ball and puts it in, evens it out to make it 1-1-1-1.
1-1-1-1. Indeed, it was so close there. Ryohei, he could have probably scooped up the ball, but he opted to go for the attack there. I think once again, split-second decisions, split-second mistakes. That is what's really costing both of these teams. Now heading into game number 3, whoever wins this is gonna be in the lead for the rest of the match.
Yeah, a little bit of a swap here as well, and the Rattled Hive connects with Moya, putting him in a tough position against the Achape, pushing down this left-hand side. Chup might be able to get both here, but he's Cocoon just in time, and a great super from Moya. Unsure if Rose was going to be able to beat him here, but he did miss a shot. Ryohei coming through now, wants to go for goal, does have the anti-stun as well, might be able to get... Oh, he missed! Oh, great shot by Ryohei there, just predicts that he's going to move forward and have to save that, but can't get there in time. Brilliant stuff from Navi. The super comes out to break up this map even more, slow onto Milcreo as well, and this might be the end of the game if Ryohei can get a nice super off here, and Rosa pushes up. This is a really tough position for ZR to be in.
This is looking fantastic on the side of Na'Vi though, but Tensai, he throws out one of those hypercharged super to deny it. Milcreo to cover the other choke point. The defense is decent for now. Moya aggresses back into the mid. Shots are flying out. Ryohei, does he land the stun? Yes, he does. Onto Tensai. Now turning on the noise cancelling and going in to shred up the rest of the Crazy Raccoon roster. Ryohei, this man cannot be stopped. Another stun to break it through. Will Na'Vi be able to walk this in? No! Tensai with the cocoon stops it in its tracks.
Yeah, Charpy can't get his super off and remain in the spawn there either. If Crazy Raccoon manage to bring this back, they're going to be absolutely laughing at their opponents, having so many chances and not managing to score them. Moya with a hypercharge now, but it's less influential than it was prior. Super available now, stunned out. Hypercharge comes in, won't be able to do quite a lot of work here. Gets another one, Ryohei should fall. And 3 versus 1, can they push this goal in? Hypercharge shot comes through. The stun is not there just yet, and Kuru with a brilliant defense to keep Navi in the lead.
Now Ryohei going to be breaking out a Chappie from his team there. CR losing 2 members there. A very, very big deal. The ball being cornered now in the Na'Vi pocket. This is going to be a difficult position to break out of. They've already expended the hypercharge from Moya. He needs to farm up another one in the next 30 seconds if they can have a chance. Cocoon flies out once again. They're just going to leave a Chappie chilling in there. But Na'Vi, they seem perfectly fine with that. As long as Ryohei and Kuru are undeterred, they can maintain this defensive position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Tensai hit by that as well. Hypercharge available from Milcreo, but he's going to need a super. Might be able to get one in just a second. Moya, super available, does go for the ball. Can he get this ball across? Stun, the Cocoon's there as well. Perfect timing. Everything lines up so well for Crazy Raccoon, and they even it out. But Navi have the B in overtime.
Picture perfect offense buys them another life here. But as you said, it's B in the overtime. The quintessential sort of first pick coming out there from Navi, formulaic as it is, one of the strongest overtime brawlers. Will it be taken down here by Moya? No. Ryohei with the stun, manages to catch him here. Ryohei now has to just, cycle the Moya. Chappie finds the corner there, but it doesn't matter. Ryohei is here to clutch things up. The hammer drops. It tears through the Crazy Raccoon roster. Navi take the lead.
Unreal set there. Crazy Raccoon bring it back in the dying seconds of the regulation time. But in overtime, the B runs rampant yet again. And even having 2 tanks on your team, you can still run it down when you've got that B in overtime. Really, really nice stuff from Navi, and they do take the lead.
I'm speechless. I'm not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's very rare, and yet still, what a match we have just witnessed here right now. Every single set so far, both teams have managed to take at least 1 game each, making every set go the full distance to a decisive 3rd game. It's incredible what they're showing us here. Kuru with a whopping 8 kills, 380 damage. He did do a lot of damage. That is also due to the fact that we went to overtime a lot of times, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, big work from Moya and Tensai on the other side as well. Milcreo not able to put up as much DPS as the other 2 players, but Kuru doing so much work with 380 and Ryohei 11 kills. Huge stuff from Navi getting those goals when it mattered. But, in terms of kills on the other side, that's what Rosa and Frank are there for. They're there to just run it down, die, make plays, get positioning, and they did it perfectly so many times that CR just really couldn't keep up. Navi were in control of the game for the most part. Yes, we saw CR have some good map control at points and make brilliant plays like this, how everything just lines up so perfectly. But in the end, I think it was inevitable that Navi were going to win.
Gotta give a shout out there to my boy Ryohei there. Looking at throughout all of these games, he really feels like he's just completely locked in as the best tank player of all these 6 players. He just shows so much great mastery over all the brawlers he's piloted so far. And looking at the next map, Layer Cake, that's another tank map if Navi want to go in that direction.
We were talking about how we've seen enough of those 3-0s today. 3-1 in the quarterfinal number 3 at least, but this one is really fulfilling every single promise that, coming into this day I was hoping to see. We have every single set so far going to the full length. Every single set had to go into round number 3. I'm sure you two are feeling it. As a caster, that's always kind of what you want to see. Those close matches, especially in Brawl Ball. those matches that go into overtime. Heading over to Bounty now though, Layer Cake could be a little bit quicker. Here it comes down really to who is the better draft, who will clutch the blue star and then just lean back, charge their supers and hold on to control for the duration of the set.
This is a really draft heavy map, not gonna lie, and I have to say, I just feel that Crazy Raccoon, that's been the critical weakness for them, you know, all the way back 2023, all the way coming to now, which is that they can't seem to find solidity in their drafts. NAVI, though, they seem to have kept up with the times. It's not, you know, the most innovative draft so far, but certainly the boldness coming out from their picks is really starting to show. Once again, they have the first pick. And how often do you see a team with first pick consistently get the outdraft?
Well, Gene comes in as the first from NAVI, and pretty decent on a map like this. When pinned in spawn, there's really nowhere to go in Bounty, and obviously ban-wise, decent across the board as well from both teams. Crazy Raccoon, we flip back over to them for the 2 picks that they will take first. They can go and kind of try take Navi's route and maybe overwhelm this Gene so far with a tank pick, something like that. Ollie still on the board, which has been a real staple of this map, sorry. And the same with a lot of the other ones that can just run it down. Gus comes in, though. I do like that pick.
It's a stable one for Crazy Raccoon, but I'm hoping at this point that they go for something sharper. There we go. The preemptive Willow pick, mind you. They're sick and tired of the tanks that Ryohei has been bringing to the table. And second, instead of going for something like a Juju, they've opted to go for what I think is coined as the semantic special at this point. Go for this Willow, try to dissuade Navi from going for any more tank selections, force them to play the control game where you believe your team does better.
Well, we'll see if Navi do still just run it down with the tanks, because honestly, I wouldn't put it past them at this point. It's what seems to be working for them against this Crazy Raccoon team, and they go in with the Ollie. So, nice pick from them. It's what I kind of said at the start was the tank to go for with the bans lining up. So, I do like that a lot. We'll see what they pair with it. It's their third and final to go along with the Gene and Ollie. It's going to be tough for Crazy Raccoon. Not much DPS so far, but the mind control should be able to do a good amount of work as kind of like swaying these tanks away.
Almost feel like Navi is locked in to have to pick a thrower for the last pick just to compete with this Willow's map control. I don't really see a world where they double down. Yeah, they have to go for a throw of their own. They're going to go for the Juju. It was left in the pool. It's one of the strongest throwers, if not, I think, the most versatile thrower on this map. It is going to put the damage department from Navi a little bit low, and that, I think, might signal to Crazy Raccoon to go for a big, tanky brawler. No, they're going to opt for sort of the middle of those two ideas. They go for a mobility sort of tanky pick like the Carl.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, Carl's been known to work for these kind of East Asian mechanical players. It's something they kind of lean on when they need a comfort pick, and good into this matchup as well. So, really solid shout from Crazy Raccoon to not only be comfortable, but be good in the current meta.
Looks like a 50-50 comp, Trav. I don't think I'd favor any team much more. It's going to come down to the player skill. And there we go. Blue Star. Collected by Milcreo. Now the defensive plays will start from Crazy Raccoon, but can Navi break through?
Milcreo playing this right-hand side against the Ollie, and some good positioning for Juju. Once he gets in this bush, it's going to be very hard, so Moya tries to stop him from even getting there and kind of remain at this equal range against it. The Blue Star at the moment is swaying CR into victory. Only 30 seconds in, so much can still happen.
Yeah, big supers have to be looked out for. Kuru, he's probably, with the rate that he's charging supers this game, he's probably going to get only one pull throughout the entire game. But in Bounty, that's all that really matters. Achapi, on the other hand, going to be trying to charge out at least one super for that final push. Ryohei, the super is important too, but trading against Milcreo, not really something that he can consistently do. He just relies the tank shots to get that super. On the side of CR though, they've got 3 fantastic supers of their own, and defensively, it's a lot easier for them to obtain it.
Well, the Willow playing now against the Ollie on this right-hand side, just keeping him back. Juju slides into this mid to get the extra range from the grass, but Gus will find a great connection there, and it'll leave one of those ghosts that can be used as a cookie popper if someone's retreating on low health. We'll be able to secure the kill. Milcreo with a super. Moya and Tensai alike too, and Navi still searching for theirs. And this is a really tough position for Navi to be in, having to push into 3 supers in the end game. Eventually, Ollie's going to get his, but even that is going to be very difficult to get going because of this Willow super.
That Cookie Popper give me so much anxiety, but here the final push starts with the Grizz. Cookie Popper hits onto 2, but yeah, Grizz gonna be taking so much attention now. The ball flies through, goes through Moya, hits Tensai instead, but Milkreo is on the ball, tries to make the offensive play, but Ryohei heads up to there, hypnotizing, pulling him back. It's now gonna be Crazy Raccoon with the final play of the game. 7 seconds left though, they have to make a play. Ryohei, nice jump there to dodge, to hypnotize again. He's the lamb to the slaughter, the sacrificial lamb, but it's gonna buy NAVI game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that was, really unfortunate for Crazy Raccoon, I will say. Diving down, avoiding the pull, and then having someone stood behind you get hit by it. Really unfortunate there, because it was a great play, great evade of it, sorry. But that puts NAVI on match point against Crazy Raccoon in a wonderful position to close this one out here. And when Crazy Raccoon were kind of backed against the wall and nowhere to go, the pull clutched up for NAVI.
One pull was all that he needed. And now you can already see Crazy Raccoon, they've got a different idea. They feel that we can't turtle the rest of the game. The confidence has been shattered. They're trying to go for early aggression. Tensai makes the call. He's saying, I'm Gus. I'm going to land every single shot in the game. I'm going to push NAVI back to spawn, even if we have the lead.
Yeah, Moya just flanking around this right-hand side, and yet again keeping a Charpy out of this bush. Eventually gets in it, and that's going to push him out, but Gus will find the connecting blow. Milkreo with the super here as well. Needs to be careful of Ryohei getting this mind control and drag back, but a good pinch in from Tensai. Shield onto himself, and Ryohei caught out. So low, but not finished off. They are still in the lead though, but might need a bit of a buffer considering what happened in the last one.
A buffer is what they're trying to farm up here, but in return, NAVI, they're getting most of their supers online. You already see the tools up for both a Charpy and Ryohei. Nonetheless, it's easy to control 2 choke points as compared to 3. Crazy Raccoon, they still maintain the spawn trap. With shots flying out, Milkreo's already got a hypercharge.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous. Didn't really get to use it in the last one till the dying seconds. And at that point, it was pretty much unusable anyway. Tensai going to pop a hypercharge. Now going in, round the back, Milkreo gets pulled out of the super vengeful spirit as well. But hypercharge trying to get him away as they do still have the lead, and it just about does. Moya with a super. And a 3-star lead for Crazy Raccoon can still be turned quite quickly.
Kuru's got so close to his next super, landing out most of the shots onto Milkreo. That's what he's trying to farm up here. You can almost feel he's trying to get it here, but Crazy Raccoon, nice, beautifully, just so disciplined, dodging out most of the shots. Ryohei making another jump in, going onto Moya, but the mind control is there. He's just leaving Ryohei in the base to allow the rest of his team to go and clean up the backline onto NAVI. It's going to be a complete annihilation for Crazy Raccoon, barely edging this game out 7-6.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they got that trade. I was looking at the stars. I was like, if he dies to this Gene, he is going to throw the lead. But luckily enough, had a teammate there to be able to find the connection and get the winning shot for Crazy Raccoon, keeping them in it, as that is, or was, or still is, match point for NAVI. But Crazy Raccoon giving themselves a lifeline with that win.
It's still so close. It's going to come down to the wire here. Milkreo now taking up that blue star, but this time NAVI, they punish it a little bit more, triple up on the mid, deal some damage, but the Crazy Raccoon formula hasn't changed. They want to go on the aggressive. Who cares if you got the blue star? Who cares about formula? We need to play offensive. We can't let NAVI push into us.
Yeah, I mean, with the blue star, similar situation. They want to try and extend this lead and not be stuck in the position like they were in the first game. Ryohei going forwards. Really can't mind control him here, otherwise he would have gone down regardless, and Milkreo used the super, kind of forced him away. And we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can maintain this lead. They're in a bit of a worse position than in the last. Ryohei going forwards, grasps a super of his own.
Not the best super there from Milkreo. Now lane swapping it up, going on to a Charpy. Crazy Raccoon on the defense, they have a bit of priority there with the swaps. Now NAVI with a swap of their own. They want to put Ryohei onto Milkreo. That's going to be the target here. And swaps coming back from Crazy Raccoon. It's musical lanes at the moment, but it's just time being bought for both teams to just farm up those crucial supers. This position, though, looks a lot closer like that game number 1. And it went NAVI's way then. Let's see if it happens again here.
Yeah, and a Gene pull and an Ollie super is going to be very dangerous in the closing seconds. Good shots coming out of Moya, though, working for a super of his own to be able to fend off this Ollie when he wants to come in. Grigri available as well, can tank some damage and get them in a good position once more. Kuru flanking around the right-hand side, wants to grab this pull, get someone back, but needs help at that point as well. If he pulls someone and no one's there, then he's going to be in a tough situation. Tensai with a hypercharge of his own, just waiting. 20 seconds on the clock. NAVI need to move.
Navi making the move now, but taking 2 shots of Choppy. Not the healthiest to go in. Cookie Pop are going to be forcing back the side of Navi. Only 13 seconds off the clock. They're not making the moves yet. It's actually going to be Crazy Raccoon. They go on the offensive. Milk Rail. He spies a play, but it's in a throw. He dived in with the blue star, feeding it out to Navi. That just completely, unmistakably has to be a throw. And Navi are going to knock out Crazy Raccoon out of the June monthly finals.
What? Why did he go in? Why did he go in? I mean, I don't know if he thought he was going to be able to get, like, both of them down, but unbelievable. Like, crazy stuff. Very questionable decision to go in there. Clearly it was communicated, though, by both of them, because he provides him the Gust Shield with the Hypercharge, he flies in with Flying Hook, and just dies with Blue Star. I just don't understand what the thought process was.
And now Crazy Raccoon even managed to make Trav stutter, basically speechless, and that literally never happened. So congratulations to that. How could it end other than in another set that goes the full distance? We had to see all 3 rounds of that, and it was a very close one in the end. Yes, Milkreo probably thought he has to secure the win in that one, get another kill just to make sure if one of his teammates dies, they still win it all. But yes, in the end, Navi wins, and Spoo, just saying, that means we were right. We got our predictions right, and those 2 guys just unfortunately didn't. Trev, any words on your loss in that one?
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know how I feel like usually I take responsibility, but in this situation, like, it can't be my fault, can it? When a play like that's just happened, like, absolutely unbelievable. But like, I'm loving the shades, guys, and a great selection, I will say, for your predictions.
I just saw Spoo's shades though. Did you not have any ones that were a bit bigger, maybe?
Hey, all I'm saying is that we've got 4 shady teams left in the tournament. Crazy Raccoon gonna take an early exit here, unfortunately, in the quarter-finals. That's a big blow to them. But hurrah to Navi! They've got a rematch now against Reject and ZETA Division. The other semi-finals are gonna be going up against a newcomer rival Esports.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that one, but yeah, Navi did deserve it. They thoroughly deserved that win. Played really well in all 3 sets that they managed to get. So a massively deserved semi-final for them. And Crazy Raccoon coming from a position of power in the first month. They won February, and they've just been on a downward spiral since then with 2 quarter-final exits in the past few months. It's not looking good for them all. And Navi have just put a massive gap between them with these double points as well. So it's going to be a long 2 months for Crazy Raccoon to try and bring this one back. And if Navi just outperform them from this point on, then they're going to be in an LCQ spot instead of Worlds.
We just saw one of the craziest matches we've seen all day. It did end in a 3-1 in the end, but every single set went the full distance. So that's definitely one of my favorites that we've seen all year long. The only thing that's still missing from this set now, or from this match now, is the MVP. The people at home got to vote once again over at eventorbrawlstars.com to gain their Pro Pass XP, and they voted for a Choppy.
No qualms about that. A Choppy, love the man, former world champion. Everyone thinks that he's washed. He shows that he's not. He leads Navi to victory there. We're gonna give a shout out to both his 2 teammates as well. I feel that with Navi, it's so difficult to select an MVP because all of them, they just really had to pull their weight at different moments just to secure it. We're gonna look at the replays now. This was the one that got away from Navi, but even then, I just love the confidence that they're exuding in their preparation.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that point, clearly a team decision. You can't just blame the singular player for that kind of mistake at the end there. As hypercharged shield to a hypercharged Carl, you expect more. But when the gene pool's there, obviously they don't have a knockback because they're running Vengeful Spirits. When the gene pool's there, you can't expect to be able to get much done as a Carl. So really well played by Navi. They had them pinned in spawn for the entirety and a deserved semi-final entry.
For all 4 of the teams that made it into the semi-finals so far, definitely deserved ones. We had 2 3-0 sweeps in the upper part of our bracket with ZETA Division versus Rival is going to be our first semi-final number 1. So both of them so far didn't drop a single set. That's certainly going to change in that one. And then semi-final number 2 is going to be Reject versus Navi. Any predictions for that one, Spur? You're so good at predicting, I heard.
might get this one wrong, but go Rival! No bias caster here, but someone's got to root for the other team. I know all three of you probably are going to go Zeta Division. All the shades are going to be you guys, but hey, I'm the one that believes in Rival. I think this might be the upset month. With the preparation Mameshi's been putting in, I think he might be able to do it.
Trev, before we're heading into the break and the people at home also get a chance to vote on their winner, what's your vote?
I think the smart decision would be Zeta Division. You know, I respect Spoo for going Rival Esports. You know, at this point, someone's got to do it. And if he continues this generational prediction run, then I'll be even further behind him. So, you know, honestly, I wouldn't mind Rival Esports doing well and causing a bit of an upset and closing that gap at the top of the leaderboard.
Let's see what our two casters will have in their predictions in the end, who will be right in the end, and I also want to see what you people at home will vote. So make sure to do that now. We're going to head into a very quick break.
ゼータはまず世界大会に行くと思ってて、で残りの1枠は今イースターアジアの地域の上位5チームの実力が結構近いので、CR、リジェクト、ナビ、ライバルの中から1回でも多く優勝したチームが残り世界大会に行って、残りのチームがあと LCQ だと思います。ブロールカップでのゼータのプレーを見て、スキルでは正直ゼータが一番強くて、で、ドラフトでイースターアジアは他のヨーロッパの他のチームに遅れを取ってるんじゃないかなって思いました。で、僕はライバルは結構ドラフトに自信があるチームなので、世界でも通用する力はあるのかなって思ってます。
For quarterfinals later, we're heading into our semis, and we get Ark back for those as well. He was following the action behind the scenes, and what an action it was in that quarterfinal number 4. We did hope for a close match, and we didn't promise too much.
I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, Brawl was just on the edge of your seat kind of stuff from start to finish. I mean, I was watching that bounty set that. I mean, I was screaming at my monitor, honestly. I was with Trav, like, you know, why would you just coordinate that idea to go in? And that's a shame because, honestly, I felt like, you know, for Crazy Raccoon, this was the month to perform, and they knew that as well. Now, going down the quarters, they're going to be dropping down this leaderboard. I mean, with Rival Esports, with Navi now in the semis, it's just not looking great for the first month of double points for Crazy Raccoon.
Trev, you can't even catch a breath here. We're heading straight into our semi-final number 1. It's Zeta Division versus Rival Esports.
Yeah, Suzuki, Levi, and Stampo up against Icy, Terry, and Mameshi. A really solid matchup between these two teams. Two very, very good quarterfinal appearances from these guys. I think you kind of have to put your money on Zeta Division. I know Spoo's gone Rival Esports. He went a bit different, tried to be, you know, some incredible prediction out of nowhere, but I think safe money goes for Zeta Division. Just reigning champions, they were the first seed at the moment, and Rival just haven't been the team that Zeta have this year.
Zeta Division dominated the qualifiers. They also dominated in the April monthly finals, beat everyone without dropping a single set. So far today, they also hadn't dropped a set. And once again, we had a chance to sit down with both of those teams to ask them about one another, to see if they're afraid of their opponents for the semi-final.
ライバルは、チームの形がすごい、はっきりしてるので、相手に主導権を握られないように絶対に勝ちます。
ゼータは本当に強いチームで、ブロールカップで、アジアに LCQ のスポット持ってきてくれたんですけど、絶対に勝ちたいと思います。
Rival has caused some upsets in the qualifiers. They upset NAVI. They're all ready to secure their spot in monthly finals. Now Ark, they want to cause another upset today. They want to get revenge.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, you know, it's just such a great addition this year, isn't it, with the qualifying stages being best of 5, and you can see just like how close it really was in that regard. And I think in that respect, Spoo's got some points to be heard in terms of predictions, because Rival Esports are not a team to be counted out in this regard. Yes, ZETA are leading the pack. They really are, in my opinion, the top team of this region, no doubt about it. Eyes on the prize. Let's show them what ZETA is made of. Absolutely so. And coming from the Brawl Cup, third place, not the position that they wanted to be ending in, no doubt. It's still very good, isn't it? But for this region, they are so much about their own country. They want to be out in first.
Rival sitting on that 5th spot at the moment, so at least they will profit from that additional LCQ spot. But they can say thank you to ZETA Division by handing them a loss today. Let's see if that's the case. The three of us have voted for ZETA Division. Spoo will go for the underdog here, if I might say so. Rival are not expected to win. If you just look at the previous results, ZETA Division has won 2 monthly finals so far. Rival has only made it into 1 semi-final and otherwise has always dropped out in the quarters already. This is their 2nd semi-final appearance, and a whopping 2% alongside Spoo are voting for them, Trev. That hurts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's bold from the 2%, but it's way closer than 98% to 2 this matchup. I'm looking at something like a 70-30, something like that in favor of ZETA Division. There's a chance, but not a massive chance. Rival Esports are an incredibly capable team, but I just think ZETA are on top of the world at the moment. Might have only got top 3 in Brawl Cup, but only lost to the kind of 2 finalists. So not bad at all for them. But yeah, ZETA Division is kind of where my money would be.
As they get themselves geared up and locked in. First map we're going to be going to will be this is going to be Hot Zone, a Ring of Fire. So looking forward to seeing picks and bans come through. I think they kind of want to see a bit of a Kaze ban here for me, really, just considering that in this region it's still being kind of played for. So I think they kind of just have to be cautious around it. We saw it get some good results earlier today. So I think for me, Finks as well, Draco, those kind of heavy healers and tanky brawlers taken into consideration.
First pick is going to go towards ZETA Division here. The young Kaze and Ember are going to be banned out. They want something with a lot of area control. Lou and Lumi this time around are going to be banned out. So now as we're heading into the semis, Trev, it seems like they've learned from the past mistakes their opponents have made in the quarters.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Definitely a smart decision to make. First pick should be coming in shortly. It's going to be the B. It's already worked pretty well on this map prior. Very solid brawler to play through the mid, the slows, the rattled hive, the impactful shots at range that you're going to be able to get. And the ability against tanks is unparalleled as well on this map. Bo going to come in as well. Another brawler we've seen before. It did well. Didn't quite get the win. And Draco along with that as well. I think that's a good shout.
My 3rd most picked brawler on this map, so I still don't rate it as a first pick when you got the coin toss, but I don't mind it in the kind of like flop position. Still not a massive fan of it, just simply because with so many hypercharges now in the game, triggering those mines, it's never really been easier in my opinion. But the Luban being there does make sense for the bow pick, so I'll let it go this time. Don't you worry, chat. I'm not going to be kicking off as much as I was in the last quarterfinal stages. Pam, bit of a wild card on Ring of Fire for sure. Don't mind it too much. Might eat my words on that front a little bit. It's yet to be proven, shall we say. I think I'll put it that way, to put it mildly, really. There's still some tankier stuff to be kind of considered here. The B pick really is the deterrent, but ZETA, for that reason, are in a position to kind of have something here with either the Hank or the Frank. They got the B to really counteract the Draco. They've got to consider the possibility of the Barry, though, coming in for Rival Esports to pair with that Draco. Gonna go with the Frank. I don't mind it at all for that regard. So, but if they want to bury this and combine with the Draco, they've got the Pam heals for ZETA, so it would make sense to double down. But they, for that reason, are leaving it so wide open that, or even Poco, just something to keep Draco alive on that mid with the bow mines as well. We saw earlier today the Cordelius doing a great amount of effect, taking the Draco off the map. That's not an option here for ZETA. Carl, not what I was expecting, but an aggressive one, certainly going to do wonders in that regard and give Frank a lot of problems.
Yeah, should be able to do really well against you know, all three of those when it comes to spinning and the heat ejector as well, very good. They've got the work cut out for them, ZETA Division. I do like this rival esports comp quite a bit. The bow mines have been quite an issue when you can set up about 8 at once, all in their kind of spawn. It stops them from pushing up for quite a period of time, so you could buy yourself some good percentage on the zone. But ZETA Division's comp is kind of nothing to just, you know, turn your nose up at either. Very good as well.
In we go. Let's see, immediately rival esports on the zone. Terry pushing forwards as well into that little spot there. That's kind of where the healing station is probably going to be coming down for Suzuki later on in the match. In the top right, though, big, deep plays being made here by Shitetampo, and now the flying hook in from Icy, and it's just by a whisker. Shitetampo that comes out on top. I'm probably going to break this bush now and open up this mid.
Yeah, Super comes down, gets the connection, and a couple follow-up shots too. Icy fall low, and Shitetampo will retreat back to the walls that you can just stand behind. Great tap as well, and ZETA are out here to fight for this. Pull back as well. Shitetampo will get that kill, and all control remains in ZETA's hands.
Yeah, good amount of aggression. Heals coming in now for ZETA, as well as the hypercharge. But the missed shots from Levi is a very unusual sight to see. He wasn't able to get a super off the back of that. So that was a bit of a miss. He was looking for that. So 2 shots would have made it, but he was missing a lot of them. Doesn't really matter. 60% to 30% on the zone. ZETA double that rival esports so far, and a nice cancellation there from Shitetampo. He'll go down, but the trade is most importantly there. 2 mines triggered immediately, so there, and there's the last one standing. And again, this is why I just don't rate Bo. You know, you're just too easy to eradicate that mid control.
Yeah, Icy not getting the kind of desired use out of this Carl against the Frank, as I'm sure he would have liked. I believe Pam can just stay on the zone until the end now, gets the win secured for ZETA Division, and that's a great start. Rival Esports, they came out swinging, but all control just left, and then they kind of got a bit of a, you know, a tough time pinned in spawn with the Frank and everything just wailing down on them, and just couldn't get out. So if things change, if the start goes a bit different, then the game can definitely flip on its head.
Yeah, the car was my reservation for the final pick too, but I mean, it can, like you said, get some results. It's just that Shitetampo's playing it better so far with the cancellation there of his gadget, just not really giving Carl much to do. I mean, the Frank, you know, it should have a worse matchup, really, in my opinion, but especially when Shitetampo breaks up in all the space, it's the bush that's the key here. He's staying in that position as well, breaks that entire right-hand side and the bush for good measure. Shitetampo's just playing it better.
Yeah, Terry low as well, and he's not even going to try and retreat at all there. Just pops the gadget, buys a few more seconds. The bow mine's coming down. Going to be breaking that wall, which doesn't give Frank as much room to kind of sit behind the wall and be in a tough spot. Now, Panther is going to be eradicated, double slow through, but here's the sweeping Carl around the back, avoids all the shots this time and cycled out his super with the hypercharge there. Not a massive lead for rival esports, but much, much better this time.
Tampo, the hypercharge, taking no chances, and I think that is the wise call, because that's the first time that IC was in that position there. Double connected, slow, lovely stuff there from Levi as well as the last stand. Is not going to actually give too much at all. Nice timing, and look at that. 4 mines instantly triggered there by ZETA. The timing's perfect. Oh, Levi outstanding. He's welcome though. He will get some value there from Ameshi, but now Terry forcing his way forwards on his own, and a good time for it, because there's not many of ZETA to be able to contest.
Yeah, Suzuki sapping the ammo nicely there. Slow comes through onto Mamesh as well.
Wow.
Icy just giving some big issues around the side here. Bowmine's going to connect with Suzuki again and causing some real issues, baiting that last one out. Now Icy comes in. Levi might be able to get the shot, but 40 HP surviving and continues spinning with the shield there. Protective pirouette keeping him alive. Bowmines come through with a hypercharge, 5 of them laying there, but if they don't have to retreat again, they're not going to be doing a lot. Levi goes in, tries to bait them out. Suzuki still staying alive, and the percentage getting closer. I see coming in, hypercharge use. Suzuki should force Shitetampo super, misses Draco as well, and this is surely going to be a finish for rival esports as all 3 of them recoup on the zone and get this evening score to 1-1.
Yeah, a really good response there from rival esports. Didn't quite see that one coming, so some notes to be made for the 3rd place finished team at the Brawl Cup of ZETA Division now. I still think you've got the better comp, but just didn't seem to kind of synergy on the zone for the objective, and I see getting better results from that Carl pick. I think made a lot of difference, getting that bottom right hand side pocket, kind of forcing out some utility from Shitetampo to have to deal with him was the right way to go about it. And I want to see Levi start to tap a bit more on this B pick, because there's a couple of missed shots in that last game. I prefer him to iron out. If he starts to land them, as I know he does and can, I mean, is dangerous. And look at him now going to town, and as quickly as that, taking back the mid, going to slow down IC now as well with the help of Tampo. That's what I'm talking about, ZETA.
Yeah, he heard you. He heard you. You were complaining about his shots, and he said, "Ark, shut up, watch and learn." And now they've got this good position again. Stun's come through. Tampo should be able to finish off IC here as well, and still in the rear, causing some big issues with the flank. Just retreats back to his 3 safety walls here, and Terry continuing to try and push around this left-hand side. Levy being provided with a little ham turret here, and a hypercharge just used to avoid these bow mines. Tampo will clean up as well. Terry coming from behind. Pam trying to get him down, but missing some shots. Another turret being placed, and a 30% lead is there, but it's dwindling now.
Oh, Suzuki there just finds Mameshi by a sliver. And Terry staying out of that range from Tampo will stay alive just long enough for his demise now. Let's see. Oh, great gadget from Tampo staying alive. His survivor ability this game has actually been insane. Now going in and just goes down before the hammer blow. That could prove costly. Terry retakes the mid. IC on the bottom right now for Rival. He's also a prime opportunity to retake this mid. Great rattled hive, and Terry could not get off the last stand in time. IC shields up, going on the aggressive and cycles to perfection, staying alive. 66 HP in a dream, and Rival now are really starting to close this gap.
Yeah, Bowmine's causing some issues and a flying hook away. Terry so low, and Tampo just popping hypercharge, get the movement going, trying to push up this map, and does. They've regained control so well there, just off the speed of a hypercharge. Didn't even need to use the super, and 2% and make that 0 needed. As ZETA Division take the first set. Looked a little bit questionable towards the end, but they persevered.
Yeah, I mean, Tampo for me, that game. Honestly, insane. It's just incredible work, cycling to perfection, staying in position, breaking open the entire map. I mean, he was the reason for me that set went their way.
A little shaky in the first game, we have to say. ZETA Division so far didn't lose a single set, not in the April monthly finals and also not today. That still remains the case here. We had a bow show up again. We were heavily bashing it before on Hot Zone. You especially, Ark. It almost worked out for Rivals, just saying. But yes, Tampo was super good. Suzuki with 12 kills. They just had the better comp in that one once again.
Yeah, 12 kills as a Pam's wild as well. 489 DPS with that brawler is crazy. To be fair, was against the Draco the entire time, because Draco's not really going to be able to do much against the Frank. So, provided with a decent matchup at range, and obviously be able to sap all that ammo when coming close as well. Did a very good job, don't get me wrong. I'm not taking anything away from him, because he played it so well. But all members of ZETA Division did their roles to perfection, I'd say.
I was going to say exactly the same. I was curious to see the stats for that reason, because the Pam for me I was unsure of. Bit similar to the kind of bow, the bow we've seen already today and stuff. And you know, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan, because a lot of the time, a lot of your utility comes from your opposition, you know, dropping the ball and triggering those mines and going down, and that's kind of like playing into their mistakes rather than your own play. That's my only reservation.
We saw Ring of Fire for the second time today. Both times we saw a bow against a B and a Frank. Goldarm Gulch is going to be our next map, and this one we see for the very first time today. So I'm excited to see what East Asia has come up with. What is going to be the draft on this map? Usually you see a lot of spell, some long range here. RT, one of the best brawlers on knockouts currently, and he's been for a while now as well. And maybe a thrower coming in here, Ark. Maybe a bow? Huh?
Oh, please don't. Let's not go there. But certainly a very different kind of draft, I would say, playing out for me. Kind of Gus really up there as that kind of first pick brawler. They've got the range, the shield to have some options later on in the draft, and that kind of thing. I want to see a Kaze ban, I want to see a Kenji ban, I want to see a Lumi ban. Those are the kind of three that, you know, for me, I'm still feeling like Kaze is the weakest of those three, but regardless, I think it's still such early days that it's kind of worth considering, and none of them are banned. So that's interesting to start. That's a very interesting to start. But these are the kind of ones that you'd expect to see banned. Kenji, of course, you know, it's a bit of a daring pick, no doubt about it. But now, let's see. Jin going to come through as a kind of solid mid to have here. For me, Buster's not a bad kind of tank option now that the Ollie is banned. I mean, for me, Grey is not a bad one to have here, but Gus is a really solid pick here for ZETA. I really hope they go for it first. But like you said, something I quite rate the RT here as well. It's quite a good idea too.
Would like to see him here, especially together with the Jean, would be super good, since when you tag your opponent's Jean and also Tick, for example, profit from them quite heftily. I'm surprised to see Ollie come in so often in the bans and in the picks. Just a little reflection here on Brawl Cup. We've seen him 12% picked, 1% banned in the Brawl Cup. So definitely not in the meta anymore. And now with that Kenji ban, he's catapulted back into the ban phase, Trev?
Yeah, I don't know really. It's a weird one. Like Lumi here is going to be very good because it's like Lu, but like don't need to get your super to be able to slow people down and kind of have them skating and putting them in bad positions. Daryl, a very good one. You know, you're going to be able to punish the brawlers like Jean who aren't going to have the biggest DPS in those kind of closing stages. And when you get your super, you can start to do stuff in the opening phases too. So I like what ZETA Division have got here. I really do. And I am a little bit fearful for Rival.
So I mean, it's Lumi. Like, it's still good. I don't know why, just because of a 1 second difference of the star power, that it's kind of dropped off the ban list, because for me it's still right up there. ZETA really here, they're going to be looking for the Gus. I feel like it's kind of like one of the biggest high rated brawlers for win rates. I mean, with the Squeak ban, that's there specifically by Rival in the face of ZETA, because ZETA play that as the #1 here, so that's a very directed ban as well. Tick coming in for control is going to really suffer against the Daryl. I mean, you know, that's the problem with that. And if they got a Gus shield combined with the Daryl on the side of ZETA, which I feel might be, you know, cooking up, it's going to be a scary prospect. They've got to have more defensiveness here for Rival Esports, because otherwise ZETA will run this down. You know, that's what I mean. They kind of do actually need that. I know it sounds kind of weird to see. It's a bit wild. Don't get me wrong. I'm still on the fence. But with the G Magic hand, able to sit back to allow the Tick to kind of get the head, then you've got all these defensive maneuvers. Hit, not the thing that I was expecting. Quite excited to see how it's going to work now with the Daryl combo. That's going to be really quite tough, even for a Shelly to be able to land down. But yeah, this draft took a couple of detours along the way for sure.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've seen Shelly enough in this region to know if it's going to really be incredible. Like, in EU, as I can't remember who was someone mentioned earlier with OP playing that brawler.
Yeah.
Like, it's unbelievable. When he plays it, he knows he's going to do well with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know if necessarily he's guaranteed to do well with Shelly here. You know, against the Lumi or something like that, it's going to be tough. Against the other two, might be fine, but can still be punished by the likes of Kit.
And it's so heavily dependent upon the Jean. So if Terry goes down, then what really is a Shelly and Tick combo going to be doing against ZETA here? They really are depending upon these magic buff heals from the star power of the Jean, staying alive most importantly, getting the utility to Mameshi to have the head for defense, and ideally a hypercharge at that. ZETA are going to sit back with this Kit Daryl idea to the gas comes in, or actually kind of combine it. What a combo as well! Oh my goodness me, it's a slaughter! Rival Esports are all over this with mud on their face. Unbelievable. What a Kit connection from ZETA. And Rival just didn't see it coming. I was thinking that ZETA were going to run down the clock, wait for the gas, and they proved everyone wrong, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, I love the way they're just waiting for Kit to get super back as well, just letting the time burn down and kind of just let that passively appear, and now it does. And Levi has a super as well. Levi, sorry. Stampo hasn't really done too much, to be honest. He's kind of just been watching and letting his two teammates do absolutely everything, but if it works, it works, and so far so good for ZETA Division. Terry goes for the pull, misses it as Stampo baits that out nicely, and that leaves Shelly once again a bit hung out to dry. Does have the super this time to shut down Levi, but he has a hypercharge of his own.
This is what I mean. This draft is so heavily dependent upon utility. You can't be missing pulls like that. That's like the whole point. You have the Jean connect the pull, and now Suzuki coming with some nice swipes. Look at this synergy from ZETA. It's actually disgusting, but 2 versus 2 now, but Icy goes immediately down, and Shatambo's is going to be easy picking off Mameshi there as well. So ZETA did not look deterred, not by a long shot. I mean, I do get the ideas that Rival are throwing out there. They can work. But you're depending upon so much synergy, so much survivability, and they're not really showing that at present.
Yeah, this is a big issue for Rival Esports. If they drop this, I can't see them getting back into it. 2 sets down against a team like ZETA Division. It's going to be hard to come back from. Terry steps out of line. He's going to die as well. Couple of shots onto the Shelly as well. Gets Kit a good super, or good amount towards his super for the future. And just having the Shelly against the Lumi is not going to be good. You kind of need that Gene along with it as well to catch someone off guard.
Nice race launch. They've got to be careful though. They went for the Gene, of course, because the Gene really is the magic maker combined with the Shelly, so it gives them the edge. But I mean, there's still a threat. Rival have got to be taken cautiously because Livy just can't roll into the Shelly. So I mean, they've got to have the Tampa really take him out first, and then they can both focus the tick. So Icy knows that, of course, and will be playing defense and going and just moving towards the Daryl really at every turn. Meshi looking for hypercharge now, I'd imagine, as well. And if they get that, there's a chance. But as the gas comes in, Tick is not what you want to be having in these scenarios. Levy going in now, early doors. Tick going to find a connection as well. 5,000 HP from Levy, which coming low as well. This could be Zeta going down. And they do. It's a round for Rival Esports.
Much better from Rival there. The 2v2 went their way. Suzuki with a jump now. Probably doesn't want to risk it, considering we've seen how it goes when he's down in the early game. Needs to wait for a better opportunity. Did obviously get the Gene down, but it didn't work for them, so probably going to try different routes. Wait for Levy to get the super here, possibly wait for the hypercharge too, and then try make a move.
Well, Icy has got hypercharge now as well. Waiting ideally for Meshi to get some utility now, I would say. Everyone's got hypercharge, but again, it's not really the greatest of things on a Daryl. It can get some stuff done. The buff's quite nice as well on a mode like Knockout, so it's not to be discounted, but certainly not one of the strongest in the game in terms of meta. Now the kick connection goes in as well. The hypercharge of the Daryl's there, and you can see how hard it is to take down Icy despite a double hypercharge connection. Can not really get a scratch, leaving Memeshi all alone, and it's going to be quite straightforward. They're going to wait down the clock again for Suzuki to get that hypercharge, or that super rather, sorry, going to the next round, which is a crucial one, because if Zeta bag it, they get the set. Rival need this just to stay alive in this set.
I mean, it's lovely, really. The hypercharge, he was so confident as well. Never seen someone so confident rolling into a hypercharged Shelly, to be honest with you, but felt, obviously, pretty confident in himself and got the job done in the end. Suzuki has a super here as well. Levy evading these IC shots nicely at range with the Clay Pigeon. And Chitampo's got a super of his own as well, so can lock them all in place and get ready for the onslaught of the Kit Daryl combination. If that combination comes out, then it's going to be dangerous stuff for Rival.
Wow, now it's quite a telling time, because Terry having the magic hand is quite key. Suzuki knows it going in early, but they missed the connection that time round. That's a rarity. But can Shitama get it done? He gets rid of the tick head as well. And now with Suzuki staying alive, this could work potentially, but he has just used super. He's got to really kind of earn that back and combine that with the kit. He might not have the luxury. Might be able to get a freeze or so, but there's some great shots from Meshi there. It's going to feed a lot of utility over for Rival Esports. Now the heals much needed at this time. Yarn Ball's going down onto Icy, but he's juking them really nicely for me, but goes down, stunned, 710 and falls. Meshi versus Suzuki, and it should be Suzuki, and it is! Zeta get the set in quite a tricky scenario to finalize knockouts.
I mean, that was great. It really was. Like, having the kit survive there, obviously against the tick, he's not going to be losing that match unless he's got, you know, the tick head, hypercharge, knockback, pretty much everything. He needs all his kit to be able to beat the. He needs all his kit to be able to beat the kit in that matchup, funnily enough. But it just wasn't there for them. And in the end, Zeta Division played it very well. Some risky moves at certain points, but they paid off nonetheless.
I really liked the Rival comp, but in the end it still not is enough to win against the mechanical geniuses, as we called them at the Brawl Cup already, for a good reason. They just beat every single comp, even if they might have weaker, or at least at a similar level comp here. Chitampo with a whopping 6 kills, the most damage on the Shelly though. I love that pick. She was picked up a lot in scrims leading up to Brawl Cup and also to this monthly final. And yeah, what we cannot forget though, guys, is that Rival have put Zeta 2-3 in 2 qualifiers in February and in April. It should be closer than what we're seeing here right now.
Yeah, it should. I mean, it's real tough for Rival. Like, they haven't been far off in the games that they've played. We saw it go so close in Hot Zone. In that, they could have quite easily had the game in, or 2 of the games there, with how close some of the rounds were, but just not meant to be for them at the moment. Don't get me wrong, they've still got a chance, but 3 in a row against this Zeta Division team is not going to be an easy task.
Both of those teams have just been rushing through the quarterfinals arc. Is that just because they had the 2 newcomers here with Ace King and Feasible Gaming, or is Rival maybe a bit better than this 2-0 might suggest?
I think Rival are a solid team in my opinion, no doubt about it. I think what we're kind of seeing really for me is just ZETA starting to really excel in this region. It was a bit of a slow start to the year, you know, going down the semi-finals to reject in that semi-final stage, yeah. But, you know, going through the competition, they've only kind of got better along the way. So remember, you know, going into the April monthly finals, sweeping every single team, just the one game drop to Niwa, that was the result. They've never looked stronger. So it's no surprise to me really at the moment that we're seeing what we're seeing. And I feel like their draft is a lot of the reason why. And you know, you've got Latux behind the scenes working a great amount of effort into these drafts as well, behind the scenes with the team. And I think it's really starting to shine.
Our ZETA division playing on the floor, by the way, and still hit those shots every single time. Shooting Star, definitely one of those maps that it all just comes down to mechanics. That's usually the map that I say, if you're a proper good team, but maybe don't have your draft down just yet, don't know your strats, that's the map that you can win if you are mechanically gifted. So let's see who will take this one. I see is going to go in with the NAVI first pick. We saw that one before, Trev, and NAVI can still be countered out if you have two of those long-range bowlers that she should counter thanks to the gadget, but it's just overwhelming for NAVI to go against a few of them. Jean is banned out here, so the main counter to that gadget is out of the way, but I still fear that this might not be the best possible pick on this map.
Yeah, and Lumi's still available as well. It's on the table and ready to go for ZETA Division. But they're going to take the Angelo. It's a good brawler. Obviously, you're able to kind of levitate across the water. Small amount of water on this map, but being able to get out the way of that pocket is so helpful at certain situations to keep you alive. So Lumi's going to have to be something that Rival look out for. And I imagine if ZETA Division don't take it now, then Rival Esports might. But it does leave you susceptible at range. That's one thing you've got to be careful with Lumi. Like, it's not bad. It's not got bad range, but it's not as much as some of the sharpshooters. And there you go. ZETA Division do pick it up as their second.
It is their second most favorite pick as well. It's just above a 50% win rate. It's not the highest, and I've got reservations on it here a little bit. I feel like it's just never a bad brawler, but it's just like whether it's in the best of places on this map. Angelo for sure, I'm liking that as well. Ollie coming in for then Rival Esports and Byron combining that too as well. Interesting stuff. For ZETA now as well. I mean, they did actually experiment with Kaze on this map, which is kind of weird to see in scrims a little bit. Very adventurous. I don't think we're going to see it come through on this side of things now, but certainly got to pack the punch to get rid of this Ollie for me. It's not really, you know, it's not going to be deterring ZETA too much, but they're going to be definitely considering that that's the playmaker on that side of things. They can't really play Piper into the NAVI, so you know, long range is a consideration. Yeah, going to be Kaza, yeah. They did play it around. I'm yet to kind of know where I stand with it, because it's just we've never seen it here. So, but it was one that they experimented a little bit with. It had around a 58% win rate. It's over the past 2 weeks. So, I mean, it can really kind of go either way. But very kind of curious. I'm assuming going in with like the kind of ninja mode to have additional range, but the speed as well is quite helpful. Yeah, I just don't know. What are your kind of feelings on it here? Because it's quite an open map, Trav.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you're probably going to spend the majority of the time in this kind of ninja form, playing at like that medium range. You're going to be able to fight off against the Ollie in that form, and I guess if he comes close, just switch up and see how it goes. But good mobility, obviously they're able to get that first star because of it, and then just kind of wait around and see. It's going to leave his other teammates a bit susceptible, and especially when playing with Lumi, who's already hurting at range here as well, it can be a bit difficult, I feel.
Well, Tampo is definitely a fearful person to see on that particular brawler. Peep coming around, finds Levy. That's going to be solid stars over to Rival Esports. Look at that. Good suppression there from Terry and IC on Tampo as well. Made it look easy. I can assure you, it's no easy thing to take down a man like Tampo, but so far I'm not to see too much from this Kaze pick. Just kind of feeding more stars over Rival Esports. So, not the greatest starts for ZETA. Very unusual to see. Another, people that's going to come back around. Meshi doing great work for Rival.
Yeah, Terry should fall here as well. And yet again, Chitampo feeding stars. Maybe it is easy to take down Chitampo. Because he's just ran in and fed 3 times. That's 6 stars over to them that were kind of unnecessary. Choosing to go the same route again against this Byron. Dashing in and out and just eating shot after shot after shot. Nanny Peep coming around with the hyper charge, not going to find that. But If he can heal up now, it's not going to be a bad spot for them as he has them pinned in the back spawn, but the splash is there as well. Just chooses to try and dash out the way of that. Super there, and almost within, well, it's within 1 star now as Suzuku picks one up over the right-hand side.
Yeah, definitely very much on the fence still with this Kaze pick, and just waiting to see what the strategy is. But now the Fanstorm comes in, and this could be something here for ZETA. Terry falls though, trade is there. The stars though, the boost the most important for ZETA, but they need one more kill, and it's just Suzuku on his own. Can he find a moment of magic, a moment of genius? It's not quite there. Rivals stay firm, and they get it done. They get the game in the bag.
It's rare I say this, but it's Shitampo letting the side down. Like, on the Kaze,
Yes.
I don't know if that's the first time that anybody's ever said that in the history of Brawl Stars Esports, but Shitampo's letting the side down. Like, I'm not, it's probably the brawler, it's probably not the best of picks, but he's ran in 4 or 5 times and died every single one, so I guess it's probably because he was looking for the super, but it was a tough game for him, and he's going to have to improve in this one if ZETA are going to come out on top and take this in 3.
Yeah, I had to mention it because it was just standing out to me in the data, but I'm thinking, like, they must have a plan for it because I can't see how this works, but I'm not ZETA, not by a long shot. So, let's see. The Lumi really here is carrying us a lovely bit of combined aggression there, but now the hypnosis of Terry will put him out of position at the same time, and now he does go down, so 5 stars to 0. Much better start. Tampo probably full here, though, as well, so that's 3 going back over and the blue. Now the Peep going to try to find Suzuki, not going to do so, looping back around to nothing. Just 2 tiles of bush, and that's not anything to write home about.
Yeah, well, NAVI doing a good job. Same with Suzuku here of kind of picking up the slack that Shitampo, with no range, is giving. Terry getting healed up by IC here. Nice shot coming in from Shitampo. Looking for the super, gets a few shots in. Splashes there to keep Terry alive and in the mix. Oh, almost gets the lockdown. Feels like maybe a little bit of a waste there. But unable to hit that super. Suzuku with a hypercharge, though, can be dangerous for Rival Esports at this stage.
Well, Tambo has got, again, that gauge of form, can dance around the potential hypnosis of Terry. Good freeze from Levy. And now hypercharge for Tampo as well. So, to be taken into consideration, depending upon what form he's in, of course, it has a different effect. So, if he goes into ninja form, then any brawler that is marked up, if they are eventually going to be able to fall, will fall. And that is not the best of supers, but it's enough to deter Rival for now, as 10 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time for a push.
Yeah, burns the clock a bit, and a hypercharge Suzuku should be able to get Terry here. Jump comes in, Levi low, almost goes down, still so low, but it's not going to matter as long as the other guys survive. And that they do. Puts ZETA Division on match point just by 1 star separating them and Rival. Puts now ZETA in a wonderful, wonderful position, but I still firmly believe Rival can win this.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. It's a match point, a grand finals appearance potentially here for ZETA within arm's grasp, but you're playing Kaze on a map. It's not tried and tested, is it? That's the problem. It's a brand new brawler, and it's the most wide open map for it. And I kind of feel like ZETA got, I don't want to say lucky in the last game, but fortunate for sure to have a very good solid start that worked out well, because the very exact opposite could have been true very easily so. So it really just depends upon these early moments, in my opinion. The blue star of ZETA, that's enough. For now, at least, and that's kind of where you want to be. Having Rival Esports pushing into you, and you getting to sort of dance around them and work around their aggression, that's kind of going in ZETA's favor for me.
Yeah, see Terry has to retreat here, and Suzuki trying to keep him low, but missing those shots that are going to be charged up with the poison. Shitampo switching in and out of forms to try and get some damage in. Still 1 star lead for ZETA Division at the moment. It's Rival who need to aggress, but it's ZETA who have to, because Shitampo just be hung out to dry if they back up.
Well, the splash available for IC. No peep from Mameshi. And I hope that when he gets it, he pilots it just a little bit better than in the last round. The first round was great. He was getting some good connections and cycling forwards, but you know, you've really got to bring those in for your team. Suzuki looking for that hypercharge, of course, to allow him to be in a much more aggressive position. Now he's got it as well, so the mobility is going to be very much there. And if you can find Terry, who's weak now from the shots from Shitampo, it'll go a long, long way. But holding out for that last few second moments of that push coming in, those additional heals go such a long, long way. Peep coming forwards, and this does really need to connect. Coming back around for Levy, and it just find him, but not enough to take him down. Now the hypercharge from Suzuki goes in, and a chance to get some more stars for his team. He finds IC, but the splash is there for him, keeping him in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to force the splash out, and that hypercharge was much needed considering how low Levy was. Shitampo just giving me this ninja form, throwing these little shots of damage out. Now, throwing a super down, make sure they can't see where they are. Terry going to super up and not find it. He's going to go down. 3 stars are their way. Stampo needs to survive here and does. Zeta Division win this, and they head to the grand finals. Can't say it was really deserved in this set, but they've managed to get it done.
Get the blue star, hold firm in the mid, and Zeta got it done. A very interesting comp to win and make it grand finals with, but make it they have. That's a 3rd grand finals appearance this year so far for them. Let's see how they fare for the rest of the day, but that is a phenomenal showing today so far from Zeta.
3rd grand final appearance, and once again, they're undefeated. They didn't lose a single set. 3-0 one more time for Zeta Division. I feared the worst when I saw the draft already. We saw Byron Ollie already on Ace King. They lost also against Salumi. I don't really understand the comp, if I'm honest. I want to see it work at some point, but Terry once again just couldn't close the gap between himself and their opponents. He had to wait for them to come close to him, but none of the opponents really has to do that, not even Stetampo. Yes, he did struggle a little bit in that round number 1 arc draft. You weren't too impressed with him, and that's something we don't say too often about Stetampo.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, like, how much he was feeding. You saw it in the kills there. I think it was 10 kills to Rival Esports over the set and 8 to Zeta Division. So clearly, he's feeding a lot in that first game for them to have more kills and still lose the set. A lot more calm, a lot more composed in the second and third games. Just didn't feed as much, as Ark said, just get the blue star and hold firm. And that's exactly what they did and won.
Ark, we want to have another look out at the bracket here. We want to see what is still going to happen today. Semi-final number 1 is out of the way. All of the quarterfinals down as well. We have a lot of 3-0s today. Is Reject versus NAVI going to be just as much of a sweep?
It's hard to say, honestly, at this point. Reject are looking so strong, but NAVI taking down Crazy Raccoon. They've got the wind in their sails, and they know that they're going to be depriving Crazy Raccoon of valuable points in the process as well. And being just behind them by just a couple, around like sort of 15 points or so, that's a really great for them, a great place for them to be. If they can make a grand finals, they're going to be in a solid spot on the leaderboard.
I think it's safe to say that NAVI had the craziest quarterfinal of them all. They had to face up against Crazy Raccoon. Made it a closer one. It was a 3-1 in the end. So they definitely deserve to be in the semifinals, and I want to see them shine there as well. First up though, we have something that I'm always looking forward to. The people at home got to vote who's their MVP of the match that we just watched. Zeta Division won, so it's going to be one of them. And Trev, for the, let's say, about 60th time, it's the Tampo.
Yeah, disagree, unfortunately, for the first time ever, I think. But yeah, that last set was just a little bit too questionable for me to say, oh yeah, 100% MVP. I feel like maybe one of the other guys did deserve it a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, overall, Zeta Division managed to take the win. They played good for the most part, and did deserve it. You know, Rival Esports, they played well, but unable to get a set against Zeta Division clearly shows who deserves to be in these grand finals.
Honestly, especially in that last set, for me, it would have been Zizuku on that Angelo. I talked about how Nanny usually is always the first pick thanks to her gadgets. She's super good in those long-range maps, but the Angelo just did her dirty, Arc.
Yeah, it really did. And like again with that kit in Knockout 2, I thought he played really exceptionally well. So not an easy thing to combine with this. Darazumi only missed one along the way that I noticed, but he was playing really well today as well. But yeah, I think Tampa in the grand finals will be back to business. I think that a brawler that they're experimenting with. I couldn't believe that of all the places I would call Kaze, it would be in Shooting Star. But I mean, I saw it. I thought, they were trying it. Will they dare do it? And they actually did, which was kind of wild to me. But yeah, certainly a brawler thing, not the Tampa thing is my point.
We only have semi-final number 2 and the grand finals up next. So make sure to call your friends into the chat for this one. We're going to be back in a minute. It is time for the next semi-final. One already down. ZETA Division once again with a 3-0 sweep. Now this one, I promise you, will not be another sweep. Spoo, I'm sure you watched. You predicted that Rival wins. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, they didn't even take a set.
I'm in the 2%. I represent. I tried. I failed. My heart was misplaced. Yeah, ZETA Division just too good.
Up next is going to be seed number 2 versus seed number 4 in this region. Both of them sitting strongly in the leaderboard. Both of them still fighting for those World Finals and LCQ slots, Arc.
Yeah, absolutely so. And for Reject, first and foremost, they know what it means to make grand finals this year, but coming just shy each step of the way, it's got to have a change of the tides for them. And this month could be that month. It does feel fitting for me for Reject to come out and win this month. They've got to get through NAVI first, and NAVI had a phenomenal day so far. Can't be denied. And got to remember as well that Reject did lose to NAVI in a reverse sweep in April. So that's going to be definitely the sting that remains in their memory. So NAVI going to be coming off the back of that, knowing that they've got the ability to stay firm and actually kind of like when it matters most, stay composed.
Reject made it into every single grand final up until April, where they faced off against NAVI. And it was a reverse sweep in the end, so they want revenge here, Spoo.
Rejected. Indeed, NAVI, will they do it again, or this time will they lead with some sets of their own? Sunny, you and I both feel that NAVI are absolutely on fire at the moment. I think Trav and Ark are on the same page for Reject, and whoever takes this one is going to have a significant lead going forward in the months to come.
Game day, NAVI Nation. I mean, that NAVI Nation are coming out for this one, so when it comes to that event, the event site pal. So production laughing in my ear. we're all laughing on the desk as well, as I'm sure you are watching at home. Honestly, the Photoshops has been unreal this season. I've got to give a shout out. We were watching them behind the scenes at Brawl Cup 2 actually being worked on before our very eyes. Just great stuff. Having great fun in the BSC as always.
Just putting it out there as well, for once it wasn't us putting the players into dresses, NAVI themselves put Ryoho into that dress, so just a disclaimer here. And yes, Spoo, as you mentioned, we're looking at the maps here right now. Afterwards, we're gonna have a look at the predictions, and we're split down the middle once again. I felt like doubling down after our glorious win in the predictions previously when we both voted for NAVI. I think they can take it once again. They looked very strong, and if they can beat Crazy Raccoon, they might have what it takes to beat Reject once again. Looking at their scrim rates, I think it was like a 52 to 48%, so Reject does have the upper hand in scrims, but we all know that scrims don't really count. Prediction-wise, we're in the majority, Spoo.
A rarity. For the first time, we're not in the other camp, but it's only by 3%. And given the fact that NAVI have an absolutely massive fan base, not entirely surprised here. Nonetheless, this 47% of people still felt that Reject had it. And with that, we're going to dive into our first draft of this series.
It is quite possible that NAVI has not prepared the semi-final maps just as much. We've definitely heard that before from teams. When they have a very strong opponent in the quarters, they make sure to scrim those maps like crazy to at least make it into the semis. So let's see how well prepared they are for Hard Rock Mine here, Ark. Let's see what they're drafting.
Hey guys, if you want to scrabble for a couple of percentages here and there to justify your predictions, me and Trevor, we are playing a dangerous game here, but we know that if we get this one right, then we're ahead of Spoo, and I think we're tied with Sunny. I think that's our strategy here for today.
You're tied today. Overall, I'm still way ahead, so don't get ahead of yourself.
It's these little things that matter most, eh? Hey, Jackie first pick, by the way, just to bring it back down. It's kind of wild here on Hard Rock Mine. It's definitely a brawler which can counter Shape, but Shape's banned, so I don't know kind of like where Navi's minds are at with this. Probably the grey kind of cheese comp, I imagine I would say, but hard to say. It's not banned either way, so it is an option here. But the Lily first pick from Reject is kind of an interesting pick as well here for me. I didn't quite see that coming. Gus shielding, it could be a kind of Jackie Gus grey cheese idea, maybe. We've seen crazier things, but just to kind of put that one out there now, I guess some 10 counters for that reason wouldn't be a bad shout here from from Reject. Chester wouldn't be a bad shout if it wasn't banned, but there are other options regardless. Mid brawlers, of course, we'll be playing cautiously on this one. Into a Gus, not an easy mid to have, but Jean's a safe pair of hands. Bell as well for this region's quite common, but certainly Navi are cooking something weird. Lumi coming in for Reject, that's a very heavy hitting brawler.
Slipped through the bans, Lumi finally being snatched up, interestingly ignored by both teams in that first phase of selections. Nonetheless, Reject, they're going to respect it enough to not allow it for that last pick. They secure the side lanes of themselves, and they're going to opt for the Jean being their last pick. So Reject, no real cohesive sort of synergies between the brawlers necessarily. I think it's really just trying to pick up the most solid thing for each of the lanes. And it's interesting because that Jean is really very timing centric. It's going to allow Na'Vi to have a significant sort of presence in that mid to the early game.
On a pick, Navi. They're going to go Cheese. I think was their third most popular pick in scrims. Kenji. They're doing a wild card number here because that's something which they were keeping in the back pocket. They didn't display it at all in their prep. So clearly kind of waiting on the fence to see how that nerf was going to take its toll and whether it would be something which would subside it in its kind of viability. But no, bringing it out here and with Gus shielding makes some sense. But Jackie first pick, just to bring that back around, like that was what we saw. Like it just didn't seem to kind of avail into the draft, into any form of strat. I mean, it's okay, it's decent, it's fine, but there's many brawlers which could have countered it even harder than what actually in the end Reject went for. So just kind of interesting for me. Already Batman having a great start, gets rid of Gus straight off the bat. Gonna leave the Kenji to the Jean to deal with. Not really the best of matches, but Shu's there for support, and that's what it's all about.
So far, Na'Vi just feeding back-to-back, all three members at least dying once already. Melty now with the first pull of the game. Really tried to go offensive there on Batuman, but they're tracking each other perfectly. Mind you, players can't see each other. Just absolutely crazy awareness coming out there from Ryohei. Now both tanks lying in wait on the backline. They're looking for a chance to jump onto Melty.
If Melty can get a pull here and just actually get rid of their own bush, it will actually help them. That's a great amount of effect. Ryohei's going to get a lot of utility off the back of that, getting ever closer to hypercharge, and they do get a break. Not the entire bush, but most importantly, the kill. It's the Chuppy next they're going to deal with, and if they can pull him and swiftly eradicate him or just stun him down, that's fine as well. But I worry with these bushes in their own spawn side for the moment, with brawlers like Kenji and Jackie. Having them there might go against them, but so far, with all the gems with Bannerman's hands and Melty, they are split, got to be said. But I mean, this is already looking so convincing.
Very one-sided match coming out here. Reject, they're just throwing out the pull out of celebration. They didn't even need to land it to win. It's just complete domination. All three lanes just went so well for them. Na'Vi, they look like they came into this game with no plan in mind.
It's an odd one. I mean, for the region, Jackie here is, to be fair, quite a high-picked brawler. You know, it does see a lot of play rates, but you got to kind of draft around what you're seeing to pick it first. I just think it's just kind of risky, really. It didn't really kind of show me too much as to what was the plan for it. It didn't kind of bring much home, and statistically it's probably going to be looking quite poor if things remain this way at the end of this match. But Ryohei's not finding much in this Kenji pick either, because the support is just there. Shu is so solid with Melty, and you need that. The Jean can't be left to contend against the Jackie and the Kenji. They're so aggressive. You know, even with knockback, you're not going to be doing much with the lamp blowout gadgets. So that you do have to have a brawler like Lumi there for support.
Finally, they found Batuman. It was an anxiety trap there for Na'Vi. Now Achapi going to be going in onto him. They flatten him out. We're starting to see the reason why Jackie is picked. Ryohei gets a nice kill on himself there against Shu. It's going to force the pull out from Melty, but overall, favorable trades coming from Na'Vi. This is kind of what they need to do. But jump flying in from Batuman onto the backline. The shield almost keeps Kuru alive, but not enough. That's going to bring one member down for Na'Vi, leaving the two tanks out to aggress. Melty with another pull, bringing down Ryohei. It's going to allow Achapi to slip through, but Batuman, man of the hour, jumping to the backline once again. Devastating Kuru, and 10 gems collected for Reject.
Yeah, Chuppy's in a tough spot here. Ryohei might have an opportunity though for the right-hand side to flank in if he can get some utility, but no, taken care of now by Shu. And it's just a Gus against 3 members of Reject, and it's going to be doing nothing at all. The first set goes the way of Reject in a really convincing way.
Didn't even look close. Batuman not even breaking a sweat the entire game. He was passively just standing still for most of the time because he knew that he wasn't spotted. And that's just the amount of pressure that he exerted onto NAVI. They sent out all the members trying to hunt for him. Couldn't really find him. And, you know, you dedicate 90% of the game just to find one Lily. And that's the first pick, mind you.
That was very, very dominant. The Jackie Kenji, it was an idea. It did not work out. They had so much pressure in their hands, but they didn't make good use of it. Somehow they just never really got behind the lines of Reject. They hit everything on the control arc. Looking at the kills here as well, they were kind of just feeding ults.
I mean, 1-71 is just so poor. For a first pick brawler, remember? I mean, I just didn't see the kind of strategy form. I kind of agree with Spoon in the cast that, you know, the best chance really was to, you know, kind of have a bit more of a shadow with the Lily matchup there and focus their time there, but it just didn't happen. Batman was playing such a strong game. He was all over the aggressiveness and continuously taking down the Gus and taking down the gems. And I mean, NAVI were all over the place. And for me, it came down to draft.
That might just be what I was afraid of for NAVI, that they just didn't really prepare the maps for the semi-finals here, Spoo. We have heard that before, that if you have a strong opponent in the quarters, you want to prepare those maps especially well. Now I still hope they have something up their sleeves here for Pinhole Punt. It's going to be our set number 2, and you and me are still rooting for them. I mean, in the end, I'm always for the better team to win. Whoever makes it into the grand final, it's going to be the second appearance for NAVI, the third one for Reject, and Reject, of course, still wants their revenge since in the semifinals in April, it was 3-2 for NAVI.
Don't worry, Sonny. NAVI's got a track record of doing reverse sweeps, so even if we drop Pinhole Punt here, it doesn't really spell absolute doom. I just want to point out they were 0-2-0-2 in the previous monthly final as well. I have a theory. Maybe they misclicked the Gus. Maybe they wanted Gray instead. And that, I mean, you know, they're the same starting letter, right? So there's a small chance that happened, but it's behind them now. Heading into the set number 2, bans are underway. First pick has already selected.
Pinhole Punt, one of the most open Brawl Ball maps. You want those long-range brawlers such as Finks or B. Both of them are still open. B is immediately going to be picked up by Reject. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a Finks come out of NAVI now, or later on even from Reject. We have seen the combination before. It's just super good. It makes it also easier for the B to hit their shots whenever Finks has super. NAVI, they have picked 2 tanks before. You feel like they're going to come in with 2 tanks again here, Ark? And yes, Finks is going to be picked up.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a NAVI staple as the Draco as well, but I mean, it's a bit of a tough thing to pick now into the B, and it's a good starting hand for Reject in that sense. I think that for me, I kind of already played Chester and just kind of have that in the back pocket, see what Reject then do before kind of then going from that point onwards. You don't want to commit too heavily at this stage of the coin toss when you're looking into a tank counter, in my opinion. Let's see. They're going to do just that. I mean, to be fair, of all the tanks that you can pick, Ash with the rats can kind of like take away an amplified shot from the B in the process, so it's not the worst of tanks to do so, but it's definitely a bold statement, and it just, to me, tells Reject a bit too much information at this stage of the draft, but let's see how they respond. Certainly, they've got plenty of options still on the table here.
Carl is probably on the way for a Reject +1. That just seems to be a structural, you know, it's almost obvious for them at this point that that's what they'll be looking at. It's great matchups into that Ash. They're gonna pick up the Hank for themselves. I'm thinking whether it's Hank Carl here, or if they're just going to abandon the idea of the Carl, thinking that the Hank is sufficient. But the Hank is probably not the matchup that they want to be going into that Ash. Yes, it kind of aggresses on the side lane and kind of secures some of that early kills, but it is by itself, by virtue, a brawler that can be run down by Ash. Very skill-based matchup, but interesting choice there by Reject nonetheless. There we go, there's the Carl.
It's an aggressive one, sure. There's no knockback on the side of NAVI, so Carl going to have a very, very good showing here, I'd imagine. Let's see for NAVI what they want to pick up as the final brawler pick. It's definitely going to be something of a response to the Carl, in my opinion. Charlie, they've kind of experimented a little bit with. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas, in all honesty. I'm not ready for it, but against the Hank, it would work. Against the Carl, it would work. It's probably on their minds. Will they be daring enough to consider it? Draco, yeah, again, that was their most played brawler right there. All their prep process on this map, 50% win rate, not necessarily the highest though in that regard, and no heals behind it. So to double down against the B, I don't know. if it's the play here for me. I think that going on the defensive may have been better. As Reject are such an aggressive team, sometimes having more of a solid defense is going to be able to work your wonders and sort of play against that aggression. But Draco's certainly not a bad brawler. Don't get me wrong at all here. Going to have a good time, I'm sure. But I'm definitely a little bit worried here for Navi. Fink's probably my favorite brawler in this draft for them.
We're gonna have to wait and see to see if the prophecy comes true. So far, the donut in the middle is in firm control on the side of Reject. This mid control of the bush is going to be the crucial part of the entire game. Whoever controls the mid really just has the tempo, and you can already see Reject, they're getting 2 kills, 3 kills. Navi, they tried so hard to compete for that mid, but it was all for naught.
Yeah, conceding a goal off the first 30 seconds, not great. Good rattled hive, lovely stuff from Batterman there as well. Connections from Melty as well to a chap who's not finding anything. The pinch is there between himself and Kuru, so he might find the upper hand eventually, but goes down now. And now the hypercharge going through. Batman's got it. He can just go through now and walk this in if he wants, but he's taking a lot of heavy fire. No way for Shoot to pick it up instead, and that's a bit of a whiff for me. There were 3 members there that could have healed up, could have taken their time, but they've then went for the goal. But they've got the power, position here. They've got the goal in mind, so they can just take their time. And look at Shu going in there with the hypercharge as well. Another rattled hive. It's easy pickings. It really is. And Reject are making this look easy. It's surely going to be a goal here. Unless they can defend, to pass away to Melty, the perfect person for it. And there you go. Reject, really clean stuff.
Solid, calculated, absolutely pristine execution from Reject. The comp, I think both of us agree here, it just looks a lot more solid. We predicted some of the picks that they were coming in, and yeah, you mentioned that they needed a Carl sort of answer, but by doubling down on this Draco pickup, they've just left the same vulnerability in the draft. Now, we're finally seeing the Navi plan spring into action. Just double up on the mid, run it down, try and dodge out as many shots as possible. But what then?
There's still a chance. They might leave an open door here. Batman needs to heal a bit, and if Chappie can get speed to be able to just brute force it, all this position's dangerous. Nice slope from Batman there. A last dance, gadget pop there. Last stand rather. Pops. It's no avail. And Shu going to take care of these rats and get the ball clear. But he went go for the ball there. Ooh, got a little bit worried there because whilst Carl's doing that, the ball can just go through. There's the invisibility pixels there to be able to secure it. So a little bit of a shaky defense for Reject, but now back into the swing of things. The ball in a good spot, and now Batman, most importantly, is tapping. Hypercharge from Melty, that additional maneuverability, and what defensive maneuver is there? None at all. The Finks can't do anything against it. This set is just going away from Navi so quickly.
They've still got to give their best shot. Shu now farming with the hypercharge, going in onto a Chappie, cleaning him up there. Ryohei now grabs the ball, but in the last stand, he can't pick up the ball to walk it in. Even if he did, there was no way to penetrate that Reject defense. It's just too much health, too much damage to contend with. Chappie's got the hypercharge. That's going to be a big opportunity to try to do something, but Shu just completely shuts it down and comes back to save Baroman in the mid.
Yeah, to me, it's just draft. No Carl counter, no Hank counter. Again, I kind of like the idea of Charlie. Dare I say it, I really don't like the Brawl a bit. It would have worked, and it's a regional favorite. In this regard, I think that Navi may have dropped this ball, but they can still try and brute force it. It's not out of the question here. They've got the Finks, which is my favorite brawler here as well, and now we're starting to see some of that utility for it. But the hypercharge of Shu is going to pack a sting, as it's the B coming around with the Rattled Hive, as Batman has been absolutely on form. Well deserving of an MVP, in my opinion, so far, as if he keeps it up, he's doing so much for his team. Kuru low, Ryohei going in now. This could be a bit of a mistake here if Reject don't secure this down off the line with that very man of Batman.
Baroman on the ball there, diving there to be able to save the ball. Now a Chappie going to be burning down Navi. They've only got 13 seconds left on the clock to try to gain this ball. Kuru has no choice but to jump out here. They've got 8 seconds left now. Ryohei popping the last and trying to do as much as he can, but he can't get through this Carl. And Reject, they're going to be 2-0 in this series.
Dominant stuff. Really dominant stuff for me. Navi have got the skills and they can reverse sweep, but it just feels to me like that team in this region which really just depend upon their draft as to whether they're going to win or lose. If they get it together, they can be absolutely back in this game and you'll see them thrive and you'll see the mechanics start to shine, but if they keep going like this, it's over in a sweep.
we're in the same position just 2 months ago. It was 2-0 for Reject, and then NAVI turned everything around, making it a 3-2 in the end. Yes, Ark, I agree with you. They're looking strong. They have the mechanics to turn things around here, but for some reason, I kind of feel like this is just gonna be a 3-0 today. Reject is looking as strong as ever, as strong as never before, actually, Spoo.
Just throwing away our prediction already? You're counting them out? 3-0 so soon? I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I think, as Ark already said, it really just is going to come down to the draft. It kind of feels sad if this is the way NAVI are going to go out, because if you just look at the replay here, that's next to no counterplay from the side of the NAVI roster. They drafted themselves into a corner 2 times in a row now. Same vulnerability, just going for that same double tank idea. And against Reject, of all teams, I don't think it works.
Yeah, once again, might just be that they haven't prepared the maps as much, which I, of course, hope that they did think they would make it into the semis. The next map is going to be a map we have never seen today before, so it could really be anyone's game here. Whoever gets to draft down on this one, it's going to be open business. A hot zone map. Is this going to be the map where NAVI finally find their stride against the Reject roster, or is it really going to be a 3-0 Ark?
And it has to be if they want to stay in the competition. It's as simple as that, you know. And they had the chance to counter the call. They had the final pick, and that was the brawler which stood out to me in those stats as having the most takedowns and having the best game. And they didn't choose to deal with it. That's just the mentality that I see coming forwards from NAVI in these moments, and they've got to really start to deviate away from that and stop, you know, having that kind of ego when it comes to their draft and just thinking that they can just deal with it and just do what they want to do. No, you've got to look at what you're seeing in the other side of the field and going, how do we handle this situation? If they can get that mentality into their minds, then they can actually get some stuff done. But I mean, so far from what I've seen today, I've not been convinced by a long shot. The reverse sweep is the only kind of thing really in the scorelines of the previous monthly final that gives me any hope for them in that regard, because if they can get their drafts right, they can bring things back in order.
We've never seen them face against each other in the other monthly finals. Spoo, you feel like that reverse sweep is going to be pointing into the direction that NAVI can make it? Or, yeah, maybe the scrim results that are quite close, they do point towards the direction of the Reject. Which one is the more important stat here?
I think historically, statistically, that's the one we have to look at. And unfortunately, Reject, in terms of scrims, they're the ones that definitely pull ahead. They're, after all, the second seed in the region for a reason. Their drafts have just been completely solid. They have a team style that's, you know, it's obvious, but it works. And their synergy as a team is just completely off the charts. They might be predictable when it comes to the draft, which is why I can kind of call out some of their picks and sound smart. But reality is that, you know, for the rest of these East Asian teams, are they really seeing these patterns? And if they are, you know, are they preparing for it? We're gonna have to see for that in the set number 3.
Once again, for me, a bit of a questionable first pick here for the side of NAVI. You don't want to pick up a tank as first pick. Barry's banned out, so you don't really have a lot of healers still on the side of NAVI to pick up later. Jaeyoung could be one of those options. Maybe a Byron. They would certainly do well in pairing that Draco with something to heal him in the back. Now, we also have Kaze still open Ark, and I'm sure you would be happy to see her once again. Ember is going to be the pick, though. We did not see her in a while today.
Yeah, for this region as well, it's quite a high play rate for her as well. Kaze, still on the fence. I think on this mode, though, I'm definitely open to it for sure. The Frank and the Barry are 2 of NAVI's most played brawlers, so good bans from Reject. The Lumi, of course, is kind of like a must ban. Leaves the Finks a little bit open. Hank as well open. Griff going to be coming in for Reject. Kind of not one that I kind of foresaw coming. Could potentially be opening up the map quite heavily then for Reject. That's going to be on the minds of NAVI. Tanks might not be as much of an option now, but with this Draco, again, no heals currently as well on the table. Could be a consideration here for them. Certainly the Kenji's one that they've definitely been playing around with in scrims as well, but Hank with the Frank ban might be their option and just try to kind of run it down with double tank. That, again, I wouldn't really endorse it too heavily, but Navi's playstyle seems to be just, you know, go heavy tanks, try to run it down. Pam, those for some heals. Definitely didn't see that one coming on any level. Very much a wild card pick for me, just across the region as a whole, really, not just for NAVI. But they got the Griff to contend with. If that map gets completely opened up, then where's Pam going to place the turret? It just, you know, with the Barley ban, they're doing it for a reason. They're taking away the barley from the banding side, just giving themselves some hills. That, I mean, half themselves, good brawler, good pick. I don't mind it, but against what Reject might be cooking, they're trying to open up the map, aren't they?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You've drafted 3 very high HP brawlers. I think they're kind of baiting out Reject to see whether they want to go for Colette. Oh no. It looks so doomed, Ark. I mean, this is kind of like going back to 2022's meta, where you play heist maps or any kind of hot zone map. You see Pam Carl, and Colette is just the instant answer to it. Except now, we're in an era of triple hypercharge coming out from Reject. If Navi win this, I am gonna flip my chair or something, because that would be a complete turn of basically any meta understanding whatsoever.
And this is the thing about Reject. They play what they see in front of them. You know, they draft accordingly. And, you know, in the preparation of the teams for the past 2 weeks in this monthly final, not a single instance of Colette in the top 20. So they're playing what they see, and they see HP, and they go, right, well, let's play into that. Melty already going to town. Cycling supers. Almost got the... Oh, it does get the Pam with a lovely shot around the corner. I mean, it's beautiful to watch. She's got the opportunity to break that top right or left-hand side. We're going to go for the left now as well and get that gadget back rolling in. It's just great stuff from Reject. It's great before they even start playing.
A Choppy, though, he does manage to find a little bit of sign of life. All eyes have to be on Melty, and that hypercharge kind of misses the mark here. 83 health, manages to walk away, allows for Shu to aggress forward and drive them back. Now Reject counting up the points even more. Navi, they don't seem to be finding value anywhere. It's only a Choppy that can do anything, and he falls just so quickly to the might of Reject.
Reject are on it today. I've been saying it throughout the stream. It just feels like the tide might be turning for their first monthly final win if they keep this kind of thing up. Even against a team like ZETA, I'm putting it out there now. Like, I can see it. I can see it. But they've got to keep this kind of thing up. They've got to get through this semi-finals first. But Navi haven't shown us an inch, yes, let alone a mile. Kuru low here as well, and a good combo between Shu and Melty. Melty in position as well. Kuru can't push into this. Chappie low as well. Follows it up. Melty's just going to town. Finally taken care of. But 71% on the zone is already a substantial amount of objective power. Navi have got to hold firm for a long time now. The hypercharge of the grip cycling like that. It's absolutely disgusting stuff.
2 more hyperchargers to boot as well. Reject, that was just one of their powers. Now another coming out. Burns go out onto 2. Melty takes the right lane. Now executing Kuru as well. They count up to 100. Reject, is this the most dominant draft that we've seen just yet?
It's just perfect, you know. Like, a couple of missed shots here and there, but I mean, other than that, it's just wonderful to watch. I mean, Reject are just doing a masterclass right now in draft, in my opinion. And for Navi, you know, yes, the reverse sweep, but could you put any money on them reverse sweeping with this comp? I don't see it happening.
No.
It's possible, but they've got to have a really great start. They've got to suppress Shu throughout the entire game, keep these walls up, and I just don't see it happening. Good heat ejected from a Chappie, keeping Melty low. But then again, feeding in some utility from the Gotcha gadget as well keeps him alive. So he's going to be able to come back in relatively shortly on and just tie things up, get everything locked down. Shu breaking the left. Batman's got super already. Getting towards that hypercharge, as you know that Amber's going to want to have on this map and just really lay it down. I mean, so far, Reject haven't really skipped a beat.
Navi needed the early game, and the early games are already left them. Shu's gonna be pinched out by a Sharpie, though. That is 1 kill on the board. Kuru gets the turret down, but immediately trades out onto Melty. He's gonna whip the second super. It's a miss, but it still managed to clean up because Batuman was there for it. Now Shu comes over to cycle. He puts Rio here at 1 health. He's gonna walk away because of the last time, but look at this hypercharge. It's just burning through the entirety of Navi and laying down a second one to cycle. He's gonna hold on to it. He knows he doesn't have to use it here.
I'm surprised they didn't push him. It's like, you know that he's trying to reserve the shots to heal and not use it now, but you're not going to go in whilst he's weak. You got to make those decisions and make them quickly. And Navi right now are slow to the mark as they ask the objective. 78 now, 80% on his own for Reject, and it's inching closer towards a grand finals appearance of Chubby, but Hail Mary to nowhere, and a lovely hypercharge from Melty to seal the deal. It's Reject, leaving Navi in the dust. A clean 3-0 sweep. And a grand finals appearance yet again for Reject.
I'm sorry, Sonny, but this was not the month for Navi. Unfortunately, they're gonna fall to the full might of Reject. That really just goes to show that here in East Asia, yeah, they may not have the sharpest drafts in the world, but if you give them an equation, you know, Carl, Pam, Draco, and ask them what's the pick, Colette is the answer. Reject, they spot it, they go for it, they execute it.
Last month they got rejected. This month they have rewritten their story. A flawless 3-0 from Reject as they turn things around. They flip the script on NAVI, and this time around they make it to the grand finals yet again. For the third time now, they're still standing at that top 2 spot in the region. They need a win against the ZETA Division to at least have a chance at potentially claiming that first spot in the future. We do have a double point season arc, so if they win against ZETA Division today, they're going to be mighty close to them.
I think they will. I put it out my prediction quick, because I know that Trav would copy me as he's done all day, by the way. I think that they are looking like a really refined unit. You've got to remember as well, you know, ZETA have been to the Brawl Cup, all that prep that's gone into that, the traveling involved in that, the stress of that, the fixation on the entire global scene of all your prep. Reject just sitting back going, let's focus on the monthly final for the next 2 months or so and get this really down, get our win, double points, bish, bash, bosh. I mean, it would make sense for them to win this month. Will they do it? We'll have to see. ZETA are definitely the best opponent for them to face. I think this will be the best grand finals of the year so far in East Asia.
You're certainly right about that. Other teams that have been traveling didn't even make it into the monthly finals, but more about that tomorrow. Reject has certainly looked phenomenal. They did not have any shaky moments, unlike ZETA Division. They did not always look as convincing, but both of them have rushed through their semi-finals in a 3-0 sweep, Spoo.
Yeah, the one match that Reject sort of lost was really a 50-50 up against Frenzy Gaming. And Frenzy Gaming pulled out all the stops. They cheesed them so hard that it actually worked. Well, going up against ZETA, I don't think they'll be relying on cheese. They'll be relying on the pure might of just being ZETA Division.
Always the bridesmaids, but never the brides. Maybe today is going to be the day for Melty and his team to claim victory also in the grand finals. And yes, I'm talking about the man because he got MVP once again, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, it would be rude not to at this point, honestly. I think that Melty played a phenomenal game, but also I've got to give a bit of a shout out to Batterman as well, because I think that he's kind of getting a little bit shortchanged in the MVP vote. He's definitely not necessarily the princess by comparison to our bridesmaid. Sorry, maybe by the end of today it'll be a bride, but you know, I think that honestly he's been playing phenomenally well today. So I want to see an MVP for Batterman. Come on, chat. Let's make it happen.
Up next is going to be our final. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be ZETA Division versus Reject. And Ark, I know you voted for Reject. Spoo, who are you voting for?
You'll have to wait and see. I'm with you, I think. I think we're on the same page. It's time to find out soon.
We're gonna check after a quick break, so make sure to get your snacks in to get the predictions in for the finals. Up next is ZETA Division versus Reject rematch. Everyone in chat right now, I'm super excited and happy for you that you made it into the grand finals. We have a banger lined up for you. It's ZETA versus Reject. And Trev, I'm sure you watched that semi-final number 2 as well. Reject made it through. Both of our finalists have a great run past 3-0 in both of their semi-finals. So who are you betting on?
I've got Reject. It's so difficult. I'm actually so torn. Like, I was so tempted to go ZETA Division, but after that, I just felt that was more convincing against a better team than what ZETA were in their semi-finals. But it's an incredible matchup. You've seen it. You know who's playing on each roster by now. We don't have to kind of go over that, but I have gone with Reject. I just think that semi-final against NAVI just showed that they can go all the way today.
Completely agree with you. I found it hard to pick as well, but my heart, I think, still goes out to ZETA. They are undoubtedly still the #1 team in East Asia, but let's see who takes this one.
ZETA Division is the main target of Reject since they are second. ZETA Division is first right now, so they only need to beat that team to be certainly in the World Finals. We also sat down with both those teams to have a little chat with them about what do they think about their opponents? How do they think their chances are to win this grand final?
リジェクトは最初の月に自分たちはベスト4で敗れているので絶対次は勝ちます。
ゼータは最初のマンスリーで勝ってその後のマンスリーは負けちゃったんですけど、ここからは全部勝ちたいと思います。
Reject did win against ZETA Division in February semi-finals. In the grand final of March, ZETA Division returned the favorite Trev and won 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good run for ZETA Division all year long, really. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon have managed to win it in the first month, but since then they've been completely off their game, and ZETA Division since then have been just non-stop winning these. So March, April, and the question is, will they win June as well? Honestly, for my prediction, I hope not, because my prediction is Reject, but I do think they have more than a chance of winning this grand final.
The big question is also, can ZETA Division bounce back from their third place finish in the Brawl Cup and now come back strong to still claim the crown in their own home region? It's going to be a huge task again. Art kind of touched up on it, that we had them traveling, we had them focus on the global stage, on the global teams, and now they have to kind of rewind their brains and go back to facing up against other East Asian teams. So super excited to see that one. Once again, we're split down the middle. Spoon and me kind of stick together today. And Trev, Ark was right. Every time Ark says something, you just follow it up, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the case. I think, to be fair, that I've submitted half my predictions before him. He's submitted half, so I think we're just sticking together today. It's kind of like we'll just go with it. Honestly, it's more the fact that if I'd have lost this, I'd have probably lost to him, right? So it's like maybe I will just copy it this time. But
that is crazy.
I do think Reject will win regardless, but 96-4, the public really don't, sadly.
Trav, you're in the 4% now. Now you know how it feels to be me rotating for a team. I mean, much different though. I mean, as you mentioned already before, Reject is a phenomenal team as well here in East Asia. I think, you know, there is a reason why the seeding of this tournament, the power levels have just been so consistent. ZETA #1, Reject #2. Now jumping into draft, as we can see very, very shortly. We'll see if Reject have cooked up something special this month and whether they will finally be the bride.
We'll see. We're heading into our very first map of the grand finals of the June monthly finals here in East Asia. It's going to be on Layer Cake, and ZETA Division up to this point still haven't lost a single set today. Let's see if Reject can finally hand them their first loss today, at least in sets. Also in April monthly finals, same story. ZETA Division brushed through with a 9-0 result in the end. So didn't lose a set in a while in this region, Trev. Shade is going to be banned out from Reject. Even though they have the first pick here, they are targeting Shitampo, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame him, honestly, after some of the Shade gameplay we've seen from him across the months? It's been ridiculous. Juju and Carl to go along with that as well for Reject's bans. Over the other side, Jae-Young, Kaze, and Lumi as well. So they've gone for the more kind of recent brawler bans, and all three of them very strong. Well, I kind of yet to see Kaze be very strong, but good, capable. But Reject first pick should be coming in very, very shortly, and it's going to be the Willow. We've seen this today. I believe it. I feel like it lost.
It lost.
I'm not sure if I'm just losing my mind. Yeah, it did lose, right? So, not the best showing from that brawler so far today, but it wasn't bad by any means.
Yeah, it is the anti-tank thrower, so to speak. Reject leading it with though, and not, you know, one of their usual comfort picks, something like a Gas, or maybe even leading out with you know, just basically the long range mid option. Jean was still open as well, and that was sort of the setup that sort of allowed this map's success so far in East Asia. Wow, Zeta Division, they're just showing off at this point. So bold to pick up this Grey as a first selection. It's already revealing all their cards. They want to be playing this kind of dimensional door setup. There's a little bit of flexibility if they do take the Grand Piano, but that's like super duper rare tech, and I don't think that's what Zeta Division have planned.
Yeah, probably not. We'll see if they do bring in something a bit more aggressive with it. But as you said, Willow's kind of the anti-tank thrower. They're going to bring in the Hank. They're going to try and pull that route off, and Hank very, very good. He set up a good TP for him to get into a dangerous position. He can really do so much work, but getting the TP on this map can be a bit more difficult than others, because Bounty's just more of a passive game mode.
Yeah, I mean, you can hunker down to the base for majority of this game. So for what Reject need now in their comp is they're going to need some kind of brawler that can snatch up priority in the mid. Now both Kaze and Carl, the two mid priority brawlers in the mid for that booster have been taken out. So they're going to have to lean into something else. They're going to go for Jean, the defensive option here. The magic hand is always going to be a big threat. But as I said, the main issue now with Reject's draft is they need priority on that blue star. How do you think they can get it?
Yeah, I mean, do you take someone like a Carl? Because Carl's banned, so is Kaze. It's going to be really tough to make this happen. But Rejects.
Okay,
With the Ash, something a bit more aggressive. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that against what Zeta Division have so far. The robotic rat's going to be really tough for the Grey to do with a single projectile. Hank can clean him up, but still, he's very capable against that brawler.
Yeah, it's a good matchup nonetheless. Now I can see the Reject strategy coming together here. Even if they don't get that blue star in the mid, they're always going to have a decent matchup for this Ash to run over the Grey, to run over that Hank. Zeta though, if they want to mirror Reject structure, they're going to go for a throw of their own, but no. Classic Zeta Division, classic last pickup. They don't want to play a mirrored match with Reject. They want to show that they're better. And turns out Jackie Grey is the flavor of this month.
Yeah, Jackie Grey has been pretty disgusting today as well. It's really been working, so it's going to be tough for Reject to make this kind of happen. The Jackie is a scary, scary thing. Same with the Hank. Two dangerous brawlers to have in your face. And Reject, they've got some brawlers who are going to be able to deal with that aggression. But it's going to be, you know, very difficult for a kind of Jean to do much with it, and Willow with no super can be very, very tough to do, like have anything to do with this comp as well.
We're in for a treat of a game. Blue Star's gonna be going to Zeta Division, but look at how it... Oh my goodness! Oh. Levy! Calm down, Levy! Stop landing every single shot! I know you're good, but you set up dimensional doors in less than 30 seconds? That's mental!
Yeah, nobody on RC's really finding shots either. Diving down, Shu's still going to die here, just delaying the inevitable. Shtapo continuing on forwards, and you'd expect Melty to kind of go back and clean this one up, but I believe Willow should get it anyway. Melty almost dragged into a tough position once more. Suzuki going forwards, then coming back instantly. It's only 2 stars in it, regardless of how good Zeta have looked, and another super available for Levi.
The tanks are in the house. Tampo goes for another pull. He's beaten up by Batomando, but traded out for Suzuki. Now, hypercharge super out from Levy. Melty whiffs both of his shots in there. I don't know if that could have been a kill.
Yeah, real tough pull available from Batman here as well. But the question is, who do you grab? They've really not got that much DPS for someone to just come and take. Suzuki. Oh, Shitampo just going for his own player there. Levy didn't get much back from it. Pull came in on Suzuki, but they've just traded places. And you really don't want to be running down a Jackie when you're thinking you're running down a Hank. Melty going to come in now. Good little walking cane there from Levi as well. Tampo getting hit pretty hard. Hypercharge available, but no super just yet. Gonna go for that. The TP coming through. Nice stuff. And diving down. Can he get the trade here? It's really not going to be a beneficial one anyway. Still goes down. 6 stars deficit now for Reject to make up. And this is going to be so tough.
They need 2 kills and they need it now. Battleman already getting pulled. The long pull, not successful here. Now, Site, hypercharge and grabbed by Shu. Using his teleport against his own team. Goes in onto Levi. Tries to make things work. They need to bring down Suzuku to bring this one home. Melty, he sees the target. The shots fly out. Suzuku falls. Blue Star in the pocket of Reject though. Incredible.
Oh, I thought the Ash was going to save hypercharge for next game at one point. He threw a super in the closing seconds without using his hypercharge. Eventually used it afterwards to get the speed boost and push forwards, but really nice stuff. So close, and honestly, great play with the Willow mind control, taking out your own team by TPing back. But I felt like ZETA Division thoroughly deserved that game.
Yeah, they were playing so solid the entire game, but they're gonna have to reset and come into this game number 2. City Tampo playing with fire here, retreating with just 200 health. It's different though. We're closing in on 30 seconds, and Levy, okay, fine. He's 1 shot away from that dimensional doors. This time, Battleman shows up to pull him in and get the first blood for his team.
Tempo going in, needs to get this kill. Actually, is that a negative trade, I feel? The blue star's just gone that way. Suzuku pulling in. Suzuku gets the kill as well. And he's on 5 now. Gene with 5 stars, really not going to be able to defend too well when the dimensional door comes through and the Jackie starts running down. So it can swing easily, but at the moment, it's all Reject. And another one to add to it as well. TP comes in, but he used the chill pill. Might be able to get Levy too, and does. Good trade coming through eventually from Levy. Well, definitely a bit of a risk.
A bit of a sloppy play coming out from ZETA Division. Hypercharge pull from Battleman. That pull was basically nigh undodgeable. City Tampo's going to be scouted out here by Melty as well. He's going to be able to retreat though. Now with Hypercharge in tow, ZETA Division, they're going to be poised for a really, really big last push. They just need to win 1 fight to turn this game around.
Yeah, not the best TP setup at the moment either. Pullback available from Stampo, but Shu is there to try and get some damage in. Levy going to be fed hypercharge now, but no super to go along with it. But in the closing seconds of a game, that can be very dangerous. Robotic Rats ready for Melty. Pull back in the hands of Batman, and that can be a big punisher if they step out of line.
It's tough though. The only brawler that they really could pull here to get an insta-kill is gonna be Levi's Grey. And now Walking Game come out. Nice dodge there by the Gadget Melty. Robotic Rats are coming in together with the Hypercharge. It's gonna send ZETA Division on the defense. Mind control onto Suzuku as well to bring down Levy. Suzuku is no choice but to play against his team. They get 1 kill here, but Reject already in a celebration mood back in the base.
I mean, that was crazy. Like, first game, I felt 100% should go to ZETA Division. Second one, rightfully deserved by Reject there. And they take the set along with it. Really nice plays from them. Gene has 5 stars over his head, and that's against 2 tanks. You don't expect Gene to have those kind of games against brawlers who he's tickling pretty much.
Even though ZETA Division lost that one, to me, here, Suzuku the MVP. The first round, he just never went down, got 5 stars on the Hank, and Reject did get him down in the last final second. In that second round, then, Reject kind of just learned to target that Hank more often, not letting him get that many kills anymore, only 4 in that second round. And with that, Reject learned how to play against the comp after just 1 round. And yeah, performed super well, Spook.
I mean, while we're on the topic of shoutouts, I think looking at these replays, we've got to give some credit to Shu as well. He is the first pick of his team. Traditionally, that means that you're the weakest brawler on the team. But because ZETA Division decided to pick 2 tanks into, well, the one thrower that it kind of relishes in fighting against tanks, he could take so much advantage out of that, and so many great opportunities that he found in that series.
Good to see that the players are also celebrating even just a set win also for Reject. This means a lot since they just have given or handed ZETA Division their first set loss in 2 months within this region. In the April monthly finals, it was 9-0 for ZETA Division. They did not drop a single set. And now, today, so far, also undefeated. Reject has done the impossible also. Not a single game was taken by ZETA Division in that one. So very dominant performance, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Reject, very, very nice. I mean, as you say, they're just ending Zeta Division's kind of flawless streak over the past few months of just wiping the floor with East Asia. And they're sitting on top of the region at present still, but Reject's hot on their tails, and especially with winning this set, putting themselves in a great position to go for the overtake. But Bridge Too Far is up next, and getting this would provide Reject a second set, or would even the score if Zeta Division managed to get it. We've seen it a couple of times today, and for the most part, it's been very, very scrappy.
I think that's to Reject's advantage still. The scrappier the map, I think the more likely that you're seeing sort of strategic blunders in the draft. And Bridge Too Far, you know, as we've seen at the Brawl Cup, it's a map that a lot of teams still don't really have a full grasp on, you know, brawlers like Miko, for example. Like, when is the right time to play it? When's the right time to ban it? And how do you really deal with it? Zeta Division, I don't think they managed to crack that code during the Brawl Cup. We're gonna have to wait and see if Reject have figured it out.
Heading into draft now, Chuck, Lumi, and Angelo are going to be banned out by the side of Reject. First pick on the side of Zeta Division, and the brawler you just mentioned, Spoo, is still open. Miko, one of those brawlers that coming into the Brawl Cup, we did not think to ever seen him picked up. After that, Toxic Lotus showed us how it's done, and yeah, now he's a regular on Bridge Too Far. Kind of reminded me of the kids pick, but it turned out the other way. So all good for Miko. Ember is going to be the first pick here for Zeta Division. We did see this map only once so far today. Lumi, Charlie, Miko versus Cold, Bonnie, Lily were the comps there, and as you can see here, all of those brawlers would still be open, Trev.
Yeah, well, I like this first pick of the Amber. You guys literally just watched it, and it worked so well in Hot Zone, but here, obviously in Heist, it can do a lot of damage to that safe, burning people up, winning lanes, and Bonnie is going to come in retaliation from Reject. That's been kind of one of the main early picks in Heist in this region specifically. How fast you can jump on that safe and take 25% is ridiculous. And if you really want, you can change back into your cannon form, but we haven't really been seeing that, to be honest with you. It's kind of jump in, do like 20% and die, and accept defeat. Bell to go along with it. It's just a staple of Heist. It's good. Nothing wrong with it.
I already like the Reject comp. I think the direction that they're taking with this to try and punish this Amber extremely hard, it's a classic Reject tactic, and I think it fills the sort of overarching narrative of how the team drafts as a whole. They really, really like solid comps, and Bonnie is, I think, perhaps Adrian's greatest gift, so to speak, in changing the balance and trying to come up with a brawl that can kind of do almost anything. It's very much Reject-centric. Zeta Division, though, they're gonna pull out the East Asia Special, the Charlie, as sort of a band-aid answer to the Bonnie, but on a map like Bridge Too Far, I think this is one of the few maps where there are still vulnerabilities that can be exploited, and I'm still not seeing the main damage dealer, the threat from Zeta Division.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division still have this last pick to make Spoo think there's a bit of a threat. It's going to have to be a big one for that. And Melody is there. That's going to be doing a lot of the base racing.
Yeah, I think that's the answer that they needed. They need big damage. They could have gone for Lily or Miko as well, but I think, you know, this is just the one that Shitetampo himself just pilots it to an obscene level, and if he's feeling confident on it, he can pull it. It is not the easiest Melody map, though, I must say. Charging supers off this Bonnie and off this Bell is something that you have to trade out for, so it's going to be a very technical one, and Ark's favorite brawler is here, and if he were here, I would think he would think that this was actually a decent selection into the Charlie.
Yeah, I don't know if Ark could ever say that Bo's a decent selection, to be honest with you. I think he's kind of just very much along the lines of it's useless, never play it. But yeah, I quite like it. And especially on this map, those mines are covering an entire lane no matter where you put them. You put them on safe, they're dealing a lot of damage. So I don't mind the Bo. Good range, should be fine, I believe, into this matchup.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I like the Reject odds now. They seem to be 2 comps in, but Zeta Division, you can't count them out in any sense imaginable because they are still the most mechanically gifted team, perhaps in the whole world. Nonetheless, though, Badoman's going to be taking the first kill onto Levi. He jumps into the enemy safe, purging off the fire, and the damage is going to start raining in.
Yeah, did actually go back to that cannon form and try add some more to the save as well. Still 100% sat. And he's doing a good job just not finding the shots. He was evading really well, but didn't find any connections onto the opposing player. And now Levy getting control of this left-hand lane. Batman gonna have to start from square one again, being pushed back all the way. Shu just kind of going 50-50 with Suzuku at the moment. Nobody's hitting anyone. And over the right-hand side, seems like Melty's doing a good job against Stampo at the moment.
Yeah, mid and right lane, a little bit of a sleeper lane. The left side is where most of the action is at. Love the discipline coming out here from Melty. Every single shot from ZETA perfectly measured. He gives up the push, but he knows this Bell never has to make it to the save. As long as Battleman does the work and wins his lane, gets the damage in, they could just maintain this exact game state for the rest of the game and walk away with the win.
Yeah, Suzuku's starting to win this mid though. And that usually provides a bit of an issue overall. Kind of reflects on the other lanes as well. Batman solo does narrowly survive. And a hypercharge ready for Levy. Could take out Batman whenever he wants. Does get the kill without having to use it, which is going to be hugely helpful as well, because this can pretty much cover 2 lanes, which means Shu's at risk as well. Burn comes in, jump over it from Batman though. Really nice stuff. Gets the kill. Back into cannon form. And Stampo choosing to just swap lanes like, right, I've had enough of Bell just sitting there and waiting. I want to do something. So Levy's going to head over there, and Batman now might just play this range game.
Yeah, ZETA saying, I want to play Brawl Stars. I'm done playing AFK, but immediately going to lane and feeding out one super to Battleman. Looking at the discipline from Battleman, just trigger finger, holding onto it. Now jumps in on to ZETA, but he gets the kill off camera. That should mean that ZETA has a super. Yes, he does. This is going to be the critical piece for ZETA Division. But look at the reject base. Can they penetrate this minefield?
You think they're going to be able to get at least 9% in this position, and if not, something's gone wrong. Melty switches over, gets great taps onto Stampo. Shield comes in. He's not going to be able to get any damage just yet, and cocooned. Levi moving forwards now, should be able to get it. Shu's there as well. The damage piles on in, and I don't think they're going to be able to get down the other side to get damage on. And after all that defense, all it takes is one push.
ZETA Division show us how it's done. The entirety of the game sort of a stalemate in the mid and the right lanes, but when it counted against all odds, the last push was good. Suzuku on his Amber managed to break the defense on their right, get that last bit of chip damage, but it was still an awfully close game.
I mean, do you not think Bonnie could have just not jumped into Shitampo and probably been okay and just played the range game the same as the Bell was doing? At least that's probably what I would have done. But then again, Stampo might have been inevitable at that point, regardless of getting that super. Bell playing the same game as last time, evading. Shu staying out the way of that brawler as well. Yet again, just complete stalemate.
This time, Battleman taking the back foot against Levy. It's really a mechanical sort of match going on here on the left side. In all theory, Bonnie should have a slight advantage here, but Levy, I think it's just the mechanical diff that he's showing here. So much discipline and so much ranging here to be able to just hold Battleman as long as possible. It's really this fight on the left lane that we've got to keep our eyes open on.
Stampo getting beaten back, and Melty might be able to take this bush now. That's great positioning from him if he does. And the bouncers go towards the safe kill in the middle as well. And this time, we're seeing some control coming through for Reject. Jump comes in, gets the kill, gets back into the cannon form, and ready to fight off against Stampo once more. Getting some good damage, almost as much as the entirety of last game. And there the mines will take more than we saw in the last one.
Yeah, already 74%. They've shredded the first line of defense. Now, ZETA, though, he's got a super, immediately dives in onto Battleman. He's looking to cycle it out on to Shu, try to charge out that second one, but Battleman answers with a big jump on his own. He almost trades it out there, but, you know, thankfully, cannon form restoring a nice bit of health there. Shu popping the hypercharge mines onto that safe. It's going to be big damage coming in, but it'll be delayed.
Oh, almost got Stampo as well there. Melty, I think they're just accepting the fact that these bow mines are going to take it down to that percentage. Now, hypercharge availed from Melty, uses their extra speed as well. Suzuku will fall. And a great defense from Reject. They've been completely on top of both of these games. They were unlucky not to win the first, but it looks like they should get the second.
They're finally showing the full might of their draft. All three of the lanes going perfectly well here. How often can you see that Lord ZETA himself falls in lane? It seems he's been given an impossible task. Now, with hyperchargers in tow, they need to try to break through 3 entire layers of shielding. But Battleman in the cannon form, inevitably chipping away 2,500 at a time. Now, one more shot, it's all it takes. Hits onto Levi, not enough. But the cavalry is here to finish things off. Reject take a game of their own.
Yeah, Shu smiling, feeling good about this performance so far, and arguably that probably should be a set. They played so well on the first and just didn't manage to get the win, but in the end, it's just 1-1 here. This is going to be a big deciding game whether or not we see it 1-1 in sets, or if Reject go 2-0 up. ZETA are going to have massive work out for them. They're trying something different again. Amber down the mid this time and sending Chitampo straight to Batman's side, but he's just going to feed him super instantly. Might get the kill. Did he waste super there?
I think he might have. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see if he did. That's a massive loss. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Oh man, that's gonna feel so bad if you're ZETA. And losing the gamble on the mid as well. Levi just completely gapped by Melty's mechanics.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Batman taking some heavy fire and feeding Chitampo quite a lot again. Bo's going to win that side as well. Levi just burns up some of this bush. Batman with a jump once more and 6% damage. And there's a nest egg for him to walk over. Chitampo going to get fed again. Batman just going to go in. Gets cocooned in this position. Melty needs to defend Chitampo here. Try keep the shield up and does just about keep the shield up. A lot of damage coming through. And there's the first one gone down on the ZETA side.
Yes, ZETA did. Oh man, Shu just showing off at this point. ZETA Division, they've made it a strategic decision. They want to try to play a little bit more of an all-in style, try to put Reject on the defense, but not working out in their favor. Every offense that they do just immediately answered by just Reject's auto-aim potential. This is a comp that you really just can't go in like that.
Yeah, those mines all popped at once as well and got it down to 42 before that shield could take effect. Batman back into the cannon form instantly and have such a vast lead. Marked up is Levi as well on this right-hand side. Doing a good job, though, of pushing back this bow, but a bit of fight back now. Hypercharge is there for Chitampo, and that's got to be the difference maker.
They have to win all 3 lanes at this juncture if they want to still have a chance. And look at this nest egg. First one is popped by Shizuku. Thankfully, I think he was aware of it. Jump from bottom line a little bit too far. Not going to be able to get Levi here. That's going to allow for ZETA Division to do a fair bit of damage. ZETA going in once again. Felled by arrows from Shu. They get it past the 50% mark. But 50% is not 0. It's Reject's turn to attack.
Yeah, I feel like he needed to wait for Amber to crack that shield then before going in. Chitampo gets another one though, and they are both low. Should be a defense, but Shu just narrowly getting some more damage. It's so close. Chitampo goes down. Batman jumping left, just staying away and trying to get more damage. Mines on the save too, exploded, brings it down to 15, but still damage going on up top. Shu with another hypercharge powering forward. Shield takes effect on the defense, and they're choosing to just play full defense. Mines in the mid explode everyone, and a 14% lead is there for Reject, and the second set goes their way too.
Now 2 sets up. The prophecy might be true. ZETA Division, they're gonna have to pull the reverse sweep of their lives if they want to deny Reject this championship position one more time. One more set is all it takes for Reject.
That is incredible what Reject is showing us today, and I could be thrilled. Bo winning his first match of the day. Phenomenal stuff coming out of that team. Honestly, like, I felt like ZETA Division had comp in this one, but it was just impossible for them to break through, to really deal damage and just save. The defense was so strong on the side of Reject. They timed their attacks nicely. We do now have to change in heist that it's separated in those 4 chunks that you have to take down the heist safe with a little bit of a break in between, so you can't just rush it once and it's done. And I feel like for that, the comp of Reject really worked out, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it just locked down defense until they had the opportunity for offense, and then it was very good offense. All round, very good stuff from Reject. They knew when to go, they knew when to stay back, made the right decisions all set long, and Chitampo really didn't get a look in. I thought he was going to wait for Amber to kind of crack the shield there and then go in with his hypercharge. Probably could have got more damage that way, but in the end, the safe just bouncing him back kind of put him straight into the line of those bow shots.
As happy as I am for Reject to get their revenge after in the second month, they were beaten quite heftily by ZETA Division in the finals. I do really feel for ZETA Division here. It must be a tough pill to swallow. Only 3rd place at the Brawl Cup. It is a great finish, but probably not what ZETA Division was hoping for. Now about to lose to Reject. If this is going to be a 3-0, it's heartbreaking for ZETA Division Spoo.
It is in the nature of competition to win and to lose. And nonetheless, Reject, I gotta give them the kudos. That heist draft, I think it was possibly the best 2-3 pick that I've seen. Pretty obvious, but it fell right into Reject's style. You see the Amber first pick, respond 2-3, Bell, Bonnie. Love the conviction. Now we go on in the final map. Is it gonna be Reject with the second pick once again? Because that could prove deadly for Zeta Division.
We are on out in the open. Could be our last map of the day if Reject takes this one in a 3-0 sweep. Not the grand final we were hoping for, but Reject does deserve their first win in a monthly final, I feel. Out in the open, we did see the map once before. We saw Ollie, Bell, Kit versus Lumi, Hank, and Lou. Of those brawlers, we still have quite a bit of them in the race here. I feel like every single one of those is actually still open for the picking. So Trev, let's see if those two teams will get inspired from what Crazy Raccoon versus NAVI has showed us before. And yes, Lumi is going to be picked up first here by Zeta.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division seems to have won this set. You know, Lumi just doesn't lose, apparently, so Zeta Division might be off to a very good start here. Reject gonna need to respond well, but there's still a lot on the board that they can still take. It's not gonna be a bad look for them at all. Still so many good brawlers, but Lumi is a very good first pick from Zeta Division. And we'll see what Reject do choose to take in just a second now. It's gonna be the Gus for the first. Playing that range, shield available as well. Compare well with other brawlers.
Very classic Reject pick as well. They love the guts, they love the stability that this brawler can provide. Just really strong in knockout in general, early to mid game to the late game. He's always got something to offer. So far though, because Zeta Division didn't show a mid sort of long range type of brawler, Reject do have the priority, and if they want to, they could double down on this. The biggest sort of tempo controller from the water is the Angelo. It is banned out. They might have a poor man's option in the form of the Eve, but I don't think they'll go for it. Yeah, gonna be going for this Nani instead. Try to double down on the long range weakness. Meanwhile, naughty Zeta Division, borrowing, stealing, robbing one from the Navi playbooks. They're saying the idea is to put Kid Ollie with the Lumi, not against the Lumi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good draft from Zeta Division. Reject kind of playing a more of a range game in comparison to Zeta Division, who seem to just be going all out offense. And now we see the Buster rolling on in for a bit more aggression from Reject as well. And honestly, I quite like both compositions.
I don't know. I'm actually quite shocked to see this, because Reject snap picked that Buster, and I think it really might be the ultimate answer here to both the Ollie and the Kid. They couldn't have found a better last pick. I think Reject, they have a slight lead here in the comp. My gut feeling tells me that this could be looking at a 3-0 sweep from Reject.
Could be the case. Levy's just going to go jumping on in, has to jump away instantly as well. Suzuki in the cardboard box gets caught as well. Tempo doing a very good job of keeping all three members back on his own though, whilst his two teammates heal. Not being quite out of position just yet. Tough one here for Reject so far, but a good Buster Shield has been put up and it gets them into a good position once more.
No slow from Siddhartampo as well. He's actually going to be using the other star power, if my eyes do not deceive me. Yeah, I don't think that is the slowing star power from the Lumi, which is an interesting choice. Now Siddhartampo catching out the entirety of Reject with their pants down, caught in that bush with nowhere to go. Completely decimated there. Melty just going to join his teammates. Get cremated here in that bush.
I mean, that was perfection, pretty much, really, from Siddhartampo alone. Wall break's going to come on in with the Nanny Pete, gives them a bit more movement, mobility around this backside. Means they don't get pinned in spawn. Buster does have the shield available with the hypercharge now going forwards, pulled there. Jumping as well, making sure he doesn't get hypnotized. Really nice stuff from Shu. They're getting hit so hard by these, well, they're not really cotton balls anymore, are they? But just throwing some big damage out.
Yeah, I have no clue what those things are. Gold nuggets, whatever, you name it, something from Egypt. But it is working out for them so far. They've yielded the mid, though, to Reject. Now the Peep gonna be fly out, trying to find connections. Not going for anything. Levi gets pulled out now. He's jumping in the other direction. Shu gets stunned up by Siddhartampo. Suzuku, though, made a play on his own. Solo play by himself with no follow-up. And he's gonna fall. That's gonna, create big weaknesses for the Zeta Division. Now 1 versus 3. Falling. Reject, they claim a round for themselves.
I mean, big round for them to win there. It was looking quite bad at one point, but in the end they managed to get it. Hypercharge available for the Nanny now as well, but no super available. Gadget obviously wanting to be used by Shitampo here. Levi just waiting for someone to step out of line so he can launch pad in. Hypercharge for all three members, but no supers just yet. There they are now. Hypercharge being used by the Buster as well. Choosing to try and pinch back in. Uses the super as well. Maybe overspent on that there, and it's back to where we were in this kind of reject pinned in spawn move.
You're back to sort of round one's positioning here. Melty now leads with the hypercharge, just using it for the stat boost though. No real super coming out just yet. Now it does fly across. He is searching for Suzuku or Shitampo. Nice, hitting on Shitampo, putting him 2,000 health now. Shu has to pull on Suzuku. First kill of the game is out. Levi tries to get the hypnotize, not enough. Reject 3 versus 2, but they're boxed in. Can Shitampo clutch this up?
Yeah, huge shield from Shu there. We've got the 1v1 with the Ollie, and I mean, everybody falls at the same time for Zeta Division. It's match point for Reject. As quick as that. Zeta Division seemed to be falling apart. Started so well. I started to have a bit more faith in the comp, and I'm sure you did as well. But after that, it was all Reject, and Zeta Division just stepping out of line.
Scrappy plays coming out from both teams, but it is the one who trips last that will feel the pain. And Zeta Division, that's what I'm seeing. Suzuku and Levi not making the best of plays. Levi almost got punished for trying to use that jump pad once again, retreating all the way back to the base. Zeta is supposed to have some sort of an early game lead. That's what they need. If they get boxed in the base against this Gus, against this Nani, they're never leaving the spawn.
Yeah, good Kooky Popper in there as well from Batman. Keeps Levi low and pinned back. Good shots coming out again. Buster shield available. The supers were so fast to get there. Nani's already got the wall broken and hasn't even conceded a round to get it.
It's very, very fast gameplay from the side of Reject. Now, though, damage coming in from this combination between Levi and Suzuku. The damage almost taking down Reject. One more mine will do it. Zitambo cleans up Melty. This is what Zeta Division have been preparing for the entirety of game number 1. They finally unleash it, execute it perfectly in this round 1 of game number 2.
Yeah, well, we've got to remember that's the exact same thing that happened in the first game, and Reject came back swinging, so we'll see if that's the case again, or if Zeta Division will be able to get a game on the board. Nice little ice there, keeps him skating. Jumps straight onto the back of him once more, stunned in there as well. Starts moving towards it. Batman narrowly surviving, but surely he'll go down, gets a shield. And Shu in a tough position here as well. The peep comes out, hits Shitampo, stops him from aggressing. Well, I don't know where they can go here.
And that's just... every single time Zeta Division, they make that move. Reject, they seem to have the perfect counterplay for it. Battleman, if he had just landed one more shot, he would have fell here. Now that's going to get tempo to them. Going on to Levi here. He jumps away to safety. That's going to reset the positions, but let's just do a quick check on the hypercharges. Battleman's awfully close to his. Shitampo does have the slow 2-man stun from him, but immediately picked off there by Melty and Battleman. It looked so good for them for a brief second now. Smoke is closing in. Another jump here from this Kid Ollie combination. Hypnosis flies out. Shu bangs the air. He knows he's done.
Yeah, I mean, that looked good for Reject for a second there, but instantly turned back on them by the, as you say, the Kid Ollie combination is just proving too much for Reject to handle. Every time he jumps on his back, they're getting kills, they're getting rounds, and they've got to find some way to prevent that. And a lovely move from the Kit as well to sweep into that bush and take them by surprise as well.
It just really goes to show you can never count Zeta Division out, even at, I would still consider this a draft, a minor draft disadvantage for them. It just goes to show, with mechanical brilliance, you can pull off nearly anything. And what better thing to show off than a Kit combination with an Ollie?
Melty taking some shots now, trying to keep them out the back of this spawn, but Suzuku has a super already. Levi can't be too far off either. Now, cardboard boxing straight onto the back of him here. Shu takes a heavy hit from that as well. And Lumi just keeping him pinned back. Batman in a world of hurt, in an awful position, and does get taken down. Still continuing this onslaught against them. They can't move anywhere. Such a tough match.
Shu's even gonna commit the montage there, the shield just blocking it out. They want to sort of tactically, remove themselves from this field. Melty could be trading out here. Now, one more pull. Not really doing anything. Shu's just trying to cycle back his super, end the round as soon as possible to not concede any more hypercharge or supercharge.
Yeah, well, another super ready for the Kit. Shitampo took a heavy hit there. We do have the Buster hypercharge, a Gus shield. And Nani Super, I believe, was just used a few seconds before the end of that round, or at least before he died. Suzuki moving forwards, jumps onto the Ollie. They didn't know he was moving up with them, pulled in by Shu, but can't do a lot else. And same position again, back in spawn.
Already healed up to full. Levi, that damage done by the hypercharged Shu basically amounted next to nothing. They're forced to, respect this positioning. Yes, Zeta Division can't push any further, but City Temple now leading the charge with a nice gadget. It forces Shu slightly out of position, but Shizuku didn't have the jump ready, so no follow-up from either team. Still neck and neck here in this choke point.
Batman has a super as well. Melty gets a hypercharge of his own, surely going to be using it here. Holding on to it at the moment. Now super comes in from Suzuki. What a moment. Melty gets the bounce back though. 3v1, but they're all so low. Super being used. Hypnotize doesn't come through. Batman trying to find the damage, but they can't get it from anywhere. Shots now left and right. Just Suzuki alive. Suzuki versus Batman. Who wins it? And he commits so much, but he gets it. On 1 round for Reject to take it all, or 1 round for Zeta Division to bring it just a little bit closer.
1 man raw, 1 round more is all that Reject need to bring this one home. But this is the ultimate final boss that they have to slay. Shizuku now no longer jumping onto Levi. It's a different strategy that they are. They've managed to catch 2 here though. They see the opportunity, but maybe a little bit too late there to capitalize. We return back to the original position that we've been seeing all game long. But looks like Zeta Division, they're going even more aggressively here. Levi jumps away from Shu's pull there. We remain in a spawn trap.
Yeah, those shots from Suzuki have got to be so perfect. The throws, caught in, but a great bounce back there from Shu with the montage. Shield available now. Suzuki going to bounce back on top of Levi again. Melty's going for the jump up, trying to free up some ground. Some good shots coming through. In comes Shu as well. Hypnotize being used. Doesn't have the super to stop it. Shield missed as well. But Shu's still on top of him. Can't get it done. And that shield may have just cost him it. I'm not sure if they could have won it anyway. But Zeta Division drag a set back.
Fantastic comeback there from Zeta Division. They remain composed. No 3-0 sweeps for Reject just yet. They're still firmly in the lead, don't get me wrong, but at the very least, Zeta show they're not some team you can just come and sweep 3-0.
I'm so glad that Zeta Division finally turned things around here, at least take a single set. The last time Reject won against them, it was also 3-1, so things aren't over yet. Reject can still very much claim this one, the victory in the next set, and close it all out, but it would not have felt like a worthy grand final of today if this was a 3-0 sweep here, Trev.
Yeah, I agree. As much as I'd love my prediction to be right and Reject to win, providing this gameplay, I'd love to see it carry on because it's great. It's back and forward, back and forward. 1 round goes Zeta, 1 round goes Reject, and in the end, Zeta Division have managed to drag this back, but every round so close. Comes down to these nail-biting moments like this one, and in the end, it was Zeta Division to bring it back, but still 2-1 to Reject, and so close overall. Such evenly matched teams.
Every single time that Melty sort of got stunned there by Zeta Temple, immediately he would just proceed with damage gear to just one-shot him. So many times that happened, but in the very last replay that we saw there, Melty clutched up. Zeta clutched up. He actually won it for his team there. A crucial one, now heading into Dueling Beetles.
The kit Ollie comp, we've seen it once before today from NAVI, and they lost with it. So now finally we do see that comp at least pop off in the hands of Zeta Division. They went with a risky comp on that one and it did work out for them. So sometimes taking risks does pay off. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles now, and I'm super excited to see the draft on this one as well, since this is one of the maps we have not seen at all today yet. So let's see, who is the better draft here? Who is the better mechanics? Who keeps a cool head here? Reject wants to close things out here in a 3-1. Zeta Division wants to throw down and prolong this grand final for a set 5 here, Trev.
Yeah, well, bans should be coming in shortly, but yeah, as you say, real tough position for Zeta to be in. I mean, better than the position they were in last set, don't get me wrong, but still, down to Reject. Backs against the wall. They only need 1 set more to close this one out and be the grand final winners. And I believe that leapfrogs them over Zeta on the leaderboard as well, thanks to the double points coming in and activating. So, Zeta Division are going to want to keep their top spot because it adds the buffer as well of having the second spot. Still a world final spot. If they slip over the last 2 months, they're still going to be there. But being in second definitely puts you at risk of being leapfrogged again by another team. So, Zeta Division, so much on the line at the moment. Ban-wise, we're looking at Jae Young, Berry, and Lumi, and then Amber Lou and Barley on the reject side for bans. They have the first pick as well, though.
Yeah, Finks and Kaze, both brawlers kind of slipping through here in the mid. We are seeing some of the hard hitters there still left. Gray, Jackie, all these kind of comps are still very much available for them. ZETA Division, they've shown great versatility when it comes to dueling beetles. They really favor aggressive comps above all else. I'm very curious to see whether they interpret this map as one that's favorable enough to draft Kaze on, because we did see it earlier today in Shooting Star, where it kind of, you know, in the hands of, even in the hands of Shijitambo, mind you, not something that really worked out. And okay, we have ourselves a Kaze and hopefully a chance for Shijitambo to redeem himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a lot easier to play Kaze on this map than one that was so open like Shooting Star. Pair that with a B as well. Pretty good combination overall for ZETA Division here. The ability to just kind of slow down and put, you know, opponents at risk of being dashed in on by Kaze. But Finks is a great brawl to have here. Gets those supers down. Everything's gonna be moving so slowly for the opposing team, so fast for yours, and it can really flip a game in its head so fast.
This Raccoon selection scares me. Is Reject thinking about the Gray? Whether they want to just play out that synergy there. It's not bad with the Finks either. They just need sort of a mid. It will expose them a little bit to the B. So they could opt to, you know, just go back, maybe pick up a thrower instead, maybe pick up a wall break for themselves. I'm not sure of many options they can go for. Kenji is the one. We're gonna have a husband versus wife showdown here. First of its kind, Kenji going up against Kaze.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge game, and I really like Regent's comp, I can't lie. The kind of two very aggressive brawlers with Finks, being able to slow things down and keep them alive in those situations is going to be pretty dangerous. But ZETA Division do still have this last pick, have the possibility of changing things, turning things around, and bringing the draft in their favor. Kaze still yet to be proved as the brawler I'm sure people hope she is.
Wow.
And Pam is going to be the brawler that comes in. And honestly, I love a Pam.
It's going to be a tough game for him to play. Every scrap sucker has to count there. The damage coming out from that healing turret is going to be pretty essential as well. You're up against two tanks, so Mama Squeeze here going to be a pretty useful star power to bring. Just want to point out one more thing. There's no sort of wall break on the side of Reject, so when that turret comes online, ZETA Division are going to have a really, really constant source of sustain that Reject may not be able to break.
Shijitambo getting a really early nice kill there onto Shu. Batman just trying to work for his super. Same with Melty. Really get them in the mix, but so far, all ZETA Division. Melty trying to find some shots, but the movement of Shijitambo is too much for him to deal with. Now Shu's coming in and picking up some slack, slicing down this super, or at least trying to. Suzuku solo should be brought down, but killed himself. And now Suzuku is in a great position to just place turret after turret. Super comes down from Batman here, from Shijitambo, sorry, and buys even more time on the zone for the ZETA Division side.
Yeah, Shijitambo, in theory, should be doing pretty well here. He's managed to do so much damage so far on the form, getting another kill onto Batuman as well, just seamlessly toggling between the two forms. Shijitambo showing that he has absolute mastery of it. Yet another fan storm going to be chained out here. So much damage flying in onto Shu. Now toggling back to that range form to do even more damage. He's got the hypercharge active. Melty can't really compete with him. Hypercharge Fanstorm could be coming out here, sapping so much of that ammunition away from him. This Kaze is just going absolutely mental here in the mid. ZETA Division, they just might run away off the backs of Shijitambo's Kaze.
I mean, this was crazy. Kaze supers over and over and over and over again, and they cannot get anywhere near this point. Reject get 37 on dueling beetles in what was a very scrappy mid-battle. It's not like we were pinned in spawn the entire time. It's just ZETA just seems so much better, and you know, earlier I questioned it. Obviously, you know, me and I mentioned at the time, you know, it wasn't Shijitambo, it was the brawler on Shooting Star, but here it's incredible.
We're seeing the full might of Kaze here on Dueling Beetles. Her real official debut now going for another kill here in the back. Marks up Shu. That dive didn't really go very well for them. All three members of Reject ready this time. And so for the first time that we're seeing Reject, they've managed to take some positioning in the mid, and yet Shijitambo's gonna close off the end of that chapter, getting a quick pick there.
Yeah, the slow does a good amount. Tempo dashing in, dashing out, trying to bait out some shots. A little reversal of time there from Batman as he TP's a bit further back, but Reject are in a decent position now. Melty so low, chooses to use a gadget in there as well. He's surely still going to die, leaving on 1 HP. Tempo will dash up and get Batman down and reclaim control. This is going to be a dangerous position for them to get locked in again.
Hypercharge Fanstorm going to be coming down here, just completely isolating both sides of Reject. If they step in there, they can't really see anything. Now the turret from Suzuki just being used to heal himself. Another Fanstorm cycled out here, isolating Melty in the back line. No help for him coming just yet. Here's Shu now with the Sashimi Slash, not connecting on anything though. And ZETA Division, they continue their dominance in the mid.
Batman just getting some shots in. Tempo hit hard, but not going down. Surely he falls now, and he does. Melty and Shu, the two aggressive brawlers, having to take this zone alone with no help from the Finks. It's a closer, much closer game, this one. And Reject seem to have some control. Hypercharge goes down, slowing Batman, Shu, pretty much everyone on the Reject side. They have taken the lead, but it'll quickly be extinguished if Batman goes down here.
Yeah, 77 to 71%. Triple Fanstorm onto the entirety of Reject. No ammunition for them. To add insult to injury, Suzuku follows up with a scrap sucker of his own, completely rejecting all advances by Reject. Now 10% less. One more dive there by Shitampo should seal the deal. The shots fired. Suzuku steadfast in the mid. That's another set for ZETA Division. Now 1 set away from a reverse sweep.
I mean, this is the game we were promised when we saw these two teams in the final. Reject versus ZETA. You get 2-0 up, you start to think, oh, this could be a sweep. We could be a little bit shortchanged here in the grand finals. But that's just not the case. 2-2 now. ZETA bring it back, and it all comes down to the 5th and final, Sonny.
As much as I would wish for Melty and his team that the bridesmaid finally becomes the bride, the Eternal Second finally win their first match, in the end, may the better team win. And Spoomy did predict ZETA, so let's see. Shitampo absolutely popped off on the new brawler Kaze, that a lot of people say she might not be as strong as usually the new brawlers are, but in Shitampo's hands this time around, she definitely looks super good. He did play her before in one of the sets and didn't make her look that strong in Shooting Star against Rival. The start was especially bad. And Shitampo, we usually don't talk about him as the anchor in his team. In that set, he definitely did not look that strong. He redeemed himself. I think that's safe to say now, Spoo.
Yeah, super glad that we didn't walk away with sort of a similar situation when Lumi was first released, 99% ban rate, and then the one game that he was played was an L, right? We don't have that here. Kaze got to show off, and I couldn't be happier to see probably the most mechanically talented player in the whole world piloting it, a masterclass for us to behold.
We talked about Kaze coming into today, Trev, and we did feel like if anybody's showing us that kind of Kaze gameplay, it's going to be no one other than the Shade pilot in the previous months.
Yeah, I mean, that's the case. You were expecting to see top-tier gameplay from Shitampo all the time, which is why his first kind of showing on Kaze was a little bit underwhelming, at least for us to kind of watch and be like, oh, this isn't the usual Shitampo we see on these aggressive brawlers, but that more than makes up for it. So, lovely stuff from him, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to get his hands on that again. Honestly, I really want to see Grey banned out here, just so we get an actual mechanical game to decide the grand finals of East Asia this month, rather than just TP in with a Jackie and hope for the best.
Yes, Grey Jackie. Chester was the comp that Navi has showed us here before on this map, and they did win with it against the Ember, Jaeyoung, and Draco comp. So let's see if Grey is going to be banned out and Trev's wish is going to be fulfilled. Again, this is not potentially our last map this time around. It is the very last set, since both those teams did take it into set number 5. This is going to be the decider. Now, whoever wins this set is the winner of the June monthly finals. And unfortunately, we have a Kaze double ban, but Grey still open, Trev.
They didn't listen to my wishes. Now I'm going to be praying for it not to be selected. I just so highly doubt it, though. Amber comes in first. Good first pick, to be honest. The hypercharge to be able to just absolutely decimate any bush in the way is huge on this map, because the entire playing field rather than the mid is just grass. So nice to have a brawler that can take it out. We flip over to Zeta Division for their next couple of picks, and honestly, I wouldn't even put it past them to just go grey in a tank, to be honest, because of how aggressive they are.
Yeah, ZETA Tampo gesturing to his team. Well, diving back to that Brawl Cup stability, they're going in for Finks and Jean. This is something that they did do in Brawl Cup as well. I do believe it's the exact same 2-3 as well as an answer to the Amber here. Now, the bans, what slipped through was Kenji, and that still remains to be seen as whether that hypercharge nerf, will it truly be big enough to warrant that pick just completely being ignored here, even on double swoosh? Will Reject snatch it up, or are they just going to give it up and go for comfort picks? Janet, now the next selection.
Yeah, Janet, with Drop the Base, very solid. Hypercharge was introduced, was very good, and then was nerfed. So we haven't seen it in a while, but it is completely fine here. Can play it nonetheless. Draco going to come in for the side of Reject to round it out. And Pam again. Pam again. It's always Pam. And I've just seen a tweet from Brawl Esports, and it's like, wasn't expecting Pam to be the most influential brawler in June. And honestly, it might be. If this wins, Pam might be the brawler of June.
It did receive substantial buffs, kind of slept over by many in the Brawl Cup. Maybe the map pools just didn't really support it. Maybe the bans were different. But now, that additional 20% damage given to Pam just makes her such a fantastic duelist against tanks. And against the likes of Draco, Scrapsucker just completely removes the entirety of the fire-breathing dragon, neutering in its place. A fantastic last pick selection from Zeta Division.
Yeah, really nice shoot, placing the drop the base there, getting hit pretty hard by Stampo, who does kind of go back in time and TP's back to a safer place away from Batman and Shu's grasp. Now the oil is placed, that's going to burn down some of that mid portion of the map, but Stampo is still lingering, and Batman's just waiting to heal up before getting rid of it.
Settle down in the mid as well, duking it out, just trading gem for gem at the moment, but the more sort of reliable super to get there is going to be Levi Super. Now sort of breaking the equilibrium in the gems, getting one of his own. The side lanes now are trying to heat up here. ZETA Tampo almost getting a kill on to Batoman here. Suzuku getting control of that right lane. We haven't been able to see Melty aggress at all this game.
Yeah, not much out of that push from ZETA Tampo there, and he did get pushed back as well. Suzuki using a scrap sucker, and Melty can now aggress, trying to get within range, not able to do so just yet. Has that 1 HP gadget activated and doesn't get too much back from it. Suzuki so low after Shu gets some great shots in. Pinch coming across, drop the base, keeps him low, but the Gene will continue to heal in a little bit.
It just felt so desperate there from Melty. He knew he wanted his super, just diving in there. Now Scrapsucker once again in tow. ZETA Tampo though, such an aggressive position, pushing Bottomman all the way back to spawn, perhaps overextending here. Levi now considering the pull, goes for it, doesn't connect onto Melty. Suzuku doesn't care though. The Pam in tow, charging in with flames of her own, pinching it out. Melty gonna fall. Now Levi in the mid, completely in a dominant spot. Zeta Division now 9-7 in gems.
Real tough position for Reject now. They're waiting for this last one, and it does come. And in a position for them to pick it up as well. Melty gets on the dragon and starts to go forwards. Both Tampo and Levi have to survive. Batman has a super, might be able to burn over the top of this. Finks super comes down, Suzuki gets some shots in, Stampo's burning, 5 seconds, hypercharge comes in, but the Pam turret is there, surely keeping him healthy, but he does go down, burn there again. I don't know how he's going to get out. If he gets out, this is miraculous. But Suzuki's burning, hypercharge fly as well. How has he got away?
No way! Impossible! Unbelievable! But Reject, they managed to execute the perfect daylight robbery, the heist in tow. Hypercharges first, but it doesn't matter. Reject somehow, in a complete turn of events, they stop the reverse sweep in its tracks. They take a game of their own, now at match point.
I have no clue how he got away from that. Clearly cycled so much of his super from dropping those hypercharged bombs over and over and over and over, and then hit some shots, somehow managed to survive, got out. As you said, it's daylight robbery. In no world did Reject deserve to win that.
It's like Zeta played so well the entire game, and at the very end, they just sort of all, at the same time as well, all 3 players just tripped over the biggest log of their life. Just sold it to Reject. Now pressure on Zeta Division, 1 game away from potentially failing the 3-peat, losing their chance here to Reject. But it's not over yet. Levi now pinching up against Melty. The lane swap from ZETA as well to offer a little bit of support. Going back to his own lane to deal with Battleman now. Melty is going to be melted down by the entire might of ZETA Division. But the gem lead, it's a small one for Shu. Had to drop the base there. Levi was threatening the pull. Just way, way too scary.
Yeah, Levi baited out really nicely here. Melty having a real tough time against Suzuki. Does turn back, tries to catch him off guard. In a position to possibly pinch tempo, but he's just going to wind back the clock and get into a safe space once more. It is still only 5-4, regardless of ZETA having all this mid control. Now they make it 6, and this is getting increasingly difficult for Reject.
Melty not even going to be popping the last stand there. He kind of just wants to die here. Now, Shu takes to the skies, goes on the offensive. This is the same way that they won in game number 1. Every time Shu pops that super, they have a little bit of an opportunity. Now, though, Levi with that hypercharge. He's the big gun on their team. A shot clipping Battleman at the back there. That's really unfortunate from the side of Reject. Now losing one member at a crucial time. 8-6 in gems now.
And a hypercharge pull is available as well. Need 2 more. Batman's going to throw that out. Tempo doesn't even get hit by the burn. And a hypercharge used. Pull going to be missed though, which opens up a bit of space in the back if they can get forwards just a little bit more. And they're not going to have the kind of same stopping power as they would have done before. Melty trying to get forwards, but it's not looking likely. Shu unable to find anything. And this one, surely there's no way of resetting this. He does take flight again, but the clock says no. And we're going to a double match point to decide the winner of June.
We're going to go all the way trap between these two Goliaths in East Asia. I couldn't have asked for a better opening sort of series to our June monthly finals. One more game is all it will take to crown ourselves a winner. Is it going to be ZETA Division maintaining their hold of East Asia, or will we finally see Reject become the pride?
If ZETA Division don't step out of line and make a mistake, they will win this. But Rejects have just got to bank on an incredible play, or ZETA Division making a big mistake like they did in that first and dropping some gems. Melty having a real tough time in this matchup, and honestly, you can't blame him for it.
Yeah, no lane swaps coming from either teams. It's really a completely, as you asked for, Trav, mechanical skill diff. We're finally seeing the difference here, though. Suzuku continued to win the right lane, but Battleman, this is the first time I'm seeing him get the burns here on that left lane, getting some advantage at ZETA, but immediately just pinched out by both Levi and Shite. It's looking desolate for Reject.
Yeah, Melty going to go left now and try take on Chitampo, but I don't know what his hopes are over there either. Reject completely pinned back in spawn, just getting reset time and time again by this Gene, throwing out some shots. Burn's going to bring down the Pam turret, but the pull's there, and Melty will be hit by it. Bounce back. They don't get the kill just yet, but Suzuki should secure.
6 gems now to 4. Reject are on timer. Shu needs that hypercharge if they want to make miracles happen. Melty is so low. The Pam is certainly working. Brawl Esports, this may just be the first time that we're actually seeing the impact of a monthly final decided by a brawler forgotten by so many.
Pull's going to be missed, though. Suzuki should die here, but the bomb's going to miss him time and time and time again. Somehow survives, and that would have been a big turning point if the Pam had gone down, because Levi's not too healthy either. Melty coming forward and a TP back from Chitampo. The moves need to be made soon, but Melty too low to do anything at the moment.
It's going to need a miracle for Reject to come back here. Shu is pretty close to his hypercharge. Now 2 supers in. He should be having it relatively soon, but the tempo is what they need. Melty is going to be pinched out here so low. Shu has to take the disguise just to collect the last gem. Levi uses that hypercharge super to great degree, pulling one more. The countdown has begun. In theory, Reject can reset this, but look at the position, Trav. It's hopeless for Reject. 10 seconds left, 11 seconds. Super from Shu, not enough. No hypercharge, no super, no way to stop ZETA Division from completing the reverse sweep, the three-peat, the bridesmaid, but never the bride, always doomed for second. ZETA Division just destined to be champions.
What a showdown. Definitely a grand final worthy match. Finally, a 3-2, the first one of today. And ZETA Division wins one more time. Means Reject is second for the 3rd time this season. 3 out of 4 monthly finals. Also, very important reminder here, we are in a double point season. A Reject win would have meant a massive leaderboard leap, and they would have worn the crown of East Asia with just 1 point ahead of ZETA Division. This match would have been so important, Trev, but they did not win in the end. They got reverse sweeped. That hurt.
Yeah, crazy performance from ZETA Division. You kind of just see Reject struggling so much. The draft was not in their favor. Draco just hung out to dry, couldn't do anything against any of the brawlers, kept low, scrap sucker from Pam, incredible. And Shu tried his best, he really did. Batman the same to pick up the slack that obviously the Draco was bringing, but the ZETA Division comp was just so well rounded, so hard to break through, and you know, Reject were lucky to even get one game there. A huge reverse sweep from ZETA Division, and a deserved win after that.
Completely deserved. MVP here. We're all guessing. We all know it's most likely gonna go to Shitetampo. But here on the desk, let's all agree on one thing. Shizuku and Levi, they did so well throughout this entire series. Every single set, they had to have an impact. Shout out there to the Pam to just really just close it out there. As a last pick, it might seem like, oh, you know, you just play Pam against Draco. What an easy lane. No, it's not. Shizuku piloted it to an obscene level.
They struggled hard against them in the grand final. Reject almost had them. It was 2-0. They had everything what they needed to turn things around here and make it their first monthly final win, but it wasn't meant to be for Reject. Means Spoo and me, yet again, won the predictions, but we're coming to more important things.
Hey, let's not include Spoo in this. Spoo drew with me at all, no?
It doesn't matter. More important things, the people have voted. The MVP for this round is going to be no one other than Shitetampo, as you already predicted, Spoo. But yes, both of his teammates did so phenomenally well today. I feel all three of them are definite MVPs today. They bounced back from a third place at Brawl Cup. Shizuku, Shitetampo and Levi, or Levy, all three of them definitely deserve this win today, Trev.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, any team could have, you know, deserved it in this final. Reject or ZETA, I wouldn't have complained if either of them had won it. Both would have been massively deserving. But yeah, ZETA Division winning this one 3-2, reverse sweep as well. What a way to end this in June and keeping their position at the top of that leaderboard. Obviously represented the region well at the Brawl Cup as well. So I think it is pretty deserving of the fact that they come back and do the same for their region. After earning them an LCQ spot, I think they deserve to be top.
I definitely feel so as well. We want to have a last look at the bracket of today. East Asia, we had a lot of 3-0s, we had one phenomenal grand final, and we need someone to guide us through that bracket. We have, luckily, a fourth member in our squad today. Ark was watching the match in the wings, and I'm sure he has a few words to lose about that grand final as well.
Well, I drew the short straw for the bracket, did I? Okay, I get it. Unbelievable. That showing from Shu on the Janet, I almost fell out of my chair. Literally, I really hope that they show that at the end of the show. It was hilarious. I was biased to the grand finals. I really wanted to see Reject win one, but ZETA deserved it. I mean, to come back under the pressure of a match point, it was looking like a sure sweep for Reject. I was so on board with that and just thought it was just done, and ZETA were out of the game. Fair play to ZETA. A lot of sweeps, I would say probably more so, maybe even the most we've seen in this region this year so far. But nonetheless, I mean, what is shown from East Asia, the gift that always keeps on giving.
As mentioned before, if Reject would have won this one, we would have had a huge upset in the leaderboard. But Spoo, unfortunately, or fortunately for ZETA Division, that did not happen. If you look at the points here, 30 points difference between the first and the second spot. Now that we have double points, you get 100 points for the first place. That would have catapulted Reject on top one with 260 versus 259 points from ZETA.
That's right. The positions of the leaderboard didn't shift at all, but the gaps are getting further or getting closer. In the case of ZETA Division now holding nearly a 60-point lead over Reject. And between Crazy Raccoon and Navi, only 2 points separate them. Between Rival and Frenzy Gaming, 20 points now added to the tally because Frenzy Gaming, they fell short at the quarterfinals while Rival went one step further. But as Trav and all of us have been saying all day long, in the summer split with double points, anything can happen.
I want to hear from the three of you now. Was today a shift in the balance of power, or was it just a bump in the road from ZETA Division? And also, which moment will still follow you tonight in your dreams? Spoo, you can start.
you put me on the spot here because there are absolutely so many. So I think the nightmare, so to speak, that will follow me is the fact that you just shouldn't first pick Amber anymore. That's basically the story to me. In all the outdraft that we saw today, that was the thing that sort of stood out to me. Wonderful show nonetheless. Getting to see Zeta Division claim it all once again. I'm so happy that they did it and they've secured the three-peat. Can't wait to see more from them next month.
Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued to see if Reject manage to win, any of the coming monthly finals as well, because I feel like they've been deserving of a couple now, and just being cut short by Zeta Division there is really going to hurt. So you expect them to really put in the work over the next couple of months and try and get a second half of the year win on the board to try and get past Zeta Division. But yeah, anything can happen. The brackets can line up differently. They could be facing each other the first round in another month. So yeah, we'll see. But I think the power remains in Zeta's hands.
Biggest thing for me is the worry of now Crazy Raccoon, because you've got Reject and Zeta looking as dominant as they are. There's not really a free run through the bracket for Crazy Raccoon anymore. So they're going to really have to go back to the drawing board and highly consider how much they could potentially dip down this leaderboard. They've got to get their act together next month. There's no doubt about it for me.
We're gonna see some huge upsets also in the other regions, I'm sure about that. But for this one, Zeta Division reminded us once again why they're still the kings of East Asia. They bounced back from a 3rd place at the Brawl Cup and a 2-0 lead from Reject to reclaim the throne with absolute authority. While they hold on to that top spot, it was also nice to see some fresh blood coming into the scene to shake things up this month. They did not make it out of the quarterfinals, but that's beside the point here. With double points on the line, this splits every single match matters after all. Thanks for joining us for an incredible East Asia monthly final. The action doesn't stop here though. Make sure to tune in tomorrow as well. EMEA takes the stage and trust me, you won't want to miss it. Until then, take care and keep rolling.
One, two, three, make this look easy. On the highway and I'm feeling breezy. Going beast mode, yeah, another species. I'm the top one cause they cannot beat me. Foot on the gas in another gear. Can't slow me down, this is our year. I'ma say it loud, I'ma say it clear. We run the world, get a whole sphere. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Yeah, baby. is our hobby. Don't disappoint. Making the party jump. Time to make your body bump. Let's light the dance floor up and do it like we want. Now wait. Let's turn this up. Okay, let's work it out. Okay, let's shake and move. Okay, do what it do. I'm feeling great. Now let's turn on the cool. Get busy.